the grocery store, like you can feel everyone's on edge. And I remember when there was the huge run on toilet paper and everything, people were just stocking up because they had no idea what was going on. Like going into a grocery store and there were empty shelves, which like never happens. And you could just like the tension and the fear was palpable, and you could just see like, but it just wasn't very pleasant at all. I remember you said I think you went to a bug out shelter, or like bugged out to the woods. I was like, that's probably
pretty much. I mean, I was up above the cloud line, like on a mountain. It just didn't work out for very long, unfortunately.
Beautiful.
Yeah, while it lasted.
Yeah.
There was no internet though, so I couldn't stream. Like I tried to stream once, and it looked like it was from 1993. It was terrible. So that's the thing. Yeah, it's tricky. By the way, just to, if I can pause for a second. First of all, please give me 1 second. I'm freaking freezing. It's really cold here. Do you happen to see where my code is? Like the damping code? Yes, please. And I just wanted to let you know, I've just started streaming also to YouTube and Facebook, but the way that it's set up is they don't see your video, they only see mine, because I'm using 2 different webcams, and one's just on me and recording the audio from the computer, and the other is Zoom. So just to let you know, so people can hear you, and I just started that now, but they can't see you and they don't see your name or anything like that. So they can just see me. Maybe that's a good way to do it, actually, so people are a bit more anonymous.
Yeah, sounds good.
So sorry, go ahead. And then so just if I may, so for all the people who are just joining this, hopefully on YouTube and Facebook, hopefully you can see and hear me okay. We are doing the Magic.me World Summit for 2020, where we are taking some time to discuss what's going on in the world, what role magic has been playing in people's lives, and what role it can play going forward. And so I'm talking to Magic.me students. It is open to all Magic.me students, current or former. You can find out more about what we're doing at magicmeet.com, so MAGICKMEET.com, and you are welcome to sign up there. We should actually put the Zoom link just straight on that page, so I may do that. In the meantime, thank you very much. In the meantime, we can simply, or for people watching the stream on YouTube and Facebook, you can simply follow along with what we're doing, and we will send out more info shortly. Okay, so yeah, thank you. Okay, so go ahead. P.S. for everyone who's watching on the streams, the Black Friday deal is currently running. Also for everyone on Zoom, if you didn't get the email, Magic.me bundle we're selling essentially when you add it up. If you buy all of our mega courses, it is 42% off for today for Black Friday. So you can get that deal if you go to magic.me, magick.me. It is at the complete mega courses, or what have I called it? I called it the complete Magic.me intensives. If you click that link on magic.me, magick.me, you can get literally all of our best courses in one bundle for 42% off, which is, it says 32% off, but when you add up both discounts, it's 42. And that is literally the greatest magical training on planet Earth. And will give you everything you need to thrive and triumph in 2021 and beyond, spiritually, physically, psychologically, economically, financially, everything. It's all there. Okay, thank you for bearing with me. So that's magic.me. All right, so go ahead. Thank you for indulging me there.
Oh, no problem. And I'm not paid to say this, but you're not overselling that at all. It's actually amazing.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. One of the challenges I've been having, I was just thinking about this during the pandemic. I've been pretty good with the anxiety of the craziness that's going on right now. but I haven't had any like, I guess, like numinous or transcendent experiences for a while. Whereas like before it would happen every now and then, or like during meditation, I would get that like that bliss bubble, and now it's still good, but it's not that like amazing. Like I'm floating off into the universe. I'm one with everything. I've been wondering if could that be a consequence of sort of being in these weird times, or if I've sort of gone off in the wrong direction somehow, or
No, I mean, if I may, I think that, well, a few things, just very briefly. One is that you're not meant to be having transcendent experiences all the time. But most people, they get like one or two in their whole life, or one if they're lucky, so magic, in a sense, allows you is a bit of a hack that allows you to, once you learn it well, you can more or less do it on command. Once you combine the correct rituals in yoga and all that, which is, I talk a lot about in the John Dee book, where it essentially becomes an on-demand technology, which allows a completely different vantage point on life, where you can constantly be kind of going into these observer effect experiences and reassessing your life on a consistent basis, which allows very fast personal evolution and recontextualizing of what you're going through. Because one of the things that often trips people up in life is not that they are lacking skills, talent, or ambition. It's that they're working on outdated models and they get stuck and don't know how to update their models. And this causes quite a bit of anxiety, particularly now, because technology and the pace of global communications outmodes people's strategies like every 2 days. So if you're still working off strategies that you picked up in the 1990s, life can be unnecessarily frustrating. And so magic and transcendent experiences allow us to loosen the bonds of, as Crowley used to put it, loosens the girders of the soul. He was talking about marijuana, but I think that's a good phrase for what magic does. It kind of allows us to step, or a better way to put it is step to the side, at least for a little while, a couple hours, step outside, step back, step outside for a little bit, and rethink and disidentify with what we think is us long enough to change the identity into something that is more effective for the current situation on the ground. And that's obviously the most critical. It's not just nice, it's a survival skill, and it's what I'm really trying to tell people right now. It's like the most critical survival skill for 2020 and beyond. And I think that, and this is not just magic, lots of schools of psychology say the same thing. The humanistic psychology says that. So I think that in addition to that, when you're under survival stress, obviously you don't have time to be sitting around contemplating the music of the spheres. You're focused on the here and now. But that said, sometimes the stress can become so overwhelming, particularly in total crisis or meltdown moments, or moments when you're forced out of your comfort zone, or forced to leave where you leave your home, which I've been forced to do like 5 times this year. In moments of like extreme stress like that, then yeah, you certainly can have transcendent religious experiences, because the stress becomes so overwhelming that you identify with something transcendent just to like maintain some type of coherence on your existence. So I'm just sharing those as data points, maybe.
Yeah, actually, that helps a lot. And I'd actually been worried, like, oh, am I doing something wrong? It doesn't feel magical anymore. But if it's a sense of being sort of that, what do you call it, observer of experience, or
yeah, I may be getting that wrong. What I'm actually talking about is there's an effect that astronauts get when they are outside of the Earth and they're looking at it from outside. I think it's called it might be called the overlook. Let me just double check that. Or it's like called the observer. Yeah, the overview effect. So if you'll just find the Wikipedia if you Google it.
Right.
So yeah, it says it's a cognitive shift in awareness reported by some astronauts during space flight, often while viewing the Earth from space. It is the experience of seeing firsthand the reality of Earth in space, which is immediately understood to be a tiny, fragile ball of life hanging in the void, shielded and nourished by a paper-thin atmosphere. From space, national boundaries vanish, the conflicts that divide people become less important, and the need to create a planetary society with a united will to protect this pale blue dot becomes both obvious and imperative. That actually sounds weirdly politicized. Instead of like, it's like, wait, and then they suddenly agree with like the plans of the IMF, the World Bank, and the EU. What? But anyways, that aside, but no, it's a real effect, and that same effect can be induced obviously by mystical experiences. Timothy Leary and then I think certainly Robert Anton Wilson used to say something a lot in the 60s and 70s, which was, because they were boomers that grew up in the space age, was that the techniques of cruelty or yoga, magic, were kind of inner space techniques that would prepare people for space flight. And I think this is somewhat, perhaps a bit verging into hyperbole, because they said it almost literally. It's like the magic would prepare people for space flight, but I don't think it is hyperbole. I think it's probably literally true and also metaphorically true, in the sense that you can experience the same sense of the overview effect, weightlessness, being outside of the circles of time, as Kenneth Grant put it, and seeing this thing that we're all in from outside, and that's critical, and makes you really smart, and makes you make better decisions, and it makes you more compassionate, and makes you less attached to bullshit. And another thing Bob Wilson used to say a lot is that getting high is good, right? And it didn't just mean drugs. It's like, the more that you cultivate ecstatic experiences, whether that they are chemical, spiritual, physical, sexual, or, skydiving, whatever they are in nature, the more that you can get into ecstatic states of consciousness, the more intelligent you become. Now, obviously that's not true if you're just a drug addict, but it's true in the sense that if you can cultivate experiences of fun, happiness, joy, and freedom, weightlessness, that same space-like feeling of freedom and weightlessness, being outside of being trapped by matter, right, then you're able to just see the big picture. And if you can see the big picture, then you can make decisions and think from the big picture, which automatically makes you smarter. So magic and yoga turn out to be very useful for this. And I think it's a point that people lose a lot. And I would like people to focus a lot more on the ecstatic experiences, just because, for many reasons. One is because life is short, so we might as well enjoy it, right? The second is that people are so freaking serious these days that they really could lighten up and live a little. And I don't think it's much more complicated than that. It's like, God, the last 4 years of just media psychosis. It's like, dude, it's like, not the whole world doesn't revolve around Donald Trump. You realize that, right? It's like, no, apparently not, right? So, it's just like, it's like, once people start talking about Orange Man and the Cheeto Hitler, and it's just like, I know, I don't care. Yeah. I got it, okay? Like, I got it out like 4 years ago. It's like, you made your point, like, that's not all that's going on in the world. But, anyways, that aside, yeah, and I think that one of the things about magic is that it frees those experiences in some sense from the province of religion. It doesn't take the religiosity out of the experience, but it just makes it a DIY thing, instead of being something that has to be done within certain parameters and certain rules and overseen by certain people, for instance, in the Catholic Church or whatever. But it's not just Catholicism, it's not Christianity, it's in fact, I think Christianity is highly underrated these days. It's just, it's anything, Tibetan Buddhism, anything with a priesthood class, anything with priestcraft involved in it. I'm not into priestcraft. I'm into giving people the tools to figure it out on their own. Like, here, if you do this, you'll get the same effect that, those people are telling you happened 5,000 years ago to somebody else. But why not experience it firsthand? But it doesn't have to be for religious reasons. It doesn't have to be for dogmatic reasons. It could simply be because it's fun. Like, what other reason do you need, But anyways. I promised I wasn't going to rant on these calls, so.
No, that's and actually, what you're saying reminded me of that the Bone Cutter Sutra that you had put out, and sort of. I was wondering with the overview effect if. So I remember in that particular podcast had a big effect on me because it kind of solidified this idea that, like, I don't know, life is actually like a slaughterhouse, like death everywhere. Like, even if you're vegetarian, you're still eating like something that's living.
Yeah.
But you have to be, like, you can't get around it, and they're eating everything. Like, it's just like it's a meat grinder. And when I sort of like thought about that, I was like, okay, if that's true, and everything seems to indicate that it is, okay, then one, what's the point of living if everything is just terrible? And what does that mean? And I kind of came to the conclusion that, yeah, everything's terrible, but we do have the ability to make it like a little less terrible. And there are moments of like beauty and transcendence that you can find within that. And almost because of that, because everything is so so horrifying, it makes the like beauty stand out that much more.
Absolutely. But there's also another sense of it where it's like, well, why are you focusing on the beauty at all? It's like, to focus on the beauty and the transcendent moments is like, well, why are you avoiding all the shit? Why not just sit with the awfulness of it until you just, not even, because you're not even going to transcend it, but you just will not be expending all of the extra effort to get away from it, which makes life, it gives you, less, efficient, let's put it that way, in an energy economy sense. There is a great, well, maybe I should. I was gonna mention. By the way, I'm currently duct taping an iPhone to my screen so that I can Instagram at the same time, because, like, this is the hilarious thing about speaking of the slaughterhouse or the charnel ground. This is the hilarious thing about me. It's like online, I play the great magician, but literally in real life, all of my shit is held together with duct tape. Like, my car is held together with duct tape. I'm duct taping phones to things. I'm deep. Like, my ancestors are all, my ancestors a few generations back are all Appalachian hillbillies, and I've never been there. But it's like, it's like it's not far from the surface. Okay, so let's see. Why don't I tell you what? We should be streaming live on YouTube, and people should be able to hear it. Let me just do a check real quick. It's like it's not far from the surface. Yes. Great. That appears to be working. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Well, first of all, let me respond to that real quick, which is that yeah. How do I want to respond to that? I don't remember exactly what I mentioned specifically in that podcast. Did I talk about Austin Spare in that podcast?
If it wasn't in that one, it was one like the episode before or after. But it could have been that one.
There's this. I may have mentioned, it's like Austin Spare, when he was growing up as a teenager, grew up next to an open air meat market in London. So he was just every day he was just watching people butcher and sell processed and fabricated animal parts. And it was just like, that's like he grew up with that. It was very much like Francis Bacon, the painter, if you know Bacon. But it's a very Tibetan, it's a very Eastern view, and there is the Eastern tantric view, the Buddhist tantric view is that it's not just that life is suffering, it's just that, like, yeah, we are in the charnel ground. Like, everyone's gonna die. Everyone's gonna suffer. This is gonna be. It's not everything, but it's pretty much inescapable. And the tantric view is essentially that we waste a lot of energy trying to make it into something that it's not. And by wasting a lot of energy trying to make it something it's not, a lot of what the tantrics mean is, traditional Buddhism, this idea, by Buddhism, like, I say Buddhism, but it's like in America or in global culture, internet culture 2020, it could just be like, let's just call it like spirituality, because like everyone's got a different version of it. It all kind of blurs together and it's indistinct. If you look at spiritual stuff, the Russell Brands of the world, nothing against Russell Brand, he's a brilliant writer. But when you look at spiritual culture, you see people trying to become something that they're not. You see people really trying to transcend, figure out the thing that will help them transcend the pain of existence. And whether that's wearing the right clothes, the right beads, doing the right type of, following the right teacher, posting the right aphorisms on Instagram, whatever it or doing a polyamorous relationship or whatever it is that people happen to think is the thing that is going to sort them out. And so you see a lot of this. You see a lot of extreme amounts of effort put out to transform into this idea of what will be, what's better, what's spiritual. It's very Christian in a sense of like, if you just go to, if you do all the right, become the perfect churchgoer, then you'll be saved, right? And a lot of times what you see there is people stressing themselves out so much. It's like Mahendranath Dadaji, Sri Dadaji Mahendranath is my teacher's teacher. He's a World War I combat medic. He went to India and wandered as a naked sadhu for 30 years, and a magician. And he used to call this the occult rat race. And I love that. He was talking about, he said that in the 30s. He was talking about like theosophists and like, he knew Crowley and all that, he's initiated by Crowley and all this. And he used that phrase in the 30s, and he was talking about theosophy, Golden Dawn, all this stuff, and so it probably hasn't changed that much in England. But we could just as well apply it to the new age of spirituality now. It's like, it's the occult rat race. It's the same. People are like doing the same shit, the same trip that they're doing in corporate America or corporate culture, where they're trying to get ahead and have more points than the next guy. And it's just total delusion. It's just total delusion, right? And I say that with compassion because it's like, that can be a rough place to be. You can wake up 10 years later and be like, what the hell did I just invest all my time in? And Trungpa calls this spiritual materialism, but that's a necessary ground for awakening in a sense. I don't want to say awakening. I think it's better to say that, people find their way through this stuff and eventually they come to a golden mean and discover themselves. And we can call that the true will or not, but it's, it's just like with learning any skill also. Like, if you're, for instance, if you want to become a guitarist, or if you want to become a writer, you probably spend the first 15 years of being a writer trying to write like other people. Right. And I remember that when I first started writing, it's like, oh, I'm going to write like, I would write like, and anyone who's ever written has experienced this. Like, I would inevitably start writing exactly like the last author that I read. So if I'd just been reading Harlan Ellison, I would write like Harlan Ellison. If I'd just been reading James Ellroy, that's a hard one, I would be writing like James Ellroy and or William Burroughs or Cormac McCarthy or, anyone with a distinctive style. But then it's just so transparent to anybody who reads it and also to yourself. And eventually you get through it and you just start writing like yourself. But you can't just jump into that. It comes after like long and frustrating and tedious effort. And I think it's the same with spirituality, where people eventually come back to their own center of gravity. But it seems almost inevitable in a way that people have to go through all the other stuff first. Because you don't know what you don't know, and therefore going through all that stuff is quite helpful. But then eventually you have to process it and come back to yourself. Which leads me to the point of the Tibetan tantrics, which is essentially that all of this increases suffering. Where the whole point of the Buddha is like, well, life is inevitably fraught with suffering, so you should definitely do all these practices to not feel so bad anymore. It's like, well, this is junkie thinking. It literally is. It's like, oh, well, if I do all these things, then I won't have pain anymore. It's like, well, but anyone who's been around addicts knows it's like, well, all the things that you're doing are causing yourself and others more pain. And eventually it's just, so the tantrics are saying like, well, it's wasted effort. So it's better to just simply sit and suffer. and then because it's inevitable anyways. So it's not that I'm oversimplifying it, but it's like, you can't get away from it. So just sit with it. And then it's not going to stop the suffering. There's no magic. There's no, or as Buddhists say, there's no sutra or magical power or mantra or amulet or something like that that's going to fix it. It's not going to get fixed. But if you sit with it, then at least you are not also expending the futile extra effort to get rid of it. And then eventually you come to an understanding with it, where it's like it becomes your companion, and rather than something you are constantly fighting. So I find this attitude, and it's only one attitude, but it's interesting. So anyways, like I said, I wasn't going to rant, but let's do this. I wanted to wrap that up. I'm gonna so I should be good on Facebook and YouTube. And now that I've duct taped my phone to the screen, I'm gonna bounce to Instagram too, and it's gonna be the same setup where people will be able to see me, but not, and hear other people, but not see them or see their names. I think that actually probably works out for the best. Why don't we? We've been talking for an hour, so why don't we? I want to get to lots of people, so why don't we bounce to the next person? And why don't we do this? It's like, Daniel, if you're up for it, if you want to stay on the call, then we can just start adding more people to the conversation. And we kind of add people one by one, and as long as it doesn't get totally out of hand, then maybe that'll be interesting. We could turn this into more of a group thing. Sound good?
Yes, sounds good.
Okay, great. So let's see. So just to remind everyone, please keep your hands up and P.S. just a fair warning ahead of time. As I add more people into the call, that will also allow me to, in the background, be continuing to send out notifications and Black Friday stuff to people, which I should be doing. So, but I will be here. So if I'm typing, it's not that I'm not ignoring you. I'm multitasking. Okay. So let's see. So we got Instagram. Okay, great. So everyone should see the hand icon at the bottom. So let me go live on Facebook. So I'm going to go live on Instagram. I'm going to explain what we're doing, and then Danny will be next up. Okay. I hope hopefully my internet I'm doing like 4 concurrent streams at the same time from one internet connection, so hopefully this is good. Okay.
Multitasking.
Yes, exactly. Hello. Okay, so
hello, how are you?
Hello. Good. So, all right. So we will jump in a second. Let me just explain to Instagram what I'm doing, and then we will hop straight into it. Okay. So, hello everyone on Instagram, and also those who are watching, still watching the live stream on YouTube and Facebook. So this is the Magic.me 2020 World Summit. You can learn more about it at magicmeet.com, MAGICKMEET.com, and we are having a State of the World conference on Zoom. So this is open to any current or previous students who have been part of my courses on magic.me. That we are all in a group Zoom call, and students are we're basically having a conference. So I'm live streaming, and I may occasionally take questions from Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook, but primarily we're interacting on Zoom. So if you would like to interact with us on Zoom, you are most welcome to join for free if you are a Magic.me student. If you are not a Magic.me student, you can become a Magic.me student at magic.me, magic.me, and then you can join us on the Zoom call. But otherwise, you can just watch for free. Okay. So the point of this conference is to talk to my students. I'm not going to be talking a whole lot. I just did too much of a rant just now. But the point is for us to, as a community, come together, fill each other in on what's been going on. I am listening as students let me know what 2020 has been like for them, what they're going through, how their life has changed. since the beginning of the year, what they've had to readjust. I'm also curious what role magic has played, if any, in the year for them, and what role they think that magic may play going forward. That doesn't just mean my courses. Obviously, it means magic in general, or just spirituality, religiosity, longing for transcendent experiences, whatever that happens to be in general. So this is a community event. It's for us to come together and check in with each other. And I will occasionally be jumping in, but mostly I'm just listening. That said, hopefully you should all be aware now that today is also the Black Friday sale at magic.me. So if you go to magic.me, magick.me, you can see we are currently offering our best deal of the year, or the best deal we will have all year. And that is a bundle deal on all of our mega courses, our cornerstone massive trainings. So in one bundle, you can get the Adept Initiative, the Alchemy of Chaos, and the Fortuna Working, which will give you everything you need to absolutely triumph in 2020 and beyond, mentally, physically, magically, spiritually, economically, financially. There's a ton of information in those courses about economic triumph and getting paid, getting lots of money, which you should know if you have been listening to my recent podcast, because people need it and will continue to need it as we go through this crisis. All together as a bundle, those courses are like close to 42% off. It says 30% off, but they're already discounted as a bundle. So when you add it all up, it's like 42% off. It's a really, really, really good deal. It's the best deal we're going to have all year. It is limited time only for Black Friday, so definitely hop on it. You can find that at magick.me, magick.me, and it is the complete magic.me intensives course if you click on that. Okay. So with that said, thank you for indulging me. Let's press on. So we have added Danny, and I guess, or maybe, I don't know if Daniel is still on the call. But Danny, if you want to go ahead and let us know what's happening, what's occurring.
Yeah, those courses, get those courses. They have been invaluable, absolutely invaluable in my life. I realize, like, as Daniel was talking, like, I get kind of nervous on these calls, and I'm just like sitting here doing some breathing, following my breath and just listening. And I realized, like, I wasn't even really listening to Daniel speak. I was like having this conversation in my head of like, I want to tell Jason of all this stuff that's been going on. And it's just another testament to like, there's just something that I learned to like be with people and to hear people and to see people as people. Like I had this tendency to just make everything and everyone a part of my story and a part of my, you know what I mean? And
that's perceptive of you. I think everyone does that to some extent, and it's when you step back and think about it, it's like, oh my God. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's crazy, and it has opened up my life in this very, very positive way. And I'm relating more to people, you know? Like I'm listening to Daniel talk about relating to people as I'm realizing that, oh man, I have this issue too of just seeing people as people. So yeah, of course, this has made me more compassionate, and it's made me a better adult, you know? But yeah, I guess, yeah. But I guess what's been going on in my life, I'm actually just finishing like the last sentence of like this first dream journal that I started when I started doing your 7-day supercharger class. And at that time, this was 2019, April 2019, I was like, you know, just like starting to experiment with chaos magic and trying to like do all of this chaos magic to like further my music career. And like, you know, like this was my intro to spirituality, right? I wanted to improve my life and I wanted to move things forward in a positive way. But looking back on that dream journal is really trippy, because I realized that through all of this interest in magic, it's really completely changed me as a person. Like I'm not really the same guy that I was back then. I am and I'm not, you know, like really through that course and through taking all these courses, it's just pushed me back into spirituality and getting in touch with that again. Since, I guess, not to brag, but like since starting to do that, it's less of a concern about furthering my music career and getting things and doing magic, and it's more of just like become this system of like working with broken parts of myself and like trying to repair me. And since doing this stuff, I've like been doing like talk therapy very regularly. I'm like 3 months sober now. I did the
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I did the Alchemy of Chaos course, and that was sort of when I realized, well, I did Adapt Initiative, and that was sort of one of the goals I was working on, was like trying to look at like, do I have a problem? And then like Alchemy of Chaos was sort of like, yeah, I've got this problem. And then through my work with that course, I started seeking support, and yeah, it's been. I'm not gonna say it's been easy and like some like roller coaster ride getting sober. It's been actually made things more difficult in a lot of ways, but it's good. It's the thing that I know I needed to do. And full circle, like getting sober, looking at my health, looking at these parts of myself that were like fucking my own self up. I realized that I'm coming full circle into like, oh, now I can further these career things, and now I can start looking at achieving, and using chaos magic to achieve these goals that I've had, So that's what, and that's not even getting into the fucking chaos of what 2020 has done to my life. That's just my life without any external stimuli,
Yeah, isn't that crazy how that works though? It's like that's why everyone gets into magic, and and the realization that you tend to have, it's like if you don't have something, the only thing standing in the way is you. So if so a couple things happen. One is that as you begin to experience more spirituality, your perspective on who you are changes, and therefore your goals change, right? And you become a different person, and so that can happen really disorientingly quickly.
Yeah.
The other is like, it's like, for instance, it's like if you're doing magic to further your music career, well, then the obvious, like water flows through the point of least resistance, right? So if magic is the same, it's like the obvious point of least resistance is that is the point that you have the most control over, which is yourself. So it's like, well, then what happens is a process initiates of you turning yourself into the person who is capable of doing that.
Yes.
So, anyways, I digress.
No, that's exactly it. And like I've heard you say that before, and it's made sense on like a on like an up here level, but it's starting to make sense more as like it was a necessity. Like I wouldn't have been able to achieve those things at the time as this version of myself right now, or maybe I would have, and maybe I'm selling myself short. But like right now, I'm way more capable of like speaking and getting in front of people and being more confident, and I wasn't that guy 2 years ago, I just wasn't.
You said you've been my student for a while. You've been taking classes for like 2 years now?
Yeah, 2 years.
And you have changed quite a lot, because I've interacted with you many times on office hours, and you have definitely become much more, not that you weren't before, but you've become very much more grounded, self-aware, present, healthy, and focused, and just clear, I think, and so I have watched a process of very rapid maturation with you. It has nothing to do with me, obviously. I'm just observing it. One of the really useful things about being, this was certainly the case back in the day before we could do it like this, but one of the very useful things about being in a magical group or order is that people always join those things expecting other people to give them the secrets or do work for them, but obviously they can't. But one of the things that is very useful is that you have people to witness your transformation.
Yeah.
And so
it's funny, like I've looked back on some of those videos and some of those like just questions I've had, and sometimes it has been kind of painful to see like, wow, you are struggling just to get words out, and you're struggling just to just to like relate to people, and I don't know.
You knew you were never struggling. But yeah, it's like growth is painful. Self observation is very painful. I mean, it's like that's why people don't like listening to their own voice when they hear recordings of their own voice. It's like it's very painful, and that's why people avoid it.
Yeah, so, and as a musician and as somebody who records themselves, I've noticed a change there. It's like there's a difference between what you hear in your head and what you hear back from the world, or from what is recorded, and it's a little scary sometimes. A little, it can be embarrassing, scary, unsatisfactory. It's like that's the real Dan. That's the version that people are actually seeing, not the one that's just writing the story all the time. A lot of the times those two things don't match up. Maybe they will eventually. Maybe that's another goal to work towards is seeing yourself for who you are. And I think meditation has helped with that quite a bit. The ability to sort of just to stand back from that noise. And those are some of my favorite moments in meditating. Is just it usually happens somewhere around 30-40 minutes where you realize that you can leave ... after thoughts and just wait and listen, because there's so much to hear.
Absolutely. Which is what I'm today is a good training exercise for myself, because I'm forcing myself to listen instead of incessantly yammer on as I usually do. So
that's why we're here, man. That's why we're here. We want to hear the yammers.
Well, that's office hours, so you're all welcome to hear me over a podcast. We got enough of it. We need to balance it out. But I appreciate it. So, tell you what, I'm going to step out for about 5 minutes because I need to work with team members here to email people to let them know that this is happening. I need to send an email out to all the other students who didn't. Right now, the only people who have been emailed are the ones that actually signed up on the page. So for the conference, so I should email out to all the existing Magic.me students. So that should take just a few minutes. In the meantime, tell you what, let's get a few people on the call and let's test out the kind of group format. So Daniel, if you want to jump back on the call, that would be great. And then maybe we can let's add a couple participants. Let's see who's got their hand up. If you guys just want to hang out and talk about deep stuff. Daniel, is Daniel still there? Did we lose Daniel? We might have lost him. Okay, so why don't I let on Yeshua and James, and please behave yourselves, because I'm going to walk to the other room. So I don't want to hear I don't want to see fires started when I come back. No, surely that would not happen. But so yeah, Yeshua and James, next one's in the list. Go ahead and jump on and join the team, and we'll try like 3, and then if we can get away with more than 3 without it like descending into Zoom, like just like calls getting like everyone's voice getting cut off, then we'll give it a shot. But in the meantime, go ahead. Yes. No pressure. Do we have Yeshua? Oh, Yeshua is not muted. Is still muted. So Yeshua, if you wanna unmute yourself, go ahead. Why don't we let Rick Robot on also, if you want to jump in. So we should have Rick, Danny, and James at this point. Yeah, there you go.
All right, hello.
What is the meaning of life? Discuss.
40, perfect timing. Danny, I know you were saying something about sobriety, that you're 3 months now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely been a big part of my journey over the say about like 2 months now.
Hey, congrats.
What are we in? Math's not my strong suit. But you've been a student for a while. You have chaos and some of the other classes.
Yeah. I've done all the courses. I'm hooked.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. I mean, likewise. Yeah. But it's just interesting because I feel like what happened when I did Adept Initiative at the beginning of the year is like, okay, like I have this great framework to work from and something to aspire towards, and then the pandemic hit like a few weeks
shit.
later, and then all of that was gone.
Yeah. Weird timing, right?
Yeah. Like, I know there was supposed to be like a bit of a backlash, but I didn't think it was going to hit that hard.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, it could have been a lot worse though. And I emailed Jason about this a couple days ago. It was like, thanks for everything, because like I can only imagine what things could have looked like had I not started like taking life by the bootstraps a little bit more, you know, because it was already really difficult. Even having taken the Adept initiative and starting to work on spiritual stuff and meditating, like I was still struggling with like just a lot of, you know, depression and alcohol abuse and smoking weed all like every day, all day. And and fortunately though, that's my only two real vices, although they are fucking real like time wasters for me. But had I not done that, like that pandemic would have been worse. Like I would have been probably drinking way more than I already was, and it just would have been really bad. So it really has been a blessing.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me there, and I think it's a thing that gets lost in culture today, which I feel like once you start getting really dedicated to spiritual practice, you see this more and more, is that like everybody thinks of addiction as like this one drug, like somebody is a cocaine addict or a heroin addict. And while some people do go that route, there are plenty of people out there who have a drugs problem. Like it's the act of dissociating in whatever method is available.
Absolutely.
And that's kind of what I started to find myself in towards the end. Like I had started Alchemy of Chaos right about when that became a thing, and then, you know, getting caught up in the pandemic. I'm a personal trainer, so with the gyms shut down and all this, like I've known that I wanted to go into business for myself, and I've known that the industry was heading online, but it was what everything locked down and all of just the fear mongering around us. It became so easy to just like, well, you know, I'll just wait. It's going to be a couple weeks. I'll wait a couple weeks, and then we'll get back on track.
Yeah, what else is there to do, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's not even like and it's in everything. Like I don't know if you have this experience, but it's not even like substances for me. It's like it's the relationship with them, and it's that same relationship that I carry into everything else in my life. It's like it's all the same pattern, and you know, and I am like a very black and white thinker. So like for me, it was like it's always a struggle between like, should I be completely sober or should I be completely fucked up all the time? And it just so happens that right now in my life, like being completely sober is sort of the only way I can see this working. And that might change, I don't know, but like it's that's sort of my relationship with everything. Is like it's either this or it's either that. Like
well, and that's you know, that's where a lot of people get lost, because like you know, we're all spiritually minded people. We all will like, or at least in my experience, we all tend to be like, oh well, you know, psychedelics, you learn the secrets of the universe and it peels back the layers and all this stuff. But it's like, how many times do you need to go to the well?
Right.
You know, like that. And that's a thing that, you know, people get so lost in trying to, you know, this is what's going to fix it. This is what's going to show me where I need to get to. It's like, no, you need to be here right now.
Right.
And I feel like the same thing starts to happen when people get too caught up in, you know, the more esoteric elements of magic. Yes, all of this stuff has a history and serves a purpose, but you also have to, that's what I loved about Alchemy of Chaos once I recorded, but you also have to have like baseline back against the wall preparations in place.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have that strong foundation.
Yeah.
And that, I definitely lacked that. I lacked foundation. You know, I lacked the ability to sit and listen, sit and let other people talk, let other people be who they are. You know, it's not inherent to everyone. I don't think. You know, it's definitely a learned skill. Maybe some people just like are naturally spiritual, or they naturally like are more, you know, more present, I guess. But it wasn't me. Like I needed the help. I needed the work.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like, have you gone into Taoism at all?
Not much. I
Like
know a
the
little bit about it. Like I'm heavy into the Golden Dawn reading right now. So like they touch on that a little bit, but I don't know
Okay.
a ton about it.
So there's a line in the Tao Te Ching, which it's the way that I've read through it a couple of times, because each little like chapter of it is like, it's just a almost like a prose poetry, and it's
Yeah.
just something to think about for the day. And one of the things they talk about is that, like, the sage spends his life trying to find the Tao and get in touch with it, where the average person is already in touch with it. They're already the Tao without knowing what the Tao is, or knowing what they just go off of that. They just follow the way.
They don't get
And
stuck. They don't get stuck in the game or the figuring out why the game is played the way it is. Or yeah, that's a weird place to be. But I don't know which one's
Sure.
better. I mean, it seems like one is asleep and one is awake. I mean, that's the conclusion that I see in my head, but that might be completely wrong. You know what I mean?
If I may jump in, I'm Danny, and
Yeah.
interested in what you're saying, and,
Yeah.
and share some similarities or just crossover with your stories from the little bit you've shared. But something interesting that happened was that when I very first began, which was with Golden Dawn stuff, and started doing Middle Pillar, from day one, I just stopped drinking at the time.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even like an intentional goal, but something about it seemed so cleansing and balancing that it was kind of like, this is important and it needs your full attention.
Yeah.
And was sober for like 60 days, but then curiously, as magic continued to sort of reveal itself and open up and unravel in a
Yeah.
good and somewhat frightening way, I think that I then almost like went back and was like numbing what was happening with magic with alcohol, because it was kind of freaking me out for a time. I mean,
Yeah.
and I am now not drinking again, thankfully. But I don't know. Have you experienced anything similar to that, where what was happening for you with magic was good, but actually kind of frightening in a sense that you're like, oh shit, what did I just open up here?
Yeah, totally. It felt like, it definitely felt like opening doors that I wasn't going to be able to close, And I had a similar experience too with, like, it wasn't so much like I was getting results or seeing results, but I think it was just starting to like make this map. Like, that's what I feel like, like the Golden Dawn thing for me just feels like I'm learning how to see this picture in this certain way that sort of is a reflection of myself. And that reflection gets more and more vivid, and I think that's the scary part for me. And then I did the same thing you did, was like started to feel like I've got this, like I can really be the master of my world, and I can really be like super what's the word, like super present with every sip and super present with every hit. It's like I could be like the master of my own vices. And maybe, I don't know, that just it ended up getting me back into some trouble.
I've definitely gotten overwhelmed.
Yeah,
I've definitely had the experience of being like overwhelmed by, you peel back that layer and everything's coming at you at once. Like the one sensation that I had was almost this sense of being like a receiver tower, and just getting signals from so many places that I couldn't decipher where they were coming from, whether it was like people around me or other entities or other worlds or other things like that. And then it becomes this like, you get like drowned in it. Like that was the feeling that I was getting. And I kind of, I've had to definitely rein myself in a bit, but back to mostly regular scheduled programming now.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I just wanted to jump in on the whole sobriety over drinking type thing, because some magical practices sort of revealed some things about myself that I really didn't like, right? If that sort of makes sense. And I'm in the position now where I'm essentially forced to be sober. It's not out of any sort of moral compunction. It's literally a mental health thing.
Yeah.
So there were times I basically had some mental health issues that were being unaddressed, and that sort of got brought to the surface in a very real and practical way. So now I'm on psych meds, which is probably something that I should have been on for a while.
Yeah.
And it's sort of an enforced sobriety. I can't drink at all now, otherwise it interferes with those meds in very unpredictable and damaging ways. So I wouldn't say it was magic necessarily that like brought me around to those realizations, but it definitely revealed some things about myself that made those changes necessary in a lot of ways. So just some thoughts from the other side of essentially enforced sobriety.
You were with
yeah.
You did the Adept initiative, right? I think I remember.
Yeah. I was in Adept.
Did just out of curiosity, and you don't have to share if you don't want to, but was it through working with like the elements and stuff that revealed certain personality things to you?
So it was a much more natural and unpredictable process, I'd say.
Okay.
And I think it goes to the importance of foundations, right? I didn't have a strong foundation. So when I was doing these higher level magical operations, I think it was probably dangerous in ways that I didn't realize, right?
Yeah.
It's I guess the way I've sort of likened it now is if you're like doing high level athletics or acrobatics or some sort of, other dangerous physical activity without sort of knowing the foundational elements of who you are, how you respond in those situations. I just thought I did because I'd been sort of skipping steps the whole time, right? I've been jumping right up to that high octane stuff, and in a lot of other areas in my life, right? I'm putting myself under very intense pressure to accomplish things. So eventually, I think that's the metaphorical energetic system, right? Energy is released where there's, the greatest weakness, right? So it all kind of blows out, and my life sort of spiraled out of control for a little bit. So I'd say the advanced practices were not well supported by a foundation. So I didn't know certain things about myself. I didn't know certain things about magical practice. And those misconceptions I had about myself and who I was and what I thought about myself sort of slammed into reality, right? Ran up against the brick wall of reality.
Yeah.
So for the fact that it's like, hey, you need to be on meds, motherfucker. Like, get your shit together, right? Like, and it sort of took me away from a lot of what I view as sort of more, I don't know, pretentious or kind of masturbatory elements of magic, right? Where it's like, okay, so there's all this ritual stuff, but really, like, that stuff doesn't matter if you can't, like, sit down with yourself for 15 minutes a day and just sort of be comfortable with who you are as a person, or even your sort of natural existence, like what your essential nature is. Because that's actually pretty scary when you put it right down to it. If you don't like who you are, then that sort of points the way to, so those are some thoughts that you have about yourself that you need to address, like that you need to figure out how to resolve. Otherwise, you're just going to be driving yourself nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, I can relate to that for sure.
So that's sort of my thoughts on how that stuff worked out, because it wasn't like I did the elemental practices and then like some sort of spell happened. It was my life occurred and those practices stabilized, but also like pointed the way towards some some unaddressed problems in my life that I had to take some pretty radical steps to fix. Otherwise, I literally wouldn't have survived.
Yeah.
So I don't want to interrupt here. Let me just jump in real quick. I don't want to. You guys are going strong, but I just want to. There's a bunch of people asking on like Instagram Live, like what are we listening to? So because they can't see your guys' video. So I just want to say real quick. This is the live stream of the 2020 Magic.me World Summit. You can find more out about it at magicmeet.com, MAGICKMEET.com. We are doing a kind of a State of the Union, but it's not me talking. It's students discussing where they've been in 2020, how magic has played a role in this year for them, and how it can play a role going forward. So it's a big family event. You can find out more about it at that page, and we're going to be going for a while. We're going strong here. So and also it is Black Friday, so the greatest Black Friday deal ever is currently happening, and the best deal that I'm going to have all year. It is for all Magic.me mega courses in one bundle for close to 42% off when you add up the math. You can find out about it at magic.me, magick.me, and scroll down and click the link that says the complete magic.me intensives. That is our current Black Friday deal. The code is BF2020 to get 30% off, but we've already discounted it, so it adds up to like 42% off. But the code is BF2020, so check that out. Yes, okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Problem. Yeah, I hope that sort of answered your question that you had, Danny.
Yeah. I had a very similar situation where it was, and I like how you phrased it as it wasn't working with elements that pointed towards these things. Like it wasn't those rituals specifically, it was a natural evolution of your coming to see things about yourself that were getting in your way. And I can relate exactly with what you're saying with like just negative self-talk and stuff like that, where you're confronted with it directly by being alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think the other part was it was largely invisible to me as a person, right? I wasn't conscious that I was doing those things or thinking that way. And
Totally.
not only that, but I didn't know how to deal with any of it. So luckily I found my way practically to the things that helped me rather than just doing ritual. And so I've kind of not been following up on ritual practice a ton. I'm more just kind of like doing things in my life to make my life better. But yeah, and also I've become more interested in sort of like the eventual end game or end goal of magical practice. Like there's these people talking about enlightenment. And the more I see of it, I'm also like, well, if I'm going to pursue that, is that even actually desirable? Like, you know, do I want that of my life? Like, because a lot of them sound like people who've gone off the deep end. Like, you know, they essentially sound like acid casualties or you know, madmen.
Yeah.
But that's
Particularly
probably
me.
just because
Particularly me. My role as a teacher is to demonstrate what not to do. Sorry, continue.
But that's essentially it. Is like I'm trying to figure out sort of what's the most sustainable path to that goal, if it's even a desirable goal.
Well, something I would propose here, and everybody can discuss as they will, but the pursuit of enlightenment, like enlightenment, as I look at it, is kind of relative. You know, like I feel like in terms of pursuing your true will and trying to achieve things, enlightenment for one person on one path is going to look different from enlightenment for another person on another path. And then that acid casualty mindset that you're talking about is almost like that's where like state chasing, where you're just constantly trying to get that feeling of reaching enlightenment, but you don't know why you're doing it. And that's where I feel like it gets dangerous.
Yeah, and I'm
That
sort
makes
of
sense.
seeing people who've broke through the other side of that, where that state gets locked in, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Also, probably someone who's healthy and enlightened probably isn't going around saying they're enlightened. Like they're not.
Yeah.
In fact, they're going to be a very peaceful, centered, like probably quiet person. I don't know.
Maybe, or maybe not. I mean, example, John McAfee. I'll just, I don't want to, I'll just say this. It's like, let me just make a broader point, which is, what are enlightened people like? Answer, whatever they want to be like. So people have lots of preconceptions about what enlightened people are most like themselves, right? So it's like people have preconceptions about what enlightened people are like, and they just imagine these kind of like, that these people live in some type of airbrushed cloud, and that they're perfect saints and things like this. Well, not necessarily. And the question, well, one question, how do you define enlightenment? The second is, under what tradition was it? What's this person? But it's not just what is enlightenment, it's who is this person, because everyone is different. So it's kind of like, I guess my general point will simply be that you can't expect enlightened people to be like anything. And this is where I think people get into trouble, because they project idealized Hollywood images onto people. The whole like Yoda in Empire Strikes Back is such a brilliant demonstration of this. It's like in a lot of martial arts movies too. Like the whole sequence in Empire Strikes Back where Luke meets Yoda, and he's like, "You're the Jedi Master," and it's like, yeah, and that's a really important point to be made. Where it's there are quote unquote awakened people from all walks of lives, backgrounds, histories, cultural contexts, and they're all different. And there are similarities, but there's lots of differences too. And the reason that there's differences is because they're different people. And so the other thing and a more important point also is that they're human beings, right? Like lest I, it's like they're subject to all the same foibles and weirdness and shit that everyone else is. It's just that they're aware. And they're aware that they're aware, but that's the only thing. It's not like they're suddenly in a matrix of sainthood or something like that, that where all of their actions are now like perfected or something like that. Can you do that? Certainly, but that is work that is incurred outside of the enlightenment process itself. The enlightenment process is simply just becoming aware that you're aware. It's literally waking up. Beyond that, it does not imply any other personality characteristics or religious strictures or anything like this. And so this is the whole point of crazy wisdom in the Tibetan Hindu or actually Russian Orthodox traditions. The Russian Orthodox has a similar tradition. Rasputin was an example of that, where you have these enlightened people acting like total crazy fucks. Right, and just like doing the most insane things and just constantly going around breaking everything around them. And I don't recommend it, but there's lots of examples you can point to from history of that. Obviously, Adida and Chogyam Trungpa, we might say, maybe Crowley. It's like there's a Rasputin. There's a great tradition of that where people can just totally fuck with people's perceptions of what they think a spiritual person should be like. And there's a lot of wisdom you can get out of that, because there's nothing worse than mimicking the external trappings of what you think spirituality to be, rather than actually having the essential experience, which has nothing to do with any of that. It really doesn't. This is kind of like, it's not to be reductive, but this is kind of the whole point of the non-dual traditions. It's or maybe a better way to put it is, when you look at spiritual groups, and I promise this won't be long, I'm just interjecting here and there. When you look at spiritual groups, the what you are looking at, and like when you have like a sangha or a group following a teacher or something like this, what you tend to be looking at is people who are practicing awakening, but they don't actually want to do it. So instead what they're doing is formulating the same social games and hierarchies around being a halfway student. And that's where you get all of the, without actually having to do the scary thing. So they enjoy being a halfway student and then formulating, oh, I'm a halfway student, but I'm more halfway than that guy sitting next to me. That type of thing. And that's where people get obsessed with all the trappings and, have you read this book? Do you have that robe? What's your rings like? All that craziness. And it's just totally counterproductive and pointless. It's like, if you want to do that, like, become an Instagram influencer, you know, or don't, you know. It's just like, it's totally, and anyone who's been around spiritual groups will know exactly what I'm talking about. Trungpa wrote Cutting Through Spiritual Materialism about just this. Because the fundamental point of spirituality is to awaken from your dream. And that terrifies people, right? Because that implies not having the dream anymore, or the nightmare, right? But it means not being you anymore, you in the dream. So that's so vertiginous and frightening, or can be, that sometimes people just hang on for years in a halfway state. And then sometimes you get crazy wisdom teachers who are overly compassionate to the point where they just kick people off of cliffs. And, you know, you can study the history of spiritual groups in the 20th century to find out lots about that. But that's my only point, is that you don't you know, you need to leave your expectations at the door about, not just about what people are like on the path, or certainly awaken people, but what you will be like, or what it's like at all, because all those expectations will be destroyed and overturned at some point. I guarantee you, right? You get for all the people, let me just ask this, let me put it back to the floor, like, answer me this, or the people who are currently on the call, like, your experience of the path of spirituality, magic, whatever, like, how much overlap, percentage-wise, does that have with what you've read about it?
It's basically just a technical manual, largely. That's sort of been my experience of it. It's not the territory.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I think that it is exactly that. The way that I relate it to is, I went to college for music. Specifically jazz, and one thing that jazz majors hated were textbooks on jazz, because the teachers that taught us about jazz weren't jazz musicians that read jazz textbooks, and they would speak to us like, well, they know more technical information. It's like, yeah, but I just did a 4-hour gig last night, and, you know, it's like, that's where it's at. And one thing that I wanted to talk about just a second ago in terms of spiritual teachers that a lot of people get like really hung up on is, I've learned that it's
Thank you.
I don't know.
I think his video stalled.
gonna have something that you disagree with, so it's better to be your own guru at the end of the day. But that's something I just wanted to say.
Well, it's not like you have a choice either. I mean, it's that you're always alone with your, you know. It's like, but that said, I mean, it's like, it's really helpful. There's lots of skills in life. In fact, most skills in life you actually cannot learn yourself.
Yeah.
You have to at some point be around somebody who can just like orient you to how it's done. I mean, I'm sure you would agree with music, but ultimately all they can do is like get you on the right path. They can't like do it for you. You know, but you wouldn't be able to even get on the path without that person. So I think it's kind of like that for learning anything, and also spirituality. But at a certain point, it's not like, you know, it's like, I'm sure that, you know, it's like, one of the things with spirituality is they always emulate the person. They're not always, but they often emulate the person they're learning from. It's like, well, that person's just some other fucked up guy, you know. So it's, you know, at a certain point, one either it realizes that one is alone with themselves, or they're thrown back on themselves, and they, at some point you have to get the point that it is about becoming more like yourself. You know, but that said, I mean, you got to have somebody to show you the ropes, otherwise it's you can just come up with, you end up with kind of trying to do the thing that I always used to do as a kid, which is put together. Like I used to be into like model airplanes and things like that when I was a kid, and I would always do the very male thing of trying to put them together without instructions. And then it would just be like they would just destroy them. They would like have airplane glue all over them, and like you couldn't fix them, and it was a mess. So that, and I think to what the other person said about technical manuals. I mean, at best, that's what this stuff is, and that's what I strive to make Magic.me. It's like a technical instruction. It's not like I don't try to push a lifestyle or a type of personality cult or a type of person to be. I just try to give people the technical info. So,
well, if I can jump in, I like the way that you've taught things from a foundational level. Like we were talking earlier about having a strong foundation with Magic, and not having that is a real easy way to have blowouts, especially if there's substances involved. And like going through your courses, and also now to go through Golden Dawn stuff, like the Golden Dawn stuff, for the most part, doesn't make any sense to me while I'm reading it. Like every once in a while, I'll have little glimpses of like, oh, I can see how these patterns make sense. So all I'll say is that like without having any of those foundations, I don't know how you'd even get through those kinds of books with any sort of success at all.
Well, there is with the Golden Dawn specifically. You can with the Golden Dawn specifically, you can just do the rituals and have the experience, and that will help. Yeah, and you can continue that over many years, and then it will over time unlock. But like I learned the Golden Dawn system very, very, very well, and I never joined any Golden Dawn order. All of my friends were chaos magicians who knew nothing about it.
Non-dual Vedanthic text.
And I did have help with non-dual Vedantic stuff for sure. That is tricky, but the great thing about Magic is that it includes DIY rituals, which you can kind of do and get the vibe yourself. You can do the ritual, have the experience, and then with your record, you're like, okay, well, what was that? And then invariably, you'll look back at the actual ritual and compare your experience to it, and be like, what the hell do these two things have to do with each other? But I digress.
Jason, you posed early on. Pardon me. Go ahead.
Oh, no, after you.
Well, I was about to change the subject and say what everybody was thinking about 2021, or because no one's really spoken to that yet.
Great. Oh, thank you. Wait. That's perfect. It's a perfect segue. Before we hold that for 1 second, before we jump into that, which we definitely should right now. How many people are currently talking? How many people do we have live conversing?
I'm paying attention. I'm not talking yet. I typed because I thought what I said was simple enough to appreciate. A shitty practice is more helpful to me than an elaborate kind of system of thinking and stories and like details that I'm okay omitting.
Okay, great. So we have you. We have at least 3, 4 people. Like, how many people are actively interacting or speaking right now?
So there's me.
1, 2, 3. I think 4 or 5.
5. Okay, great. Why don't we? I'm going to do something very bold here. So what was the name? So the person who just said, let's go to 2021, what was your name again real quick so I make sure to remember it?
Yeshua.
You're Yeshua. Oh, great. Okay, great. Okay, so let's do this. Why don't we just open it up? How many people have their hands up? Let me look. 1, 2, 3. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9 people. So I'm just going to open the floor up to everyone who has their hand up. So we're going to have 9 people interacting. If this turns into a total clusterfuck, I will peel it back. So what we want to avoid is people talking over each other. And I will assist by not talking unless necessary. So let's see if we can get away with it. So just I'll just ask everyone to be mindful about not talking over each other, and you guys can, and also the people that I think the best way we can do this is, 1, if people are mindful not to talk over each other, but also 2nd, people are mindful about not monopolizing the floor for like an inordinate amount of time, and just are aware of that they're having a conversation with other people, and to have some healthy back and forth here. So let's see if we can do it. And if not, that's okay. It's just the limitations of the Zoom platform, and then we'll figure out a better way to go forward. But with that said, let's do a round table with all of our illustrious celebrity panelists. We are sitting here with the great enlightened adepts of the Hermetic Order of Magic.me. So this is a rare and refined company to be in, everyone, and for everyone watching. This is a great and rare opportunity to interact with true illuminated adepts of the Hermetic arts. You don't even have to go to a high Himalayan mountain. I'm of course not talking about myself. I'm just a guy who duct tapes things together. For instance, my car, I currently have my if you're on Instagram, you're watching a phone that I have duct taped to my computer screen. I am currently freezing. I'm just the janitor here. And not a very good one at that because I duct tape things. But these are the adepts here, so they're gonna speak. And so let's make the question. So I will say I'll do this. I will pick up the wand of authority to this extent, which is that I will be the panel moderator, but I will not be a participant. So, but I will say, just shouting out before we start to everyone watching live stream on Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube. If you would like to join, this call is open for participation to all students of Magic.me. You can find out more at magicmeet.com, MAGICKMEET.com. And if you are P.S., if you are a current or past student of Magic.me at any time, check your inbox, your mail inbox, because we've sent you an email already with login details. Even if you did not directly sign up for this, if you're a student, we've sent you login details so you can join. So hop in. Everyone else, you are welcome to become a student. It is also currently our best ever Black Friday deal. If you go to magic.me and click the complete magic.me intensives, we're offering like a total of 42% off all of our if you bundle all of our mega courses, which is literally one of the best, if not the best, publicly available magical training systems in the world right now, and we'll give you everything you need to absolutely triumph in 2021 and beyond. And I was out of the room, but I heard people were agreeing, so I appreciate that. Thank you. So you can take it not from me, but from the students. So check out that deal. That's at magic.me, and you can find out about this at the names kind of sound similar. So the Black Friday deal is at magic.me, magic.me. It is called the Complete Magic.me Intensives. If you scroll down, info on this call is at magicmeet.com. I didn't think ahead because they sound similar when you say them, but it's just the URL is just magic, magickmeet.com. Then you can find out more about this. Okay, so that's it for me. And then so that said, I will retain moderator authority and moderator privileges just to keep this moving, but I will not jump in. So the question is, Yeshua, please restate the question. I think it was how magic can play a role in 2021.
Oh yeah, and I was just restating your question to begin with. But it was basically, what is everyone's thought on what 2021 may be like? I guess I'll just and how does magic play a role in that, both for you personally and in our country and globally?
Perfect. So it's what do you think 2021 is going to be like, and what role can magic play in that and the world, or what role will it play? Perfect question. I am all ears.
Good. Do you have at it? Kick this off.
Go ahead.
For it.
So, for me personally, in my magic practice, I've been getting a lot of apocalyptic imagery, and not necessarily in the sort of like big budget disaster movie sense, but the lifting of the veil sense. I think with the pandemic, we saw a lot of veils lifted on the structures of our society, how we relate with each other, that sort of thing. And that's made me sort of personally decide that I need to have some chat with some angels about this, especially after reading Jason's book and started receiving some interesting dreams as well. So I think I'm going to try and build my own Enochian table, get my foundation really solid before I start doing that and get some records together. Because I think things are going to keep getting weirder, especially as like computational technologies continue to get better, and now that we're sort of relating to each other in this very remote fashion. So I think everybody's going to get pretty isolated, even just from a societal level as like the structures change. Because I don't think a lot of companies are going to go back to the old models of having people come into offices. And a lot of people are going to have to be more self-motivated in their employment. So I think that's really going to reveal some strengths and weaknesses in the United States, but also just how the United States relates to the world. And so I'm sort of interested what our sort of cultural mythology has to say about that. So that's why I'm going to try and talk to some angels.
We'll see you in a year when your Enochian furniture is done.
Let me, sorry, I apologize. I'm going to have to jump in one more time. The Instagram live call, Instagram is currently letting me know that they're going to cut me off in about a minute and a half. So I guess they cut it off at like 2 hours or something. So I'm going to stop the Instagram live at that point and then restart it. So just watch my Instagram and then we'll have to go back live with a second stream, but I will do it right away. So that's in about a minute and 20 seconds. Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
If I could jump in
I would like
and say
to-
something really quick.
Go ahead.
If you get your Enochian furniture built and you ever need a ritual, if you ever get tired of Enochian magic, I wrote a ritual to evoke all of the angels on the tabula racensa all in one operation that uses all the calls, one right after another. If your day is ever too boring.
Whoa, did you do it?
Yeah, I did it every day for 2 months during quarantine.
What happened? You should talk to Cliff. You guys go hard on this stuff. What happened?
Oh my gosh, I'll try to make it as short as possible. I left the OTO. I became a Freemason. I only started reading like the Bhagavad Gita and the Advaita Vedanta books because that was the only thing that ended up quenching my thirst. I left Crowley as a mentor for someone like Shankaracharya or Swami Sarvapriyananda and Swami Vivekananda, because that's, after doing so much Enochian magic, that was like the only thing that I could find that would ever be compatible with that kind of vibration.
I had a similar experience. Like I got very much into Hindu practice as well. But I'm not going to try and blow the tires off of my car yet. So thanks for the feedback.
Yeah, I kind of blow my tires out on the first day and then put them back on. So
I had the exact same experience, so I'm fascinated to. We should at some point. We should talk about. Maybe we can have Cliff on at some point because I think he's on the call. We have like an Enochian roundtable, but in the meantime, because I am interested. So in the meantime, I'm rebooting Instagram and back to 2021, so we don't get off, because we talk about Enochian, we're talking for like 18,000 hours. But I'm fascinated by your experience, and it's interesting because it sounds like multiple people, including myself, had basically the same segue experience from Enochian to non-dual. Because literally, it's like, Enochian will boot you up into the enlightenment experience from the Western tradition, but once you're there, the Western tradition is like, all right, have fun. Hopefully your phone's charged and you can call Uber, because we don't know what the fuck to do with you now. And
I'm also extremely interested in seeing how technology and pharmaceuticals interact with this. Like, I think we're going to get some weird AI Buddhas going on, and they're going to tell us how we're fucking up.
Don't mind me.
Exists. There are apps that are like, tell me how you're feeling today. You should do some mindfulness practice today.
I would just like to say, I think it's really good that all the students, at least that are speaking to each other so far, I think it's really good that we're doing this as a group right now, because in the office hours, it's a lot of just kind of back and forth, one-on-one with Jason, and I would really like to see more of this kind of thing where we get talking to each other so that it's more of a community-based thing, and it's not just us and the teacher separated.
I agree. This is going well.
Thing.
This is going even with a lot of people. This is going better than I thought it would. So I will. This is good. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, research and development. So definitely noted.
It's a good test run.
So what's everybody else doing to get ready for 2021?
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of like that right now. I have these big ambitions, but I'm
like saving money.
Yeah.
Not getting my hopes up.
Yeah. Well, if you don't have any attachment to any kind of outcome, then the only suffering that can occur is that which you impose upon yourself. So just expect nothing, and then everything good that might happen is just a complete blessing. So
that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I find myself kind of continually striving for those outcomes, and I think that's just a lot of work I need to put into who I think I am and why I desire these outcomes, and why I'm repeating certain patterns. And it seems like that's just a matter of time and practice.
Yeah. Sounds like some good old ego work.
For me, I feel like 2020 was more of a foundation, and 2021 is growing from there, is adding the next layer, just adding and building and getting better at everything that I learned last year.
Heather's back. Hello. Nice to see you.
Hi. You too.
How was your have you recovered from the Adept initiative?
Yeah, I observed a lot of it. I want to go through it again because school's been a little intense. So if you remember from Adept, most of my focus is on academia. Mm-hmm. I'm taking 3 big classes this semester, and I'm working, and I took on a paper with another school. So that's all of my time, which is why 2021 is going to be building off of everything that I learned in Adept.
That's great. That's excellent. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're keeping busy also, because it's and you have work.
Yeah. Oddly, I'm busier now than I was in 2019. Like, whenever we hit lockdown, everything for me just ramped up and sped up, and I had more to do.
Excellent. And so what do you think is going to happen in 2021?
I think we're going to see a lot of good things, and we're going to see a lot of bad things. I think people who have put in a little bit of work already and who are aware of themselves and the environment that we're in right now, we're going to do okay. All y'all are probably going to do okay. People who have businesses online will be okay. Anyone who has some sense of self-sufficiency will take a hit but be fine. Most people aren't. I think we're going to see a lot of people going into hospitals, a lot of people dying at home because they don't seek medical care. A lot of people facing financial ruin, both abandoned houses and abandoned schools. I think we're going to see a big divide, and we're going to see new opportunities for leadership and for growth. And we kind of have to hope that we have enough of those people who are doing the leadership and the growth to guide the people who don't have enough self-awareness to guide themselves.
So what do you think the divide will be along?
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, wait, let Heather finish first, and then.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think it'll be partially economical. People who have made a lot of money in the past tend to, and this isn't like a solid line, but tend to be a little bit more self-driven. I think it's people who are just self-possessed, who have a vision, who want the future to be better, and who see ways to make it happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in one group and not very many in the other.
yeah. And there's a lot of uncertainty because it can go, realistically, it can go one of two ways. Either these people with vision can step up and people will be like, oh, these things are good ideas. Or we devolve into the bad kind of chaos.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Danny, now you can jump in.
Yeah, I agree with Heather. I think to me it seems like the divide is whether or not you feel anger about the current circumstances or you can adapt, right? Like formerly I was a teacher and I made a living full-time teaching, and I know a lot of like really angry teachers who refuse to adapt to this online teaching and stuff like that.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Sorry, I need to remove myself as a participant. I'm just, hopefully I can prompt from home.
I know a lot of people who are, and including myself when this first started, who were completely angered by the fact that they couldn't go back to work, and then now they had to learn how to teach online. And oddly enough, I had already had some experience teaching online, and I'm young enough to know that that's sort of the world. And anyway, that's what I see the divide. It's like I know a lot of really angry people who refuse to accept that this is even happening and are expecting things to go back to normal. And I know a lot of people who are sort of embracing this as like, well, my life is torn apart, but I'm capable and I have the skills to adapt. So that's how I'm trying to look at it. I don't love it. I still feel angry that I don't have my old job, but like that's where I'm at.
Yeah, you can be angry and adapt too. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
I personally think that the divide is how people treat this time, whether they see it as everything's just going to complete shit and there's nothing that they can do and they can just spin out and go into the fetal position and hope that it all ends up okay, and they start binging movie after movie and slowly put day drinking into everything. Or people can see this as an opportunity for like exponential advancement. Now you have all this time to read books that you never got to do. You had time to go inward and meditate way more than you ever got to, or do the crazy Enochian rituals that you wouldn't be able to get to do in an otherwise normal life, because times aren't normal. Like, you'd be absolutely ridiculous to say that these are normal times, but I think because of that, you can, being mindful of that, you can take advantage of that.
I just want to point out, I've now had like multiple students like tell me that, like, I think you and Cliff and I think at least two, saying that they're spending all their time in lockdown doing Enochian, and like, you guys are fucking crazy. Like, what the fuck, man? Like shit isn't weird enough as it is. You know what I spend my time doing? Like freaking out about where to move and playing Metal Gear Solid 5 on the PlayStation. That's what I do, the great fucking wizard. Well, actually, it's almost all working on the site and making these courses, but in my downtime at least. But so.
Yeah, that was very much me, except it was cognitive behavioral therapy instead of Enochian.
Well, see, that's productive. These are you guys are doing productive stuff. That's good.
Yeah, you guys are doing Enochian, I'm doing OChem.
Whoa. Wow, a challenger has emerged. Like, that's even more intense. Like, what the hell? I remember all the OChem students when I was in college. My roommate was a Iranian rugby player in college, and he was an OChem student, and he just like, it's just like devoured. It's like the hardest thing possible. I think, at least it seemed like the hardest possible thing you could study when I was in college.
It's up there. It's better than calculus. I'll take OChem over calculus any day of the week.
OChem is fun.
So you guys are all much more advanced than me. Okay, I promise. Okay, I'm gonna step out again. I promise. I'm gonna stop interjecting.
So, two things that have helped me this year, aside from the practice, have been establishing some very strict boundaries for myself and my relationships and life in general, but also like doing some physical stuff. I started up some judo recently. What's everybody else doing, like, for their physical practices? What are people doing to keep fit or sane, I guess?
Trying to run as much as possible. Running helps. I started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu a month ago. I had to stop because my vehicle broke down and I couldn't make it there. So I'm working on getting a new vehicle now, but BJJ definitely helps. Any kind of martial art, I think, is beneficial at this time.
Yeah, especially now with like very uncertain times ahead of us. I started. I've done Muay Thai off and on over the years, but once gyms opened back up, I was like, I should probably get back on that because I don't know when I'm going to be able to practice this again.
You don't know when you're going to need it either.
What was that?
You don't know when you're going to need it either.
Exactly. Yeah. I live in Philadelphia, so that could be at any moment, at any time. But yeah, that's in terms of like the physical practice stuff. I'm a personal trainer, so that's been they talk. Danny mentioned teachers having to adapt, and I've seen with other trainers that I know because the thought leaders in the world of training have been saying like you have to start doing stuff online, and now we're in the situation where that's all we've got for a lot of us. You know, especially in major cities, there's no gyms open. And for myself, like, you know, as I've incorporated, you know, magic into my life and kind of balancing all areas, I've noticed that, you know, I was resistant to that as well because I gotten so attached to the gym and lifting weights and all this stuff. But when I had first started training for myself, before I was even a trainer, I had no equipment. I was doing home workouts. I would incorporate like little things here and there, so that I've been kind of forced to get back in touch with that. And that's kind of been my, you know, I'm laying the groundwork as 2020 is wrapping up here to start my own training business online and be able to, you know, kind of help people out who don't have, like, if I know enough about the gym where if you have equipment, I can help you in that regard. And if you don't have it, well, here's what we can do. So that's been, that's where my shift is starting to happen, trying to lay the foundation now. So going pretty well.
There's these exercises that you can do every day. They're called like the Tibetan Sacred Rites of Rejuvenation. They're only like 5 stretches that you can do every day. That's something to definitely look into, because if you don't want to memorize an entire Hatha Yoga sequence, then you can just do those 5 stretches as soon as you get up and before you go to bed, and that should keep everything nice and limber and stretched. Because I'm not even a person that buys into the whole like 30-minute or hour yoga routine, because like not every stretch is going to be for me, because there are some stretches where I'm like, yeah, I got that one, I don't want to do this one for the next 2 minutes. So it's physical exercise has definitely been something that a lot of us have to tackle, especially if you sit in a chair all day and you're teaching online classes. You're going to go insane if that's all you do, so you have to do something. Walking has also definitely been a thing for me too. I've walked around my entire apartment complex like 1,000 times, like a crazy person probably, just because there's about fuck else to do. So
you know, and especially what you're saying about time, like that seems to be, you know, like there does seem to be this sort of system-wide like shift away from people taking care of themselves as much as possible. Like the way people are working from home now, like the demands that are being put on people, because now where are you going to go? What do you need to do? Everything's right here, right? So everybody I know who works an office job is now working like 10-hour days, and they don't eat, and they don't really move, and it's literally get out of bed, crawl up like this in front of your computer, then curl up in bed like this, and
when 7 or 8 o'clock rolls around, you get a glass of wine, or you get some bourbon, or every night, like 2 or 3 drinks. That takes a toll too.
That very much happened to me in the middle of the year. I was almost one of those casualties that we were talking about earlier of you know, the deaths not necessarily from the pandemic, but from people in social isolation and not being able to communicate with each other or have sort of meaningful relationships. You get lost in your ambitions and your work, and like I said, you know, it's 10, 12, 16-hour days. Go to sleep, don't eat through any of that, and it's no way to live. That's why I set up some very firm boundaries.
Good.
I think that's incredibly important. I'm like here trying to finish my PhD and it's very difficult to do it in total isolation like that.
What's your PhD in?
I'm doing it in computational biology. I use machine learning and statistical methods on neurodegenerative disease. I work in ALS.
We should be friends.
Yeah, I was saying, like, I don't work in chemistry. Like, I'll talk to you about that. It's been a long time since I've done it, but it's so much fun.
That's awesome. What drew you to get into that?
Oh, I think it was like, it's just such a funny thing because I kind of found all of your courses like towards the end, but at the beginning, I think it was very like intuitively driven. Like I always knew that I really liked biology, and I was kind of validated externally, like, oh, you're smart, like you should do that. And I kind of just kept following my passion and was rewarded like every step of the way by the world at large, like with funding and all these other things. And yeah, that kind of just led me to this part.
That's great. Can you talk about how you have juggled being in the hard sciences with being interested in magic, and if those things go together for you, or if you have to compartmentalize your brain in a sense, or dealing with other people's views on your interests in any of that?
I think it's funny because I definitely can't talk about it openly, but there are ways that the messaging gets through, like, that I think people resonate with more than you would think, like among scientists. Like I was walking with my advisor the other day, like we went out on a walk, and I told her that, I'm like, oh yeah, like I'm constantly affected by the moon. And she's just like, what are you, like, she's like, she actually believed me because she knows that I'm like a good, rigorous scientist. And I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm totally affected by the moon. She's like, well, she studies epigenetic remodeling in mammary tissues after pregnancy. And she's just like, well, maybe I should start doing experiments on mice, like taking into account the moon cycle. And it was funny. Like it became kind of like a flippant exchange. But I think that there's a lot of very spiritual people in science.
Can I weigh on that a bit?
Huh?
Can I weigh on that a bit? Because I agree exactly what you're saying. I'm also in academia, and once you start realizing that every different field, when it's close to the edge of knowledge, there aren't that many established things that people don't really know the answers. And physics is also a very good example where people start to believe more in their internal systems rather than fact, because you don't. True science doesn't really get. It gets more questions than answers in the end, and people start to have their own sort of spirituality, even if it's a bit materialistic. And exactly like you said, they start to questioning things, but testing them and publishing them. This is where the problem's at.
Yeah. I agree, and I completely agree with what you're saying, and I think like even in the motivations, I feel like there's a lot more conversations that are coming through academia, because there's a lot of really feeling people, like they do it because they want to pursue science to help the world. So you already have a group of people. I think a lot of people, some people are very ego driven and just want the attainment and to be held up on some kind of pedestal for like being a smart scientist person. But I think when a lot of people are coming from the place of wanting to help, like we're seeing a lot of this being really, really aware of kind of like marginalized people and how science has been really predominantly like white and male. And so all these conversations are kind of percolating through, and it's kind of like asking science to sort of look beyond just the material binary experimental outcomes, and like how these experimental outcomes really affect how the world looks, right? Because like you as a person who generates knowledge have a huge effect on the kind of knowledge is assimilated into the culture. And so I think that scientists are starting to realize they have a responsibility in providing, like, we're providing you facts, like the things that we choose to look at and research are going to affect people's livelihoods. I know that's a little rambly, I'm sorry for that.
No, not at all.
You mind if I?
No, you're absolutely correct. Good points.
I just kind of wanted to riff on that a little bit, since I'm not a scientist, but I'm part of a technical field. It's sort of my impression from the exterior of the culture of science that basically, from my interpretation of what I've seen coming out of science culturally, is sort of this harsh materialism that doesn't like really give any credit to an internal life, right? To a subjective experience. So it's sort of seemed to be reductively presented to me through academia. It's like, okay, we're all these kind of like meat robots set in this deterministic machine that don't really have any agency. And so that after a while, I'm like, well, I just have to accept that. That's what reality is. But then it sort of turned into, well, what now? What do I do with that information? And I think it's driving a lot of people crazy, right? Like they don't have any subjective experience with these sort of grand truths that science is giving us, right? Like, because I think it's a huge mind blower to sort of come into like what he's talking about with physics, the sort of concept that there's not really a material separation between us and this grand mechanism that is the universe, right? Like we're all part of that, whether we think we're an individual or not. And experiencing that, I think, is sort of the height of the psychedelic experience. But I think those sort of experiences are being ignored and discounted by science instead of being studied, right? Does that sort of make sense?
I think it does make sense, and I think that one of the things that came to my mind when you were speaking about that is how, like, I noticed a lot of scientists have turned to it because they like to have control over so many things. Science is all about control, about controlling variables and making sure that you understand that all the perturbations that in your experiment are happening because of the perturbations you made, not because of some external factor. And so, like, there's a lot of overlap with magic in that, right? But I think that a lot of scientists develop like this pathology is that because they get so accustomed and comfortable controlling the variables in their experiments, they start to feel like they have that kind of power over the rest of their life always. But in reality, they're kind of like subject to like the greater musings of the world, right? And so you see a lot of people freak out in science because of that. They're just like, I'm so good at my job, why can't I be a great wife, or why can't I be this mom, or all these other roles that we want to play well? And it's like, because you're not working with people, right? Like, people aren't experiments, and other interpersonal relations aren't like things you can control the variables from, because like I think came up earlier in conversation, like everybody is their own individual, and like you're trying to impose your will on others like you would an experimental problem, and so people explode. You see a lot of like crazy personalities coming out in academia, I think, because of that.
Yeah, and I think there's a dichotomy between imposing your will on this experiment and like controlling and making this what you want it to be, or approaching it with curiosity. Like, if I try this, what's going to happen? I'd like for something like this to happen. What can I do to get that result? Which is also more conducive to better relationships and a better lifestyle. You approach it with curiosity about looking at the whole picture instead of, I'm going to look at this one tiny thing and control it to the nth degree.
Yeah.
So, do the two of you see that as like sort of a cultural shift that's occurring within the sciences, or is it still this kind of predominantly materialistic control mechanism?
I think it's predominantly a materialistic control mechanism. I think because that's just the funding structure that we exist within. We're constantly begging our government for money to do experiments. And so you have to provide results, right, to some degree. And because we're literally fighting to exist as a scientist, like our government doesn't really even support science anymore. So like, it's really difficult now. And that people who are remaining in academia are just like, I better love this because like the world hates me for doing it. So
yeah,
and there's also a positive publication bias. Only stuff that works gets published. So if you try something and it doesn't really work, well, you spend your money, you spend your time, and that's really, really a problem.
Well, just as a small footnote to that, I really hope that the arts and the sciences can kind of merge once again, right? Because they were sort of, I think, split apart by the Industrial Revolution. And I think we're sort of entering into a point in time where they can work together more harmoniously. Speaking as an artist myself, like I'm technical, but I'm not what I would call a scientist. And because I think if science can grab people in the way that the arts do, then I think it could be a very potent combination for shifting culture.
I think one of the great things about social media is that scientists are giving themselves a voice, so that there aren't paywalls, there's no mysterious, these people are doing these things behind ivory walls and no one can get access to the information that they're getting out of their experiments, where scientists are now going out, they're writing books, they're publishing their own papers, they're going past the paywalls and tweeting and writing articles and getting themselves out there so that a much broader audience can understand the research that's happening, and so that we can get a little bit more steam as a society with knowledge and understanding and curiosity. It's less of an exclusive environment now, and I think it's something that's taking time, but it's better. It means that people on the ground level of science have to do a little bit more work, but it means people can become more knowledgeable.
Yeah, it should be egalitarian. I also, about science being an art, I kind of want to like piggyback on what Victor was saying earlier, and it's just like when you're at that frontier, it is absolutely an art form because nobody knows, nobody has done it before, and it's as far as like insulating your mind and like your energy from other people's influences, because a bunch of people are thinking very hard about the same problem in a lot of these instances, and so it's you can start to feel yourself get clouded by a lot of other people's expectations as well, like the whole field. Like I feel like there's this group thought that happens in science.
It's like you plug in.
Yeah, and so sometimes like the best idea, I know, like I much prefer to code between the hours of like 3 and 6 o'clock in the morning. Like it's just easier for me. And so I'm trying to like
your practice to, do you use your practice to insulate to sort of attain that perspective?
Oh yeah, I have to like clear myself up before I like do. Well, I mean, some things I would say it depends on the type of thought. If it's a problem that I know I have to solve and I have to solve in a particular way, no, because that's just me going through like a protocol to do something. But if it's like, oh, I'm reading literature and I'm trying to engage in synthetic thought, like then I have to be, then it's kind of like it's a checking of like what fits in with my intuition of how the world works, and then like this paper, because you're constantly trying to be critical, right? And I think that it kind of helps, at least because you have to, in science, there's this, you have to very much preserve your voice, right? Because you're arguing with people all the time. You're constantly in conflict with other ideas. And so it's like if you have to make sure that you feel your knowledge is solid, right? Because other people are going to attack you. And so there is a level of protection in that exchange.
Yeah, there's very much something that I've had to deal with in my own artistic expression is sort of internally and externally generated barriers. So there's a lot of stuff that gets in my own way from myself, sort of like what you're talking about of, oh, well, just do the thing, right? Instead of worrying about how you think about yourself or what you think about the work.
That's so much of it. 100% agree.
Yep.
Agree. Yeah.
Hey, Jay, something I don't know, I haven't talked yet, so hi, but what you just touched on, Jay, is exactly where I'm at right now. And I'm trying to build up the courage to put my art online. And it's only because of COVID forcing me to be home for this many months that I'm even considering it, but I have so many internal ifs.
My only advice is that I can give that isn't specific technical stuff is just do it, right? Don't worry about what you think about it or what others will think about it. Like I got into a gallery showing just because I got out of my own way. So just do the thing.
Yeah, go ahead. As a musician, one of the ways that I still make a living is by playing on other people's records. I'm a session musician, so I have no idea to know if what I'm about to send them is good. So I can't send it to them and say, hey, is this good? And then pay me? You know, I just send it to them and then it better be good. So I have done a lot of reading into discernment as to whether or not something is good. And
bit of a pause there.
He's frozen.
He's frozen.
Okay, yeah, there we go. The best advice I could give is if you really, really dig it in your heart of hearts, then someone else is going to dig it. Like, as long as you love it and it inspires you, it is bound to inspire somebody else, you know?
Plus your criticisms are probably way more harsh than anyone else's. So
oh yeah, absolutely.
Most people will generally like what you're doing if you have any sort of quality control of your work.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting out of your own head and just making something physically manifest.
Whenever you start getting down on yourself or thinking that it's not good enough, just tell yourself, do the thing.
Do the thing.
Yeah, do the thing.
It's great.
Well, I don't know if you do you really care if people like it though? I mean, people are idiots, right? I mean, like...
I don't want to be faced with a lot of negative criticism, but, I mean, ideally the point is to actually make a little bit of money, so there's that too.
Well, I mean, if you view it as something like more of an iterative process, let's say that you do get negative criticism. Let's just say worst case scenario, right?
Yeah.
I mean, most of the time, I mean, just going on past that and continuing what you're doing, but iteratively, either changing it or just putting out more of it and not getting too attached to it. I mean, I'd hate to see you start and it's like, say you run into like 5 assholes, right? And, you hear these negative things and then you think, well, that's it. Maybe I shouldn't do it again,
Right.
So I'd be careful about caring much about the outcome of other people. I mean, this sounds romantic and maybe melodramatic, but maybe it should exist as its own entity just as it is. But exposure is still something that is good, without getting too hung up. I mean, because, I don't know, it seems to me that the best artists end up doing a lot of work. And even if you look at some of, I don't know who your heroes would be, but if you look at your heroes, often they have really bad work in many cases, and it's really just a few things that they've done that really make them amazing. I mean, at least in my experience with like the artists that I really appreciate, you can find a lot of terrible things that even great artists have done. So I don't know. I would be careful about, getting too upset if there was that worst case scenario, I mean, the process hopefully the process is like part of your life and it just makes your life better. And, it's about the process more than the product,
Yeah, I think that's really what it comes down to. It's just I'm so in it still that it's hard to see that, but clearly this is a growing experience.
Well, and all the things that I'm saying, from an outsider looking in, it's obviously very easy for me to say something like that to you, and you put your heart into it or whatever. So I'm sure it's not easy. I just wanted to jump in and mention that, because it's really a tragedy to have somebody start and just happen to get a few bad rolls of the dice where you run into people who, that's just not their taste. Because frankly, you're probably not going to have a tremendous amount of exposure at first. So your sample size of people is going to be it's going to be a few people. So. Right. Yeah.
Well, it's certainly in other kind of magical contexts, I've practiced turning those challenges into my best, motivation and my best manifestation drive. So it'd be a similar thing, if I can just switch that interpretation to that's got to make me stronger now. That's going to rev me up more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Can I jump in a little bit? I want to mention that being an artist myself, the only thing that you can really control is your intention. What you put out is what you get back. I think that's the basis of all magic in general, but especially when it comes down to art. There's so many details that go into art, how you hold your pencil, or I don't know what kind of art you do, but there is so many meticulous things getting into your art. So the intention that you are having during the creation of your whole process, that is getting into the whole canvas, and people will get that subconsciously into the system. They will merge with your art creation. And in the beginning, it's like building a farm, you know. You're building a farm, and you can't control the weather, which is like the people, you know, they come and go. In the beginning, you have a small little farm. After a while, your farm gets a little bit bigger. You can get more of that wind, more of that rain, you know, and then yeah, you have to trust the process also. So it's kind of like the moon card, you know. It's you have to trust that your intention, as pure as it is, that the light will shine to the corners of the universe, and that way you made that small little dent in the universe. You can't try to create something good, because good is just defined by the ego, which is by definition an error of thinking, because you are a whole complex being. And I'm still struggling with it, so that's why I'm saying it, because I think I had to say it also for myself, but I think it will resonate. So yeah.
Thank you. I hope you play this back and listen to it for yourself.
For sure.
But what you just said about something being good has been something that I've been dealing a lot with in my writing. I find that when I'm getting stuck, it's because I'm trying to make something I'm trying to write something that's better than I can write, which is in itself is an impossible task. I'm like, oh, I want this to be good. I want this to be, you know, I want this to be, you know, something incredible, something better than I can write. But you can't do that. It's just you kind of have to answer do what you do, and then your, you know, brush strokes, whether they be literal or, you know, figurative, your self will come through the art.
Yeah, I can really relate to that. It's sort of the trap of perfection, right? You don't even get started because you're trying to do something better than you're capable of instead of doing the thing.
Yeah. That's me. I struggle to actually do the things I want to do because I'm so afraid of not being good enough. So listening to all of this is really great for me, and I want to thank all of you for your input, because I'm sitting here going, this is me. And my job is actually to get other artists' work and telling them constantly, you know, do the work, you know, forget about what you want other people to be your work. Just go in, work hard, and focus on the material. But yet myself, I'm completely conflicted, and I think I'm just so afraid of it's a self-esteem issue as well. So I'm just very, very afraid of not living up to this ideal that I have. So that's it.
So,
sorry.
Do you mind if I talk to you a little bit about that? Because I think I'm sort of on the other side of that, and I might be able to give you a little bit of perspective.
Thank you.
Those expectations that you're setting for yourself are imaginary, right? That doesn't mean that they're not real. It just means that they're set by you, and you can't figure out a way to change them or see that they're not real, right? That they're not literal. So I'd ask yourself the question, you know, why are you afraid, and why do you have those expectations of yourself? Because ultimately they're set by you, right? If you think they're being set by other people, you can't control that, and you probably haven't talked to them about it. And if you do, you'll find out one way or another if they have those expectations. So it sounds like your expectations are self-generated. So I would ask yourself, why are you afraid? And why do you have those expectations of yourself? Because they're probably, one, unrealistic, and two, extremely harsh and unfair.
Yeah, I'm very hard on myself.
Yeah, I've been there literally and life-threateningly. So give yourself a little bit of credit. Give yourself a little bit of grace and dignity, right? Because the best example I've heard of it is, would you treat a dog the way you're treating yourself right now?
No.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't treat anybody the way you're treating yourself right now, right?
No.
So why are you treating yourself like that? And once you find that out, you'll have a direction to go, right?
Can I jump in with that?
Please. Thank you.
Me myself, so we kind of started with how will we doing magic in 2021 and how will it help you? And it ties into that because the way I'm doing magic right now is to, it's very weird. So, and it's kind of not like 100% magic that me teaching, but I suppose it gets into that whenever I am, for example, faced with an expectation, right? How it comes up is it's an anxiety feeling. It's a feeling in my stomach. It's a squeezing feeling. It's a feeling of discomfort. And the only thing that I could do is just sit with it, sit through it, and paint from there, or create music from there. Now, on the other side, being an intellectual person, by that I mean, like, I do computer stuff and I'm a data scientist. I'm probably going to pursue a bachelor degree in physics. My mind gets activated and I start to think and I start to like get reasons out why I shouldn't be doing this, why it's not perfect. And in my case, it ties into my past. For example, my parents never gave me really like any like you did well. So it could be very well be very deep in your soul. But the only thing for me that really, really works is to see the dishonoring of your feeling at that particular moment as a marker to push further, to do it anyway, like Jay said. But it must be done not to get away from the feeling, but to honor the feeling. And that's how I would define what grace would be. Grace, if you would be able to define it anyhow, it's to be able to respond to a non-loving thing around us with love. And it ties into emotional accountability, to be able to have your accounts done when it comes down to I'm feeling like this in this situation, I'm feeling like that in that situation. I am responding or reacting to these things or these thoughts or these interactions in such and such a way. And just by noticing these, they get a small little anchor point in our consciousness, meaning that the next time when they come around, you can respond with self-love. And for me, at least, that gets expressed in art or in staying in the room, for example. Like instead of creating a drama or getting out on the street or writing a bad mail or starting a social media warfare, I just sit with this feeling and I really start to contemplate why is this coming up and really caress that. And then through magic, in this dark moment of feeling, because it feels really as if a void is emerging in front of me. I merge with this dark void, and in this darkness, a light comes out, and I see this potential again, and then love comes around. So it's not, for me, it's not really about giving yourself credit. That would be to escape the feeling. It's really about sitting with that feeling. Because the feeling will be there anyhow. It's in your body, somehow compartmentalized. It's stored in your body. It wants to be expressed somehow. So, in my belief, it's dishonoring to try to push that down into in an attempt to escape it. Now, I don't know if that makes sense, but to me, that's how I have spent COVID, and how I'm trying to spend 2021. To really get that emotional accountability straight.
I would completely agree to put a little button on that. The pain and anxiety that you're feeling in those moments is an indicator that something's unresolved, right?
Absolutely.
And it's an injury, right? In one fashion or another, an injury that you're doing yourself or that you received at some point. And I think it's an indicator that you need to heal that. Right, to do something for yourself to lessen that pain or resolve that pain, because Yeah, and to do so in sort of a safe and healthy manner, to, express and process those feelings.
Yep.
In a way that will help you get past the pain, not to ignore it or repress it.
Yep, absolutely. And it's really, for me, it's not even about getting away anymore from that feeling, but to feel the ecstasy of suffering. So sounds so Christian, and I know, but there is a kind of, it's an indicator of great potential in this impossibility to merge a ideal with the knowledge that you are kind of limited in this sense, and then still bring out that graciousness, right? It's the process of bringing love to locations where there are no love, and just when it comes down to like how to tie that into 2021, it seems like the world is being divided in people that allow themselves to look inside of themselves and noticing that doesn't matter who they speak to or what they are being confronted with on media, that the reaction is the same, and looking inwards versus on the other part there are people that will keep on being reactive, and they will keep on like bursting and screaming, and they will like keep on projecting. So I think what we will be seeing in the coming years will be something like of the effect of people like enjoying the tea with a little cat, and they will like be painting, they will be singing, and outside of the houses people will be rioting and killing each other. And then the idea is to be calm and not to participate in this in this madness.
And so Fiona, the other thing that I've found really helpful with those feelings is having someone you can speak with who will listen to you non-judgmentally.
Yes.
I know we're sort of fulfilling that role right now.
Yeah.
But if you have a spiritual teacher or a therapist or a group that you can speak with in person, I think in person's a very helpful way to do it as well, because you have that connection with the others who are with you. Right now we have this kind of ephemeral connection through the internet, but finding some people that you can connect with in person to discuss these feelings that you have, I think will help you a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It's just, in my experience, I mean, going through becoming, having access to Jason's, or just being exposed, if you like, to Jason's stuff has been very beneficial. I've kind of been up and down with it because I'm working on focus. I have bad focus. But it's allowed me to be more consciously aware of myself, and I think that that's been beneficial for my business as well. But I think that it's been hard as well because I find it hard. I'm not making sense maybe, but I'm distracting myself. I think it's been hard for me to find people to understand as well, and people in this community have been very beneficial. But in the real world, I can never talk about this stuff with people. Not that I'm a private person, so I don't tend to, bring stuff up, and especially about magic and things like that, because a lot of people won't understand. It's hard for me to find someone who just wants to have a conversation about it or debate or whatever. A lot of people just go into that judgmental phase based on some preconceived notion or fear or bias, and so it's really hard to kind of find those people. But you're absolutely right.
Sorry, if I might interrupt you there for a second. There are three things I heard you say. One is, I have bad focus. I'm distracting myself, and I'm a private person. I can't talk about these things in public. So those are all your thoughts about that process. So just do me a favor and take it a little bit easy on yourself, right? I can guarantee no one will have had the same exact experiences that you have, but people have had experiences like yours, and they can help you. So, yeah, try not to be so hard on yourself, because I'm sort of the same way. I'm not very publicly expressive, but speaking in front of 5 other people that I knew really helped me overcome that thought process, right? That oh, I have bad focus, I'm a private person, I could never say those things. I think having an outlet for this, even if it's just this, will be tremendously beneficial if you can make it a regular thing. That way, because those thoughts that you're having about yourself probably aren't true, right? If you really think about them. They're only true in the sense that you've made them true for yourself, right? They're thoughts that you've had about yourself that that you've made concrete. And it can be a lot of work to sort of chip your way out of that concrete. But just know that those things that you say to yourself become true over time. So just, be careful about what you think about yourself, and try and give yourself a little bit of grace or credit or love or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, if you're treating yourself worse than the dog, then you're probably being too hard on yourself.
It's funny because I care about it, in my business, I care about everybody that is involved in it. And I'm really good at giving advice to other people, and I'm really good at sort of taking a holistic approach to their careers and everything, and, tying in with this whole evolution of being involved in this community, for example. It's been very beneficial because instead of just seeing people as a client, now I'm really much more invested in that individual. What can I do for them? How can I solve things for them? Taking different approaches that are helpful. But I'm really good at doing all these things for other people, and I love doing it. But when it comes to myself,
yeah,
it's just all this negative self-talk. But that's been there since I was a child, and it has to do with being, the school system I went to as well. I don't want to get into all that. That's
that's fine. I don't think we should monopolize it too much longer, but I think the main thing with that is sort of take your own advice, right? Care for yourself in the way that you would care for other people. Because if you don't, nobody's going to do it for you, right? So set that up in such a way that you can take care of yourself as best as you can. Because otherwise you're just going to go down a deep, dark hole that you might not come out of. So, yeah, set up those mechanisms for yourself, even if if you know how you would take care of a client or a person that you really care about, apply that to yourself.
Which would imply seek a person which is like you to help yourself, right? Because as you can see, you need a mirror somehow, and it's pretty tough business to be your own mind's mirror, right? You need to be very, very quiet for a very long time to polish a mirror that way.
We're all sort of invisible to ourselves.
Exactly.
For focus, if I could just hop in really quick, I think it's Jason's course on hardcore meditation where he talks about the 8 limbs of Raja Yoga that are really, really good for acquiring focus, specifically the 5th limb, which is part of Yahara, which is withdrawal of the senses, because withdrawal of the senses is what leads to dharana, which is kind of like that pre-meditative state where you can really look at the end of each thought that you have, like my art isn't good enough or whatever it is. So then if you focus on that thought long enough, you can learn to trace it back to its root, which is that it's rootless. And whenever you find that those thoughts are only because you keep giving them a birth, you realize that you're the creator of that, and because you're the creator of that, you are also the preserver of that. But then that means you can also be the Shiva destructive aspect of any of those thoughts. So whenever you can realize the impermanence of that through doing that, which Adam said, unless you just sit for a really, really long time in silence. But I think that's actually a really good thing to do. I think that's the best ritual someone can do whenever they're trying to eliminate a thought, is to put all their energy and play chicken with the universe like the Buddha did, where he said, screw it, I'm going to sit under this tree and I'm going to become enlightened or I'm going to die. So if you can just do that and play chicken with your thoughts, every thought, every barrier that you have, you will realize that not only did you create it, but you can also destroy it as quickly as you can create it. But to do that, it takes training, because it's kind of like that guy on top of the elephant controlling the elephant. To get the elephant somewhere it wants to go, you can't say, well, we have to go to the river because water's there, because the elephant's going to be too busy eating bananas on the tree. So you have to train it constantly. So the intellect knows what the problem is, which is why you can talk about your problems, but it's that like perpetual conditioning through the school system that you went to, or just the way that you told yourself, I am this person who is hard on themselves, I am this person who is a perfectionist. But any of those personality traits can be totally rearranged. Like with chaos magic or any other kind of ritual, you can find out that those higher states of consciousness can totally rearrange everything, and then you can kind of be that ideal person, but it definitely takes time. But Raja Yoga, the 8 limbs of Raja Yoga is really, really good for focus and for analyzing the beginning, preservation, and destruction of thoughts.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody, and this has been, when this happened, I was thinking, I'm here perhaps for a reason. Something's drawing my attention to this, because everything you were saying is just, it's what I needed this time. So I want to thank everybody for their inputs, because it's been hard. It's hard for me to talk about this stuff. So, so thank you.
Yeah, and as a final thought to what Daniel was saying as well, you've been practicing these thoughts that you've been having for your whole life so far, right? So it's not going to go away instantaneously. You have to practice new thoughts, and it could take just as long to get those new thoughts to the point where your old thoughts were. So just be patient and be kind to yourself.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Hey, I'm Christy. I just
want to recommend one book. Oh, sorry. I just want to recommend one book. It's called The Artist Way by Julia Cameron. She talks about the inner critic. All right, so I hope you're doing your morning pages then every day.
That's a very interesting thing, because I have 2 copies of it that have been sitting on the bookshelf, and I did start about 3 years ago. Somebody had a blowout with somebody, and they encouraged me to do it because they had done it, and I'm a great starter, but there's obviously something within me that is holding me back, of course, and so I started it, and then I kind of, I lose interest very quickly, not in certain things like my job, but in other things. Like I'll start a book and then I'll get distracted, and then I'll open another book, and so it's so yes, I do have the book, but it's whether or not it's being utilized. So but
time to start again.
So Christy, you had something to say?
Oh yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh, I was just contributing. I don't think that you guys are monopolizing the conversation. I was just gonna chime in because Fiona, I think I hope it's okay to say that you're not alone in this. I think this is certainly what I've been focusing on for all of 2020. This has been my main focus, and will continue into 2021 for sure, is really going within and getting very serious about trying to understand why I'm so stuck and why I'm so self-critical. I, in the past, have had the dominant narrative is that inner critic that I have, which I worked really hard over this past year, especially through Magic Me. I would really recommend Alchemy of Chaos. There's some practices sort of like hidden in there that are really, really powerful around setting boundaries, and also around taking a thought that you believe to be true, may or may not be, probably isn't, But taking this thought that you've sort of wrapped your identity around and doing this process to sort of understand where that conflict is. So one of the things that I've been working on is if you're really stuck, if you're really meeting resistance within yourself, you're in a lot of fear, you don't want to put your art on a website, whatever that is that you sort of ask yourself, I think it's called meta modeling, but you ask yourself what, if there's there's a part of yourself that is in conflict with another part of yourself. And so there's one self that wants to move forward, and then there's another self that's actually gaining something from you not putting your art on the website, or not going out and do public speaking, or not doing whatever the thing is. And I think it's a process for resolving those conflicts within the self. And that's been really, really powerful for me, because just the thought alone that, like, if I'm not doing something that I think I want to do, there's another voice in there that's like, no, don't do it. I'll get hurt, or I'll be unsafe, or there's a part of you that is trying to protect you, more than likely, from something maybe it thinks happened in the past or whatever. But you're not alone in this, for sure. Like, this has been my main focus of 2020. I got an amazing therapist. If you can swing it, I know it's not for everyone, and it can be difficult to find a good therapist, for sure. But if you can, I think that, along with doing a lot of the practices that Jason has put together, has really made all the difference in 2020 for me, and is a path I'm definitely going to keep going down.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and good luck on your.
Thanks to all of us.
I know.
MJ and Adam, you guys have been saying spot on. I think you guys are full of some wisdom, so thanks.
Definitely.
Yeah, thanks. To go a little further on that with the whole parts of the self.
I work on something called internal family systems, which is not that different from what we're talking about, but I think internal family systems is pretty much.
Yeah, and I think drilling to sort of the truth or the facts of why you're having those internal conversations with yourself is extremely important. Why you're saying those things to yourself, what you expect to get out of them, and sort of what the truth is about that, what's actually happening, as opposed to what you think is happening or what you think about yourself. It's difficult, though. It's extremely difficult, because
that's why meditation is so important.
100%. Meditation and journaling, just like actually
journal every day, no matter what. Even if you have nothing to say, that's something that you can look back on and say, why did I think I had nothing to say? Because that's still something. There's no such thing as no thing. So,
and it literally gets the thought out of there, like in a physical way.
Yeah.
And I think that's why a lot of this ritual has come to seem superfluous to me in a lot of ways, even though I have this ambition for the Enochian stuff, is that sort of fundamental meditation, journaling, self-knowledge has been a lot more practically useful than any sort of mythological ritual that I could do, right? I think people need to exteriorize that into some sort of myth form, but what's become sort of clear to me is that that's all kind of window dressing, right? That's the cultural stuff you put on it to make it more palatable, to make it more relatable.
Mm-hmm. Well, those are the attributions that you put on your mind so you can digest it. That's why people get into the Golden Dawn system, or people get into the Thelemic system, or people get into the Tibetan system, because it's all window dressings for the same internal components. Because if what all of that surrounds is that non-dual thought. So how you get there doesn't matter. All that matters is that you get there. I think that's the most important thing. So if you can see the forest through the trees and know what's at the end, then just skip all the other shit and take the plane over there and just do meditation and breath work and all the other hardcore shit. Because you absolutely do not need Enochian magic or any of those systems. But doing a lot of those systems can help you get to that thought if you otherwise weren't able to get there on your own.
I think it also helps with the sense of progression, because whatever thing you're doing, you have to have some sort of feedback, some sort of that it does not come only from yourself. So I think that the structure gives a lot of help, especially like I said, the OTO or Golden Dawn or whatever systems, even Freemasonry.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt. I'm at work right now, and I have a break in 20 minutes. Will this still be happening? Because I'd really like to join in on this discussion.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, cool. I'm gonna unmute myself and see you later. Bye.
Can I actually piggyback on that and say, what is this? How often does it happen? When is it going on?
I think this is new.
Email.
This is the first one we've done.
Yeah,
okay.
Jason just put it up.
Yeah, generally Jason does office hours, which is, as someone was mentioning earlier, most of the time someone will ask a question and then
talking about me
he
behind
will
my back.
kind of answer it and give his thoughts on it. This is the first time he's just sort of let it ride and left. I don't even think Jason's here anymore.
What?
You're back.
Oh, okay, there.
I'm not
he is.
here? Rumors of my disappearance are greatly exaggerated.
Well, yeah, she was just asking if this was how often this happened.
This is the first time, but I think it's going well. Sorry, I just had to. It took me an hour to tie this tie. I've never tied a tie before, but
well, it was worth it.
Yeah, I'm working on. I think my I'm not quite there yet, but I think I'm working on my new magical persona. I think is going to be like Michael Caine in the Ipcrest file, is what I'm going for.
Is that a double Windsor you're working on there?
Well, fuck if I know. Like I said, it took me an hour to tie it, so whatever came out at the end. That sounds. Hey, if you guys want to get rid of me for like 7 hours, yeah, you can send me the link on how to do that. But no, I didn't want to interrupt you. Anyways, carry on.
Yeah, so I guess what we were talking about, I find myself sort of jumping traditions a lot these days. And I think I'm just going to have to kind of like pick one and stick with it. That's sort of become more apparent to me with various other things. It's like, okay, pick a lane, kind of just take it to its conclusion, or whatever conclusion you're going to make of it to a point of mastery, instead of just kind of like hopping to the fresh new thing.
Yeah, that's a really big problem in the West is people just consume experiences without ever seeing like if there's going to be like whether it's an enlightenment based system or if there's going to be like some sort of completion aspect to it. Like, why are you doing this? Are you just consuming lectures and podcasts and stuff, or are you actually advancing, kind of thing? I consumed all these different systems for so long until I finally just had to like pick a thing until I got results out of it, because that's why learning fundamentals is so important. So then you can skip a lot of that and move to like the more specific flavors, and then at least for me, that's one thing that I noticed is that I was becoming like a jack of all.
Yeah, I've had enough experience with other stuff in my life to sort of know that there's not really an endpoint, but a sort of proficiency that you reach.
Not really an endpoint. Can you elaborate further?
Well, it's just most things that are worth doing are a continual process that never ends, right? You never like achieve perfection at something. You get as good as you are capable in the amount of time that you're willing to put into it, and then at some point you can no longer maintain it in its current form, and it has to change into something else, right? Like the best way I could put it is in athletics. Like, I've seen this with the older guys who are doing athletics or martial arts, and eventually they get so beat up, it's like, well, I have to teach now, otherwise I can't keep doing this. So or just in art in general, it's like, oh, okay, so you kind of have to pick a lane to achieve a sufficient mastery to be recognized for what you're doing, right? Or to achieve whatever result you're hoping to achieve with your art or your profession or whatever. And so I guess I'm just sort of like shopping around to pick a magical lane of sorts, and then just sort of do that for a while until I feel comfortable with it in the same way that I feel comfortable with other parts of my life that I feel mastery in.
Yeah, there's no shame in that at all.
What are you veering toward at this point?
So I'm sort of rolling back around to Christianity, which was my primary cultural matrix. So there's the Enochian calls, there's that sort of stuff, which it's familiar, but it's extremely emotionally charged. And then there's sort of the opposite of that, which is the, or what I view as the opposite of that, which is the Hindu non-dual stuff, which feels extremely alien. Like I have very little cultural frame of reference for it, but it's all extremely compelling. So I feel very attracted to it, as where I have this kind of like emotional repulsion towards Christianity for various reasons. And so that's probably another arrow pointing the way. Like, if you're uncomfortable with something, there's probably something to be resolved there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of good stuff in the Bible. I do not go to church, but I mean, especially if you look at the academic perspectives in the apocryphal books, if you want to have a more occult spin on it, that's something that you can get into. Like, look at the Book of Enoch and those academic essays and the ethnographies of where it comes from, and you can get into like crazy shit like the Ark of the Covenant and where that is, and all the occult literature behind that, and the magical use of the Psalms.
Don't open the Ark of the Covenant; your face will melt.
Yeah,
surely you've seen that movie. Learn from the past.
Well, I also find myself sort of endlessly fascinated with that point in history, like that Jason wrote his book about with John Dee, and then later Isaac Newton, where that sort of Hermetic thought crystallized into the modern age. So I find myself sort of studying the occult systems from that time.
Yeah, Hermeticism is another good meeting point with that too, especially if you, I mean, it's a lot of stuff to get into and the language is really archaic, but a book like The Kabbalion, like about Hermetic philosophy, is a really good entrance point into that, because that's like really practical without getting really, really, really deep in the weeds where there's like 80 pages of annotations on 4 verses kind of thing.
Yeah, Kabbalion's great.
Yeah.
Let me. I am going to interject here. I'm going to hop in. I've been absentee for some time, so it sounds like you guys were going great. I was listening to a lot of what you guys were saying, and you guys were thick in it, so I didn't really want to interrupt. But let me ask a couple questions. Let's just do an update real quick. So we have been going now for 3 hours. We will continue going because I think this is going well. We're still streaming to YouTube and Facebook, but not Instagram. I'm on a break from Instagram right now to do some stuff. And so let's see, how many people do we have participating right now? It's like what's our core group? Like about 3-4, just giving like 3-4 people, something like that?
Yeah, people have been just kind of chiming in.
It's a little bigger than that, I think. I mean,
I hop in from time to time.
Yeah.
Okay.
6, 7. It's like 6 to 10
maybe
people that
7
have
to
been
10,
chiming in and out.
6 to 10. 6 to 10. So is let me ask this: is everyone who wants to speak getting a chance to speak?
I would love to attempt contributing. I've just been very, very nervous about trying to do so and then get totally sidetracked every time.
Well, then let's give you the floor, because sometimes when it's big group discussions, and I say this because I always have this problem, it's hard to get a word in edgewise sometimes.
Well, God, who would want to be rude, right? I mean,
me, obviously. So that's why I'm interrupting everyone to be rude so that you can talk.
Oh my goodness.
How is your? Let's take this. Let's take this down to back to basics. Why don't you just take the floor for a while? I want to give the floor to a few people who haven't got a chance to speak yet, tell you what, let's do this, and we'll go back to the open forum in a second also, and then everyone will be back in, and everyone else can jump in. So let's do this. This is honor system because I haven't been here, but if you've been speaking a lot, why don't you lower your hand for now? You can jump back in when we go back to open forum. Go ahead and lower your hand for now, and if you're somebody who wants to speak but hasn't got a chance to speak, please leave your hand up. And I want to go through the people who haven't got a chance to speak yet, and maybe just do like 10 minutes or something, or less, or more if you would like. and just give you a chance to update us on how your 2020 has been, where you were at the beginning and where you are now, what role, if any, magic has played in it, and what role you think magic can play in the year to come. So go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. To be completely honest, it's a little weird to say this, but this has been the greatest year of my adult life thus far, aside from whatever weird vocal congestion is happening right now. So I actually haven't gotten the chance to say this directly, and I guess it's a little unrelated to the other little side notes that I was going to attempt to interject with what we had just been talking about. But I was trafficked for like the last half decade. I escaped very narrowly with my life from that situation as of January 7th, and things just sort of fell into place. Actually, ironically, the first course that I picked up was Adept Initiative, and finding out that the proceeds were going to also help human trafficking was like, it felt very profoundly like serendipitous, I guess is the right word. Like, it just felt like, okay, I know that I'm where I need to be right now. So it was like, yeah, very, very, I joke sometimes that it feels like I made like a flesh sacrifice to the universe, and now it's like, okay, I deserve to be heard at least by myself. And so I was like 18 years old and a virgin, and then like forced to do like 50+ man gangbangs and glory holes and stuff. And now I'm just like, eye contact and good conversation feels like true intimacy. But I was raised by 2 sets of ordained bishops in the Church of God, so like good old Pentecostal, holy roll and stuff. So it's kind of, it feels inevitable that I would have worked back to this kind of track, because everybody's mentioning like the loose Christian ties here and there. And yeah, it just seemed like right after I obviously wanted to leave, and we were talking about perfectionism, and sometimes I wonder if maybe I didn't take the step to get out of that situation because of some like ego-bound subconscious fear of failure type situation, which maybe that's me trying to take too much accountability for something. But it's just fascinating to me because I do, and I have been slacking. Actually, I am restarting the Adept Initiative because I felt like I had been cheating myself, and God, that's the worst. I don't know why it's the most important thing, why would I not be fully present in those exercises, or like the white and black mirror and all of that. So I just need to go back into it with my immediate mindset and just truly, like you said, I can't recall what podcast was in, but slow down and pay attention, basically. But other than that, I'm like immensely optimistic about the future, at least in the sense of not necessarily projecting expectations of and attachments of like fear or hope onto the outcome. But I know that, I'm here. And that's nothing short of miraculous, I would say.
Well,
I mean,
glad to have you here. So it sounds like you were in that situation for a long time, or for a while.
5 years, yeah, for the entirety of my adult life. So I just turned 24, but I was in it from 18 to 23.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, Scorpio.
Okay.
Not that anybody cares.
Well, no, of course, this is Magic Derby. Everyone cares about astrology here. Yes, you're in the right place. So it sounds like how did you was it a decision you made to? It sounded like there was like it was a forced situation. I think that's the word you used.
Yeah, so it was like I was kind of being like pimped out at loaded gunpoint, like had it very clearly indicated to me that if I ever attempted to leave, that I would be like tracked down and murdered. And so that is something that like, I just try not to live in fear. I feel like if that's something that's going to happen, it's just going to happen. So I try to stay present and ready and aware. But yeah, it was just pretty morbid. People don't believe me when I'm like, no, I literally was not allowed to have like a toothbrush or take showers or like go to the bathroom. And it's really kind of funny because I would try to lock myself in the bathroom when I could, and I would, of course, like get beaten for it, but I would try to like stay up as late as I could, and I would listen to the Duncan Trussell Family Hour podcast, and it was Midnight Gospel coming out this year that introduced me to your existence. And that was just like, it just seems like all these little puzzle pieces sort of fell together. So whenever I was allowed to, even if I would get in trouble for it, I would try to stay involved or consume. So it's been just a phenomenal year. I mean, you mentioned in the Adapt initiative, like time sort of speeding up, and it definitely feels that way because I just feel so like rejuvenated, and I just want to consume everything all the time and really make sure that I'm not taking any of it for granted.
Wow, what a phenomenal perspective. Do you feel like you're making up for lost time very quickly?
It's funny that you would say that because exactly like for the last 6 to 8 months I've been spending here in my hometown, and I come from a bunch of country bumpkins myself too, just those good old hyper evangelical Reaganite stuff. But I'm on a good track. I'm actually, my lease here is up December 31st, and I'm anticipating moving out as tragic to some as this may sound. I'm anticipating moving to Los Angeles in January, or just adjacent.
There's not a whole lot of Reaganite country bumpkins here, so there's that.
I've been making trips out for every couple of months this year, and I've just been getting a feel for it. And I realized I was like, God, with the amount of money I'm shelling in Airbnb costs, I could literally just be renting a place here. So I'm going to make that happen, but I wanted to, exactly as you said verbatim, make up for lost time. And, just it's actually kind of immensely convenient that the entire world as a whole collectively took a pause just in time for me to get my shit together.
So do you feel it? It sounds like you didn't say, but it sounds like you were kind of alluding to that you left the situation through maybe some combination of personal decision and you got yourself out of it, or was it more complex than that?
Finally, it was a set of circumstances where every day, I was trying to leave, but it's more or less like words are for other people, but actions are for yourself. So it didn't matter if I continuously expressed how demoralizing and degrading and dehumanizing these experiences were, that I was miserable, that I didn't want to participate in this anymore, and I would just do anything to get away from it. Actually, the snap shift that took place with my torture was when I was like looking at him and crying and telling him that the saddest thing of all is that I was just very excited for what my future held. And he completely turned on me and went absolutely ballistic. And that was like the one time where he told me to just like get my shit, say goodbye to everything, like whatever you can hold in your hands and anything else you're never going to see again. And that was the split second that I utilized to my advantage. Of course, I was in like physically trapped in the space, but managed to like physically topple him in a way that I could sprint to my car. And my neurotic Fox News grandparents taught me to always lock my door as soon as I get into a vehicle. So even though he was like pulling on the handle and like dragging along as I was flooring it out of the driveway, I made it out and I didn't look back, and it was a clean cut. And it's just, I don't know, I just feel excited and thankful, ironically. I mean, I feel like I could go into a lot more detail, but also don't want to monopolize conversation.
No, you're most welcome to. I will say that this is we are live streaming, so if it's too personal, then maybe.
Oh no, I'm a hit at parties.
Okay, well, no, then please, go ahead. It's a phenomenal display of strength, and I'm curious. Well, if you don't mind, this was in the U.S. It sounds like.
Yeah. Southern U.S.
Wow. Okay.
And so people, on Facebook and stuff, I see people talking about sharing all of these articles about human trafficking and getting abducted from a gas station and be careful walking out of Walmart. But that's not usually how this stuff happens. It's like your brother-in-law or your cousin or your neighbor down the street. And it is taking place rampantly, and it's something I don't even know. It's something I don't know how to stop. Obviously, I can only do for myself what I have done, and hopefully be open enough that people. I mean, not to toot my own horn, but I'm relatively intelligent, and if this could happen to me, I mean, my God, there's countless others that it could happen to who are maybe not going to be as apt to neurotically ramble on about what they're going through.
No,
and thank God my abuser was kind of a dumbass. But I know that there's for every one of him, there's at least 10 higher functioning, better at hiding type individuals, who are more cunning. And it was like kind of at the point where I was doing that weird like trauma bonding thing where I was like attempting just in survival mode. And like my abuser told me that the only reason I would have children with you is to molest them. That it was like, okay, maybe I do need to really just figure out how to get out of this. It just seems like so impossible. And we were talking about perfectionism earlier, and I feel like that's something that like I maybe deal with a lot. So in my opinion, it's very easy to be miserable. It's constant work to choose to be happy. So like I have had issues with enabling and people pleasing in the past, and we were talking about like trying to care for others, and it's kind of like a situation where one, it's like not just do unto others as you would do unto yourself. I feel like it's do unto yourself as you would unto others. And if I were allowing myself to be treated in these ways and experiencing all of this, like that's no way to live, and I surely wouldn't subject it on anybody that I cared about, let alone somebody in the fucking grocery store. And then another thing being like it being easier to stay miserable. It's like if I can sit here and I know that this obstacle, this opponent is what's standing in my way, right? That just this person, this situation is holding me back. That's way fucking easier to do than to like, you know, sit around and think about like, oh God, well maybe I didn't meditate for 30 minutes today, you know, or I didn't go do my cardio, which keeps my heart rate in check, or, you know, just understand looking in the mirror that you are responsible for your suffering, you are responsible for your betterment, you know, and it's a lot of responsibility. I mean, it's just, does that make sense? I mean, I feel like that's kind of like oversimplifying it, because I was in it for 5 years and I didn't know any better. And of course, the dynamics of my like developmental family structures and everything certainly played into this and whatnot. Yeah, perfectionism I find is just like paralysis, and then also like physical procrastination, and that's something that I deal with a lot. Don't know if I'm making any sense.
No, you're making perfect sense. Thank you very much for sharing. You're making perfect sense, and it sounds like you are, in a sense, readjusting to just a new setup in life. You know, to vastly underplay.
Definitely. I often attribute my having left at the time I did too to having evolved into a person that I wasn't comfortable with. Because I felt like I was becoming quite cruel and calloused, and I enjoyed being, I'm a chipper now, but I often kind of, and this, I feel like I'm only saying this because it contributes to what a couple of people were sharing earlier. Adam, I remember he was mentioning the ecstasy of suffering, and I found in my own life that like, yeah, sitting with that feeling is kind of like, I don't know how to say, projections are reflections of opposite truths. You know, and it's like for all of that suffering that you're doing, I feel like, unless science is wrong, which it totally could be, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So, you know, I feel like there's just so much bliss and beauty on the other side of all of that fucking horror. But yeah, no, and so I felt like my feral toddler was kind of emerging in a way, and I knew that was happening some way or another, because there was a part of myself now that was capable of healing those wounds that needed nurturing and tending to. And then I remember also being drawn to something that you had said on one of the first podcasts I had listened to with you about like nobody's home, right? So having this like almost existential relationship with the universe at large, and how some people would find that really terrifying, but it's actually pretty empowering. I think you said we are as God, so you might as well act like it. And it's like, yeah, you know, being your own parent, being your own role model, being your own support figure. Like, I don't know, I'm lacking confidence in my capability of
I don't think so. You're extremely powerful and confident.
Oh, well, thanks. I should just say thank you instead of recoiling.
Well, thank you. No, well, let me. Can I ask a couple questions if you don't mind?
Oh, please. Yeah, it would be a pleasure and an honor.
The honor is mine. You've been through a lot, and the strength of emerging from that is very apparent, certainly to me, and I'm sure for everyone else. I think that, let me ask you this. I said, like, do you feel like you're missing out on things you've skipped maybe? And even in the, well, let me ask you this. Are there things that you wish that you could have done in those years, or things that you feel that you didn't get to do that other people that age may have?
Oh my goodness gracious. You sound like my therapist. asking me the other day, you know, if you allowed yourself to be sad, what would you be sad about?
No,
I'm sure that there are things like that, but if anything, I try to look at it in a more positive light, where it's like maybe I just wasn't ready for these kinds of experiences now, and if anything, I didn't have the aptitude for gratitude that I do now. So whatever it is that I maybe was yearning for or looking to be like, I have, I guess, a very skewed perception of reality, and you know, like I have a nice little long distance boyfriend, and we're like doing all these kinds of like good boundaries things. The only responsibility I have to him is like to make myself proud at the end of the day. But then I look at it and I'm kind of like jealous of him, because I'm like, wow, what is it like to just like have casual sex or to go somewhere and not have to fuck somebody? Like, what is that like? What is that experience? Like, it just not being an obligation. Like, I've never talked to a person and had any kind of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna enjoy that. Like, the only experiences I've had with sexuality are transactional and or non-consensual, and so it's just very jarring. I definitely do feel like very I call it primordial in terms of like yeah. And so like I don't know, I have a hard time identifying and relating with a lot of people my age, for sure, but in a way I know, I guess it was all meant to happen, because it has given me the worldview that I do and the ability to empathize with other people in a way that I don't think would have ever possibly taken place otherwise. And it's hard to say that because sometimes I get really sad and I feel like, you know, I have so much to offer, and I know that maybe this could have gone any other kind of way, and I could have had a life that was not wrought with violence and pain. But I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like I feel right where I'm supposed to be, and like right exactly who I'm supposed to be, if that makes sense. But yeah, definitely. I mean, it'd be hard to quantify, because like I wasn't even allowed to, you know, leave the house unless it was to get my pimp like chicken fingers. And one time I had the shit beaten out of me because I didn't prop open the box on the way back home, and the like condensation from the box seeped into the chicken tender skin, and it was a little bit soggier than he would. Wow. I mean, so it's like those are like the kinds of things that are just normal to me. I mean, but if anything, maybe it's like, I know not everybody believes in karma, but maybe I'm reaping up a lot of good good karma or something. I don't know.
Well, I can share my understanding of karma, whether it's true or not, I don't know, but my understanding of karma is largely that karma is non-volitional in the sense that it's not binding. Like, people think about good or bad karma, like you have to suffer something because you did something bad, or you get something good because you did something good. Karma is not transactional, to use a word you just used. It's simply the repetition of patterns. So patterns carry over from, if you do one thing, then it leads to doing the same thing often, and then you repeat that pattern. Sometimes these patterns can come over from past lives, but all patterns can be changed at any time by making a decision to do so, which it sounds like you did.
Oh yeah, and I mean, retracing to the whole obnoxious Scorpio thing, I feel like we're constantly dying and being reborn with like every instantaneous like fractal second, like not even milliseconds, but it's just like I'm not the same person I was when I started this Zoom call, and it's so exhilarating to consider that all of that responsibility is on us, so to speak, to continue like shaping these infinitely unfurling realities, and maybe the tapestry's already woven or something, but I don't know. I do feel really empowered in a sense. And I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been Damien Eccles talking about Crowley, referring to sex as like as sacrifice, but in the sense of not like as being for consciousness expansion instead of for reproductive purposes. And consciousness expansion does always feel like a gift in a way, and so it's like all this chaos and suffering and anguish is like just energy. It's like resources that are able to be crafted into something else, and yeah, I don't know.
Are you sure you don't know? Or you must have some idea about what's next.
As far as what's next in my own personal life, unfortunately, I am still tethered or relying on sex work for survival, but at least I'm not doing it in person. I'm just camming and whatnot. But I have a pretty solid. Okay, so I fantasize about disappearing off the face of the earth every waking moment of my life, but I feel like I've been given a set of tools and a gift that is immeasurably priceless. In the sense that, like, this is kind of almost in a way like the set of experiences that I have are an upper hand, and I have a good community in my fan base, and I've been able to talk to them, and I just kind of do these like fireside chats now, in my sweaters and whatever. But people seem to like it, so I'm anticipating a gradual slide into podcasting after I move. Like, I've been focusing mostly on family and internally, just like meditating, working out, getting my diet straight, making sure that I'm doing the things that I need to do just to optimally function as much as possible. But my dream is to flutter into stand-up comedy eventually, but that really does require risking failure, and that's pretty terrifying. And at least I'm like relatively self-aware enough to know that it's just my ego standing in my own way, and that whole perfectionism, procrastination, paralysis type deal. And yeah, so I have a pretty good idea.
LA's a good place for that. All the clubs are closed, but that's probably true.
I know, but that's okay. That's okay, because I'd be focusing and freaking out right now. Like, oh God, I need to be mastering the craft. I need to be doing open mics. That's just literally not an option right now. All that I can do is take care of myself. And I think that's beautiful. And yeah, it really upsets people when they hear that kind of thing about this year. Like, I'm sorry, I just cannot contribute to the bandwagon of misery and pessimism, and I'm sure that that's me being a Western white girl,
no,
like spiritual privilege or whatever.
It's very inspiring.
I hope so. You know, I hope so, because God, I hope I can do something with this, and I know that I can. It's not just hope.
Clearly, you will. I mean, you it's like you seem like a meteor, like. And it's, you have so much built up energy, and you're going forward with so much power and strength that it's kind of like that's why I was asking what's next, because like you're clearly like gearing up to do something extremely and potent with your next move, right? That's the sense I get.
Well, that's unfathomably flattering. Yeah, it is, and I guess this is I critic a little bit when I try to say these things out loud. I guess for some unforeseen, like, inner child reason to feel like you don't deserve that, you should be embarrassed about wanting good things for yourself, but that's not the case, and I feel really I guess electrified is the word, by having the courage to admit that I'm going to start a podcast.
You should. They're great.
Yeah, and people always ask me, I was like, what is it going to be about? And I was like, I don't know. I make a lot of friends. I meet a lot of people. I talk out, you know, and when I was a kid, I feel like my deepest fear was that I would never be seen or heard or felt or understood by another human being. Like I was some kind of fucking alien just wandering around the planet aimlessly and would just on a different radio frequency from everybody else. And as I grow up, I realized that ironically, I think my greatest gift is connection, is getting to know people and unfurling these knots that we all kind of collectively share. And yeah, I'm just really invigorated by talking to people and hearing their story and maybe even just, you know, applying whatever observations I can or just listening.
Well, you should start a podcast then. They don't have to be about anything, you know. They could just be about
just free form conversational bullshit. And like I already, for a living, I mean, people are like, what do you do to make your money? I just talk to myself for hours on end at people. So I'm already there. It's just you know, all of these built up obstacles that actually don't exist, that are really just about, you know.
Well, and you can share your story
and fear of failure or whatever.
Sorry, what was the last bit?
Oh no, just this whole like ego-bound subconscious fear of failure nonsense is all that really amounts to, and then me standing in my own way or feeling like, oh, I need to move first so I can focus on one goal at a time. But that's just me being an ass.
Well, let me ask you something. So the yeah, by the end, just as an aside, it's like people like podcasts because they just like feeling like they're interacting with somebody, and they can just be all over the place and about anything. It's like a podcast is like Just like it's like you have that person in your life in a sense, and you have such a story to share that it is obviously very compelling and would help a lot of people to listen to it. Clearly, you know, in the sense that it's like you know, you're talking about listening to Duncan's podcast or something like that. It's like I'm always amazed, like where, you know, this is his podcast. I was just like, so many people listen to that, and so you never know who's listening, right? And I think that's a story the world needs to hear. And it's not just the story; it's that it's sharing yourself as a person. And I can say just from my own experience that technology now allows us to express ourselves into the world and be heard and received, and that's cool. It's very emotionally satisfying.
I think it's also a little intimidating because I appreciate that, by the way. Sorry, not trying to just like.
No, go ahead.
But I've had to come at this point where I was basically like killing the concept of authenticity because I know that that's like what sells, and that's what I was trained to do. And so like I understand like to make money, you present things like this is real, this is what's really happening. And it kind of felt like I compared it to like wearing an albatross that had like a mask of my own face on it. It's kind of like what that sort of felt like. And I'm in this like weird space where it's like I am trying to differentiate between these like ideas of like personifications of self that people are really committed to, and then like unshackling myself from like my own husk. I don't know.
When you say husk, do you mean kind of like the performed image of yourself from before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the whole idea was like, basically, I was with a repressed pedophile and homosexual who was violently angry with me for having like being incarnated into a female's body, and like just constantly violently enraged by the fact that it wasn't like my idea to go out and fuck people, and like the only time that I was, for example, allowed to have a toothbrush or allowed to use the bathroom, or I didn't even have hot water. I mean, my God, was if I was fucking another person, because that's what he wanted from me. And so like I had chosen the identity Pavlov's whore was my username. And it was like a funny little joke or whatever, because on the cam websites, when they pay you, a little bell goes off. But in my mind, it was like, no, this is like a cry for help. What's actually taking place. There's a very intense and violent form of conditioning happening here. But like nobody really picked up on it. So yeah, it's like, because that was how I had to learn to market things, was like as authentic experiences. And that kind of just really fucks you up when you know that you have a literal gun pressed to your temple as you're like writing these things out. It's very unusual. And I think it's also intimidating because like this seems almost like a story that hasn't been told before, and it's hard because I do find myself in that like almost mimicking state where, you know, you want to follow, like you were mentioning, the writers that you read, you write in their style for the next God knows how long, and I can't necessarily put like my finger on a pulse of anybody who's coming at the world the way that I am, and that's actually kind of terrifying. I often say that like Joey Diaz is my number one inspiration in terms of like storytelling and whatnot. Anyway.
I actually thought about Joey Diaz for a second, but that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, you have... Let me ask you one tangential question, however. I think you alluded to, with some of the things you were saying, you pointed something out, and I'm just going to state it back, and if it's not correct, then correct it, please. But basically what I was going to say is, it seems like you are, the state of consciousness that you're in or that you entered is that you are 100% responsible for your experience. Is that more or less correct?
I'm tempted to say that. I think that's also attributed, though, to me being like an enabler in some weird way, because I feel like when I put those kinds of languages out there, it almost like takes away from the person who was actively torturing me, because it was a survival situation, and I forget that like I very literally was constantly in fear for my life, and I want to say that it's like, this is my ego, and it's like me trying to empower myself, I think, by like not wanting to be held down by that. But no, I don't think I am 100% responsible. I mean, I was kind of like, so much of your developmental early stages define, you know, the way that you process information and like the algorithms of socialization for you. And so it's like hard. I want to say yes, I'm completely responsible 100%, because it feels like I don't want to experience that weakness. I don't want to feel like somebody else's will overcame mine, and like that it's because of them that this happened. But in the reality of things, when I say that it was my fear of failure that kept me from leaving, I mean, I guess ultimately that is true in the snap decision that I made, and why I want to say that I stayed for so long. But geez Louise, I feel like I lost my train of thought. Oh, when I say that, it's still allowing them to not hold themselves accountable for what happened. I think that it's me still taking on the burden of what took place and feeling like it's my fault. Similar to like early childhood, I guess.
So this is what I wanted to talk through, because this is a very subtle thing, in the sense that, and let's see, how do I phrase this? So from the non-dual perspective, the idea is from the level of raw consciousness, right? We enter incarnation and go through lifetimes fully intentionally. But it's from the perspective of infinite consciousness. Down here on the ground, things can get all kinds of wiggy, you know, and complicated. Now, practically speaking, particularly in hell realm conditions, which is what you're describing, a way to wake up out of it and exit is a good way to do it, is simply to take 100% responsibility for your experience, which allows you to relinquish. It does exactly what you just said. So I'm just reiterating to some extent what you've already said. I'm not, you know, I'm not adding anything that you don't know, but it allows you to feel empowered and to, in a certain sense, invincible. And it also allows you potentially to relinquish feelings of attachment to other people in those situations, and potentially even anger to some extent. And that is an ideal situation to leave situations like this. That condition of consciousness allows you, and again, I'm just essentially repeating what you've already said. I'm not adding anything you don't know. It allows you to walk out of situations like that, one way or the other. Sometimes the situation is so bad, and luckily was not in your case, which I'm very thankful for. But sometimes the situation is so bad that intentionally exiting means dying. Right, in the worst
and
case.
It's still something that I am facing, to be honest.
Okay.
Like pretty constantly, but because I know that threat is always looming. But I try not to live in fear. I think fear is more likely to kill me than the person who builds illegal silencers or whatever, and like has promised to track me down and murder me. For some reason, I feel like I am more dangerous to myself than perhaps a literal physical violent threat.
Well, you may actually be in danger from this person, so I think that moving to LA is probably a good idea. Just in a practical sense. It's easy to say like, oh well, people can be all talk, but that's not always the case. And so, from women that I know who've dealt with stalkers and things like that, it's like they can be quite tenacious. And but being, somewhere that's not the Deep South, and LA is probably quite helpful. I think.
Oh my God! Well, I feel like it's like heaven on earth out there. I know it's awful and terrible, and everybody complains, but I'm actually literally every time I'm out there, I find that I'm sober, not even intentionally. I mean, but it's such a constant state of stimulation and like sensory overload in the best possible way, and there's just constant like opportunities for enchantment, like, which sounds so dumb, but no. Like whenever you mentioned reiterating things that I already know, and my first trip out there this year, I was on the subway and this old man like just turned to me and he said that he was having deja vu, and I guess I could have been like, what is this fucking old guy talking to me for? But for some reason I was so compelled to thank him profusely for saying that, because again, nothing short of miraculous, like that anything happens at all. That guy didn't have to say that. We could all just sit in that same subway car for no reason, like just experiencing this at the same time, whatever. But he decided to open his mouth and talk to me. And then I was telling him like, oh, I had been, and this was actually right before I got onto your site and started understanding magic a little bit better. But this is one of the things when I was doing those little, your little 15-minute like Enter the Magician's Circle meditations that I would think about when I was remembering like something magical happening. Is this guy, I told him I had been having deja vu every single day, and it was getting longer and longer and longer, but I couldn't understand how to manipulate the outcome. And he looked at me and he was like, well, the answers are already inside of us. And then was telling me that maybe I should look into the law of attraction. And I was just so thoroughly tickled. I mean, it was like this guy was on the subway for 2 stops and then just got up and left. And I did not go into the full like 30-minute spiel of this story that I like to tell, but it was very mystical, and it just, things like that just constantly happen when I'm out there. So I feel like a higher vibratory state whenever I'm not, in KKK territory. My hometown like is named after the hanging tree that's in town square. I had a graduating class of like 33 people. My literacy is a miracle. I mean, it's just overwhelming. So I apologize if I cut you off. No. I also hate to say this, I apologize for apologizing.
Oh, there you go. That's better. Yeah. I was good. Well, look. I mean, I'm always down on LA. One of the reasons I'm LA is a magical place. I'm very frustrated at the moment, not with LA, but with the its leadership and the fact that, for instance, it's like and even like some of the things you're saying. It's like I'm very frustrated with LA that they've cut the police budget and they got rid of the as part of the current political climate, and they got rid of the sexual assault units.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah.
So.
And then there's like, people dying in the street. I mean, literally just rotting flesh and acrid, like, what do they call it? Miasma.
Yeah.
So it's like, I've seen it, I understand,
But yeah, what?
The divine harmony of that opposite state.
It's becoming like India now. It's like India is like totally spiritual and yet totally like insane at the same time. But my hope is that LA recovers. I don't know if it. I mean, hey, look, it sounds like you love it, and there truly are like magical things about it. Here was the thing that I wanted to mention. When we're in the state of feeling 100% responsible for our, you've alluded to this being in a state of consciousness where you're, fully at cause for your reality. So when you feel at cause for your reality, then you don't feel powerless. However, and it allows you to remove victimization from your consciousness, which is unbelievably empowering. You also mentioned, now is it ultimately true in the grand scheme of things? It's certainly not true legally, in the sense that this person should face, the most severe legal consequence, like death row, right? So I think that, but we're talking about different planes of consciousness in a sense. You also alluded to talking about reparenting, feeling a sense of reparenting yourself and things like this. So I just want to make the observation that when we're in a state, what's a better way to put this? Being powerful, invulnerable to an extent, mature adults, and fully in control of your reality also implies being nice to yourself, right? In the sense that if you are truly at full, wrathful goddess, Kali level empowerment over your own existence, then you are powerful enough to be kind to yourself, and that this is sometimes a much greater, not greater, but this is a point that I often make to the younger guys on these calls, where it's like, first you physically secure yourself first, and you have to be wrathful first. You have to be wrathful first, as wrathful as possible, right? You have to be like death incarnate in order to secure your life and the lives of the people that you care about. But then, once that is done, then you have the space in which to be kind and nurturing to yourself. And that is also a supreme display of strength and power. And is necessary. You know, it's necessary.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. And I found a way that's helpful for me is, and it's still not necessarily like exactly getting the point, but if I'm going to be of any service to anybody else, I have to forgive myself. And I feel like that's why I deal with so much anger and frustration. I mean, among other reasons, but it's like seeing those echoing reflections of the unforgiven self in the world around you. And how am I ever going to contribute peace or positivity or anything that is important to me if there's still all of these like gaping, oozing, infected wounds, you know?
Well, I think that you.
And then also like, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, and then just also being really frustrated by like recently. Okay, not very recently, like last week or the week before last, on Veterans Day, I had finally gotten to the point where I was comfortable enough with coming forward with my story in a public capacity on somebody else's podcast. It's pretty well established. And I was totally upfront with my circumstances and like very direct with this person. And actually, when they wanted to talk to me, they sexually assaulted me, which was, I think I'm supposed to be a comedian because I find divine irony, like, and humor in that. But it put me in kind of a rough headspace and like in a very kind of not the best ideal mental positioning. And it reminded me that I have a lot of like PTSD issues that need working on, and like that's almost something that I mean, I can try to heal and I can try to move forward, but it was like embarrassing to me. Like I was ashamed that I was put back into this space and that I feel these things still. And I know that the resistance there is all the more reason to pay attention to it and to dive deeper into focusing on those kinds of things and not being so critical. Because God, it has not been a very long time. I mean, like I said, January 7th is when I broke out, and I've been, I feel like every day is brighter and better and more beautiful than the last, but it's just something that like keeps coming up, and I forget that, God, I'm gonna have to deal with it, and I can't just like squelch it down and try to be really productive all the time, because I said this the other day, is that I deserve to feel sadness. And somebody was like, you don't deserve to feel sad. And I was like, no, you don't get what I mean. I mean, like, I deserve to experience the full weight of the human emotion of sadness, because I resent it and I don't allow it to come forward, and I try to just deflect. And does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. And to feel sad, to feel the full weight of the sadness requires you to be safe to do so. So so it also is an expression of power, but requires you to be safe enough to do so, and within a safe space, and with whether it is and it doesn't, you know, whether it is even by yourself. I mean, you know, it's like sometimes it's, I know this from personal experience, not nearly to the extent that you're discussing, but with one of the very pernicious things about abuse is that one can sometimes internalize the abuser and take on the perspective of the abuser towards the self, because that gives you power over it. Does that resonate at all?
Oh my goodness gracious, completely. And I do feel like it is absolutely, I understand that it's necessary to like honor what I consider those lower states of consciousness in order to actually like successfully transition upwards, I guess, or in a different direction anyway, because it's like still going to be something that I'm confronting. But yeah, definitely I do find that I am often crueler to myself than being called like a worthless, retarded cunt every couple of seconds, if possible.
You feel that you are crueler to yourself than the actual experience at times.
Yeah, for sure, and I know that's not logical, and I understand enough, like theoretically.
It's perfectly logical.
It's foolish.
It's perfectly logical, right? Am I right? I mean, it's logical in the sense of, from that perspective, then you are controlling the experience, and that you are more powerful than the abuser.
Well, I am just like fully floored.
Well, look, I mean, like, no, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to continue like babbling on about how grateful I am to be here and how unexpected this whole ordeal was, because I just checked my email and saw that this was happening right now, and I was like, oh, well, I guess I'll head over there, since I don't ever make it to office hours for some reason. So I'm very, just euphoric to be here.
Well,
and talking about deserving to be sad.
It's an honor. I think.
Do either of you
wait, hold on, guy, hold on. This is one person at a time right now, please. Wait, where did you go? Where? So where did Neurotica go?
Hi. I don't know if
Oh,
my
there you go.
speaking
Okay,
does a little. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah. Let's do one. If we will hopefully get to everyone, and I actually P.S. This may extend for more than one day, because it's been much more successful than I thought. Then I was playing it cautious because I didn't know what the response would be, but we may go for more than one day at this point. So we will get to everyone. Worry not. I'm just sharing something that I've observed, which is that internalizing the abuser gives one, maybe it's another version of Stockholm Syndrome. I don't know, and I'm not a therapist, so, but I'm just from my own observations, to take on the perspective of, it's like oh, like, yeah, like you think you're bad news, like watch this, like like you think you're bad. So it makes a total logical sense internally, but I guess the question is, can it be transformed? Can it be pushed externally? Can that same power and wrathfulness, because I like wrathfulness, can that same wrathfulness be harnessed in a way so that it is not about hurting the self, but about doing something else? So one common way that people who go through extremely traumatic circumstances recontextualize their experiences, that they take the emotional charge from it, and also all of their experiences, and turn it into the drive to prevent it from happening to other people, to protect other people from experiencing the same way. And that is a way that they process their experience through manifestation, through the world, right? It's one choice. I'm not saying it's the correct choice. It's one choice that I have observed people make. But I think that you don't need to forgive yourself because you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong.
That's certainly helpful to hear.
Well, it's just
there's
true.
Like a lingering sense of profound shame and humiliation and embarrassment, or like, feeling any kind of responsible for those circumstances. Kind of how like a kid would feel like, like my earliest memories are of me like bashing my father on the back of his head, trying to keep him from murdering my mother. And so I feel like after my dad left after that is like, as a 3-year-old, you don't have the cognitive capability to understand this is not your fault. But being physically involved in it, it's hard to detach and compartmentalize, in the sense that it's like, this happened, it is not anything that you had to do with, but because I was physically present, it feels kind of like, not necessarily that I deserved it, but that I enabled it to continue taking place, or I'm not sure how to convey that properly.
Well, no, I know.
It just kind of like goes without saying, sort of.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I mean, I will say that when you're a kid, particularly at that age, you haven't developed the sense that you're separate from your environment yet. It's you and your environment are one thing, and you literally cannot. Your brain is not developed to the point where you sense that you're separate from the environment. So therefore, and that lasts for quite a while, I think, up to at least 7 or 8, and so if anything is whatever is happening in your environment, it is part of you, right? So it's not necessarily even that you're at cause for it; it's that it's part of you. And ironically, this is, or not, I don't know, like this is actually the state that mystical experiences can induce at a higher level. But when we are, particularly when we're young, but even as adults sometimes, it's very easy. It's not just that we blame ourselves for when things happen to us. It's that like we don't have the cognitive capacity to understand that other people have totally different agency and ability and intentions than we do, right? And also, ironically, this is one of the things about sociopathy and psychopathy, that people who do terrible things to other people also don't have a sense of that person being an individual being for whatever reason. But there are, but this is coming from a perspective of adult pathology, not simply being 3, right? So
right, yeah, no, it's funny. When I was in middle school, I used to joke that I was an altruistic sociopath, which is, kind of like saying I was a teenage nihilist.
Oh no, it's a real thing. You can definitely be an altruistic sociopath. I know a few.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I want to commit to that identity.
Okay.
I'm a little bit older, but it does make sense in my mind, like just seeing like empathy is like a true human currency, and then it's like I feel like there's positive forms of manipulation in the world too. It's like you can manipulate somebody to feel better, or just using these tokens of understanding, and to make somebody feel understood is truly powerful. And I feel like when I say those kinds of things, people look at me really funny, but I usually mean it in like a soft-hearted kind of like, no, let me help you sort of context. But yeah, no, definitely all of what you're saying is like profoundly resonant and relevant as usual.
Like in a sense like that, and also correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like there's an aspect of sex work that is basically what you just described, right? Which is just allowing people to feel understood.
Yeah, I'm a professional friend.
There you go.
At the end of the day, yeah. I mean, when you're looking at it from a rose-colored lens, all the other stuff notwithstanding, I know that I have built a solid community of people who also grew up feeling like they would never be heard by another person. So when I can peer open or like pull back those layers and look at them and say like, no, I perceive you, I see you, I'm fully digesting like who you are as a human being. I mean, yeah, you can use it for monetary gain or spiritual fulfillment or whatever. And that's why I get all kind of fucked up, because I'm like, wait, okay, I was using this to make money, and now I don't know, because I'm like conflating all these different ideas of like, this was projected onto me, I'm really good at it, like what, I don't even know what I'm thinking, other than that I'm just happy to be here, stoked to be alive,
yeah,
breathe in and whatnot, yeah. I guess at the end of the day, that's all we really need. But
well, we need a lot. We need a lot.
Anger is typically for my child self onwards is my natural state of reactivity, and I think that's why I'm so bright, bubbly, and delightful to speak to. Is because I'm just pissed off all the fucking time. But I think that that's like mostly a shield for fear, because I'm also constantly afraid, but don't ever want to express that. And then also at the end of the day, the fear is a shield for true sadness that I do not allow myself to express or perceive or dwell in. But like I said, I feel like it is definitely necessary to honor that, because it is a part of me and it's a part of the universe, and it definitely deserves to be experienced. And
well, I think that's very perceptive and very true. And I think that you've expressed it so beautifully. It's like you have the anger, which is a shield for fear, which is or you say shield or cover, or how did you express it?
Yeah, it's a shield for just like protecting over that more gooey stuff.
Yeah, and I resonate with that. I feel the same way, in many situations. And I think that Anger is a shield for fear, and the fear is a shield for sadness. And I think where I would, at least I'll say what the perspective I've come to for myself, which is very different from what I got from so many different spiritual teachers. It's like you go to all these spiritual teachers or teachings or religions or whatever, and they all seem to have some perspective of that's a problem, right? That it's like if you have negative emotions, you need to get rid of them. It's like, no, right? It's like you have all of those levels of yourself because they're important. It's like anger is important. It's important because it's protective. It's protective because you're feeling fear. Therefore, you must become angry and wrathful. Right, and is there a lot of sadness? Like, yeah, but is it always? It's like you get like some spiritual teachers or psychedelic people will be like, well, you just need to drop all of your shields and really experience all the inner child sadness and all of this. It's like, yeah, okay, and but the point is like, well, it's yes and it's yes in a safe situation and when it is safe to do so. And the tricky thing about our world...
Thank you. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I thank you for saying yes and, because that's literally like just the embodiment of how I try to perceive my world, is in a yes and type mentality. Like those exact words. So I just had to interject because I'm just like delighted about synchronistic nonsense.
That's great. No, it's not nonsense. I mean, that's. I love that because it allows you, that frame allows the world to be continually becoming more and more complex and elaborate of a tapestry rather than being reductive, right? So you're agreeing and adding, and that makes the universe larger and more intricate all the time, which is great. I think that I guess my earlier point was that to process your sadness and your feelings around this, you first have to be in a safe space to do so. And one of the unfortunate things, I wish it wasn't this way, one of the unfortunate things is in our world is that, as you've experienced, and I'm unfortunately, therapists and spiritual teachers are not always safe. You can't always necessarily trust everyone to let your guard down around. And I've had that experience, unfortunately. And I think that, and so, in a sense, this is kind of what I was getting at with the what I was expressing about in reparenting and having the strength to take responsibility for your existence. There's a phrase a somewhat helpful phrase in neurolinguistic programming is, it's not your fault, but it is your responsibility, right? In the sense that to what you will make from it, right? So I don't think you need to forgive yourself because you haven't done anything wrong. But you do need to love yourself.
Yeah. I think it's also worth mentioning, like I said, I was brought up by two sets of grandparents who were ordained bishops in the church, so that like good old Christian guilt always is their fundamental foundation
Fucking
of
Christians,
being alive.
God damn it. It's like life isn't hard enough as it is.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's Jesus Christ.
Yeah, not like Jesus ever forgave anyone or anything.
Yeah, so I do feel a lot of guilt for projecting attachment onto my fear, and then I remember it's like, wait, no, I'm just a wild animal trying to stay alive. He's got a lot of consciousness identity problems to work through.
Look, none of these are problems. They're all strategies that are completely logical and rational for where you've been. And we all have many levels and aspects to ourselves, and we need all of them. Human beings are really complex and weird. It's great, but it really is. I mean, we're fascinating, and we're almost infinitely adaptable and capable and powerful. So you haven't said anything to me that is doesn't make perfect sense. And I think that I lost my train of thought. I think, what was I going to say? One of the things about abuse also, in addition to, there's a couple psychological mechanisms that can kick in. One is identification with the abuser. The other is, it's my fault. And it's my fault can take on any number of equally irrational explanations, like I somehow did this or that to deserve this. And often, as you've mentioned, abusers will give the most retarded explanations for like why I'm doing this, like the chicken soggy, right? It's like, but this is very common. It's just like it's complete, but it's like no. The reason it's happening is because they've chosen to do it, right? And so this is also quite sick, but from the perspective of the abuser, the perspective of the abused, particularly in childhood, because we talked about feeling indistinct from one's environment. It's my fault, and I feel ashamed and dirty. Is I'm not just going to say common. It's the standard reaction.
Yeah.
To abuse, and one of the other things is, there can be, like I said, there can be there can be illogical reasons. Like one is it's my fault because I allowed this to happen because I wasn't powerful enough to stop it. Right. Which contains the seed of a truth, which is the seed of the truth in there is that, it's like in life what we really need to watch out for is not things that are not true, it's things that are only partially true. So there's the seed of truth in that, in the sense that the seed is part of you that is good and healthy and trying to protect you, is saying that I wish to become more powerful so that I can protect myself from this happening. But to say that, and that is healthy and wise, but to say that it is my fault for not already being powerful enough is not true, because one is it's simply cruel and untrue, right? It's like, unfortunately, bad things sometimes happen, and now unfortunately these psychological mechanisms, which can arise within the moment or arise repeatedly over repeated abuse, can become patterns internally over the long term. And so what we in reparenting or healing, one of the most important things is to not perpetuate the abuse internally to oneself, even after it is over.
Yeah, my goodness. Sorry, I'm like moving because I'm hearing my AirPods dying, and I don't want to be that asshole who has their speaker on, and I'm just like dropping that back into the chat room. So
as long as we can hear each other.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I think that's probably the cornerstone of what I am like constantly confronting, and it's really difficult to even like admit that kind of thing to yourself. Because it just seems in my mind, I mean, I know I've used this word a bunch, I kind of get hung up on certain words, but it's nonsensical, it feels. Although, of course, it's the pattern, and it does make sense, and it is the standard, like you said. But it just seems like a hindrance. I get so frustrated because I was like, oh, and that's, we were talking about, psychedelic usage and stuff earlier, and it's like, not that I would know anything about that, but every time a friend of mine partakes, it seems like I get back to the point of feeling like I'm trying to, just like with the ADAPT initiative, this is why I'm starting over, it's because it feels like I'm kind of cheating myself out of the total experience. Whenever my friend does acid, it's like getting kicked to the fucking, like, it's like, okay, trying to train for a marathon, but instead of running every day, I'm just driving there, like to the end zone, and that's not like gonna get me in any kind of way prepared to do what I need to do, or I don't know, I'm running out of metaphors, but I feel like it's like, in my mind, it's just something that I guess I have to experience over the course of time, perhaps, and then I forget that also, like, what I've experienced thus far is the totality of my existence in this incarnation, but it's not, I'm not that old, and I'm just kind of getting started, and you were asking me earlier about, like, one moment. You were asking me earlier about if there are things that I feel like perhaps I regret or that I missed out on. And,
not regret, just
as I'm sitting here, I'm realizing that, yeah, absolutely, sir, plugging in phones. I'm considerate.
I can actually hear you better now, by the way.
Maybe.
Are you talking without the AirPods?
Sorry, were you saying something?
I was saying I could actually hear you fine with the phone. I could actually hear you a little bit better.
Oh.
But.
Well, my goodness. Well.
No, this is like, I guess these are better microphones or whatever, but I can hear you quite clearly without them. So either way.
Perfect. Good to know. So, yeah, I think sometimes almost like I've been saddled with, I guess I have to be an entertainer now, because it seems like all the stuff that when I was a child I might have thought about, or even now, people always tell me, like, you're smart enough, you could be a doctor. And I'm hearing all these people who are also in the courses and they're, in high levels of academia. And it just seems like something that and I know that language is like, I don't want to program myself for failure or whatever, but it seems like something that maybe I'm not like going to be allowed to experience based on the things that were subjected onto me. And I'd hate to be trapped in this like box of, torture that I was not necessarily responsible for the rest of my life, that this is like some kind of scarlet letter or something. I mean, for lack of any better description, does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Well, you have had the experience that you've had, and it will always be there. But the question is what you do with it, and how you contextualize it going forward. And I think that if I can be so bold, I think that, now I may or may not be observing this correctly, so again, correct me if I'm wrong, but my sense one of my senses that I get from you is that you have a tremendous store of emotional strength. You're not lacking in that, right? And that now that you're out of this experience, you are trying to very quickly slingshot forward, and get to a feeling of perhaps that you have made up for some of the lost time. And my observation is that you're probably being too hard on yourself, right? Because you're attempting to push really hard, really fast. And there are some areas of your life that I think you should push really hard, really fast. One of them, for instance, is leaving where you are and being in a different part of the country. I think that's just on in a day-to-day physical sense. If you're saying that you're already you're still feeling some type of fear, I don't know if you've talked to the authorities or not. I don't know if they're helpful where you are. Sometimes they're not, unfortunately.
No, and I think it could just be my own projections, but I don't feel that law enforcement would be very sympathetic to my situation.
Do you know that for sure? Or are you just assuming
that's just like I said, probably just a projected.
Yeah.
I have a lot of legal trauma because my abuser was like selling a lot of drugs and growing a lot of weed, and so like the house that we were in got raided, and like I had to deal with a very intense, like literally just traumatic experience with law enforcement. And then like I could have been, God, I mean, not only could I have just been murdered, obviously, but I could have or should have been in prison for the next 25 years based on just existing in that space. And of course, like I used the brunt of whatever resources I had to get myself and him also out of that situation. But I have a really hard time with thinking about coming forward in that way. I also have a very strong, and of course all of our memories are like skewed with our own perceptions and projections or whatever, but I have a nearly eidetic memory. And so I feel very afraid of the idea, and again, probably just procrastination, but of having to come forward and detailing every day of my life for the last 5 years, which I could do. I could do it, but it seems like an incredibly taxing kind of experience, and then also a way of getting myself entangled further, perhaps for years, in this person. And then the girl that he was torturing before me, who I have gotten in touch with just in case I ever do pursue legal matters, because she was with him for 6 years, I was with him for 5, so that's a decade or more than a decade of just abject horror subjected onto 2 young girls. And she reached out to me and told me that he's got another girlfriend now. She's 20, which is way older than he's usually picking on, and she's like, do you think that we should make like a fake Instagram and tell her? And I was just like sitting there like, I don't want to get myself involved. You know, I don't want to have to think. I'm hyper vigilant about the way that I protect my energy and my space and my time. And I do struggle with the, you know, helping others and trying to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen to anybody else. But I'm also at a point where I'm still so, for lack of any better language, fragile, that I feel like every single decision that I'm making, I mean, and every decision that anybody makes has an outcome that's either going to be positive or negative. But I'm just like very, very meticulous about the decisions that I make and the way that I spend my time and who I talk to and what I ingest, like spiritually, psychologically. And so I'm intimidated by that's everybody's reaction on terms of like, go to the cops.
And I wasn't necessarily
I understand
saying
that you weren't necessarily saying that. But most people, when I do, they're like, is he behind bars? And I'm just like, oh, God. And now when I snuck out, I did grab his hard drive, which is incredibly incriminating. I have been told that would probably be the best avenue of reporting him, and that there could possibly even be ways of doing that anonymously. Which, you know, even the other girl, like I messaged her and I was just like, hey, just letting you know, like I have this hard drive, like there's videos of you on here, you know, where he was like dragging her by the hair through his parents' backyard, and he was dumb enough to be talking on video and like smearing dirt in her eyes and like pissing it out and stuff, and like among very, very like feloniously bad things that are on there, including like the whole pedophilia ordeal, which does make me feel like it's more like urgent. But then I also don't want to feel like I'm being told that it's like I contributed to this in any kind of way, and I'm just very afraid. TLDR, very afraid of cops. Legal trauma. Don't feel like I would be a very, even though I'm a nice little white girl with no tattoos, no piercings, whatever, Christian upbringing, cute nose, cool, got it. But I don't know. I just feel, and maybe that's the whole like, you deserve this, you should feel shameful and dirty and gross kind of experience. I'm sure that it's something that I will end up confronting within like the next 5 to 10 years, but I'm not sure.
I think that, I mean, at the very least, you know, if you pursue that, you're going to be wrapped up in potentially, you know, police and court proceedings with this person for another year 2 years plus, and that will perpetuate it to some extent. So let me just say this: I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a police officer, and I'm not a therapist. So I don't know, you know, somebody who's a professional may have specific answers on those points. I'm a guy that teaches meditation on the internet, and I think that from my perspective, just as another human being, that in terms of what I am concerned with is your emotional and spiritual health, right? Which you are too. So I think that it seems clear to me that you have already extricated yourself from the situation, and that you need to now make sure that you stay extricated, right? And so I think that what you said about moving to LA is quite a good idea. LA is pricey, but you can get small apartments and things like that. And I think that, and it's falling apart, but if you're cool with these things, LA's great.
I've been training for the pandemic and the quarantine for the last 5 years of my life.
Yeah, it's like
you know, I've been trapped in a box for the last half decade. And
yeah, you'll be fine.
Another Tuesday morning.
You'll be perfectly fine. Like we you know, we are. You know, there was a guy on the street that talked to one of us the other day who was saying, you know, he went through the war in Beirut, you know, and his family, they almost, you know, he was a kid and they were going to execute his family at gunpoint in front of him, and like they had to deal with, you know, coming back to a missile in their living room and soldiers and torture and everything being destroyed and fleeing refugees, things like this. And I've talked to multiple, actually, I had an ex-girlfriend that grew up in the Bosnian War, and she grew up when she was like 6 or 7 running across fields of landmines, screaming with her parents, you know, because they had to get across the border, and that was the only way they could do, was to run across a field of landmines. So it's like, like, look, LA is great. Like,
yeah.
So I think that if you're attracted to LA, and in terms of like, are there synchronicities and magical experiences here? Like, yeah, this is also like the magical city. It's like any magical thing you want, you can find here, and that's great. I'm like reselling myself on LA. Oh Lord.
Go on down to JPL. Check out Devil's Gate Dam, maybe.
Oh yeah,
nice
yeah,
picnic.
Exactly. But it's there's everything. Literally everything is here, right? And I think that to your point, where you said that anger is a mask for fear, which is a mask for sadness. So I think that you should stay angry and wrathful. I don't think that you should go into feeling sadness. I think that you should
That's
stay.
Comforting.
Well,
comforting.
I'm trying to just be. I mean, like, look, it's like. Now is not where you currently are is not the time to look. I mean, like the work of, let me put it this way: the work of healing oneself is a great work, right? It is a long work. It does not happen overnight. There are no overnight cures. It can't be forced. You have to be gentle and take your time, and look at it one little bit at a time. And that takes time. And in order to do that, you have to remove yourself from the situation of abuse. And so you've mostly done that already, but I think that stay angry enough to get out. And I think that the idea that coming to LA is a good idea. I think that, or somewhere else, but definitely not anywhere near where you are now, or the South.
No, I'm in my hometown, so it's also weird being here for the first time since before all this happened, when I was a child, because I was a child when it started happening. And so then it's like you get into this whole weird, almost regressive mindset where it's like I'm surrounded by these things that are familiar from like prehistoric eras, and you start sliding into negative habits and drawing in perhaps unhealthy, all of that good stuff. I think I was just really afraid of, and again, this is like why I restarted Adept over, is because I feel like I'm afraid of spiritually bypassing, and I'm afraid of not allowing myself to feel things, and I'm afraid of trying to cheat myself, and I'm afraid of trying to skip forward and not really sit with all of this.
Allow yourself to feel angry.
Yeah, and I was just like practicing not for the sake of practicing, but for the sake of like receiving results. And then I was like, whoa, you fucking ass, why are you doing this? Like, just stop. Actually just experience something for once, like, rather than analyzing it or trying to conjure whatever it is that I'm like desiring, instead of just putting in the time and doing the work.
You are doing the work.
Oh,
I
thank God.
wouldn't worry about that. I think that so here's one of the things about, like, everything that you mentioned is so spot on about your hometown, right? Here's one of the things about, like, for instance, heroin addiction, right, is a separate issue, but is similar in some ways. The only way to begin well, first of all, heroin's a chemical addiction, and breaking the addiction is very difficult, because it truly
well, I mean, I've been in addiction treatment since I was 16, so like I was in NA meetings and stuff when I was like in high school, and like, I'd even been considering starting that process back up again. So I totally I'm on the same page, like picking up what you're putting down for sure.
Okay. Yeah, the only point that I was going to make is that, it's like one of the things about, with breaking addiction is that you have to remove yourself from the situation that has all the cues for using, right? So if you're a heroin addict, then you're surrounded by friends who are also heroin addicts, and you're living in the place where you're doing heroin, or you were doing heroin, right? And like you're probably surrounded with all the environmental stressors, or whatever that we're also perhaps underlying that. And so this is very much magical in a sense, where it's like when you do a magical ritual, you surround yourself with environmental cues to suggest a certain conscious experience, right? So for instance, it's like if you want to summon Ganesh, then you surround yourself with images of Ganesh, incense of Ganesh, stones of Ganesh, music of Ganesh, all that. But in the same way, we're doing that all the time. So if you're surrounded by all the environmental cues, all the anchors that were around you when you were using heroin, then you can stop using heroin, but you're still surrounded by all the signposts and all the cues that were that directly suggest using heroin and were involved in using, right? So really, the first step in breaking addiction is primarily to cut off all the friends in your life that you were using with, right? And that's the biggest one, but it's also the changing environment. And it's not the only thing, because you can't just change your environment and everything's fine. You know, in AA, what do they call that in AA? Doing a runner or something like that. But it's actually in some senses very important. So I think that if you are surrounded by the cues of your hometown, that all those cues are telling you to be the same person you've always been, and you don't want to be that person at all.
For sure. I mean, look what it got me into.
Right.
Yeah, and actually, it's ironic. I guess that's not exactly the correct word, but ironic that you would mention all of that, because I was just articulating similar things in the sense of, like, I have been using lately and have been off my rituals and my routines, and I know that I can start to say, like, oh, well, if I get depressed, it's my fault because I'm not meditating and working out and getting enough water and, like, taking my vitamins and doing all this stuff that I know contributes to that. But I'm seeing myself sliding into, or it's not even like, I would say I'm not actively choosing it. It's just, what I keep finding myself around and all these people around me use. And I used to joke that the only thing to do in my hometown was meth or getting pregnant, oftentimes both. But
so if you don't mind me asking,
yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt. If you don't mind me asking, when you're saying using, you don't need to share if you don't want, because we are live streaming, by the way.
Yeah, I don't enjoy incriminating myself.
Okay, never mind then. So then I won't ask.
You can ask the question. I can dance around it.
Oh, yeah, actually, well, it's better. I'm thinking now as I'm saying this. There's no reason to. I'm just going to say that,
Somebody was mentioning earlier, not a one drug problem, but a drugs problem.
Oh, sure, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know all about it. So well, I'll just say that in general, just in terms of just like from a technical perspective, it's like, methamphetamine obviously puts you largely in an alternate universe where nearly any monstrous act is easily conceivable. And it's like a hell realm portal. But heroin delays emotional processing. And I want to be clear, it's like I am not, I have no moral perspective whatsoever on substances, obviously.
Right.
And it's like, just from a functional perspective, people choose to do the substances that they do for reasons, right? And it's different for each substance. With heroin, it is dealing with unbelievable emotional pain, often, not always, but very often. And the tricky thing with heroin, which is quite good at doing that when you're loaded, outside of the, it's actually not that bad for you physically, apparently, but obviously it depends on how you're using, all the side issues of using all of that. And then it's very financially deteriorating and so on and so forth. One of the chemical issues with heroin is that it essentially freezes your emotional processing. So you are numbed out from feeling unbelievable emotional pain, but also you are not processing it. So literally, it's like somebody can be a heroin addict for 10 years, and then on the other side of the 10 years, they're in the exact same spot emotionally as when they started using, in sense of processing whatever it was that was one of the underlying factors of beginning to use. So that's tricky. That said, it's like people use for the reasons that they choose to. I bring up heroin not to discuss drugs or to discuss the pros and cons of them. I bring it up because simply as a way of discussing the power of environment. And so I think that in your situation, it's like anger, like you said, masks sadness. And I don't think that you need to worry about processing that stuff right now. You will in the future, but right now you don't need to worry about that. You don't need to worry about, certainly you don't need to worry about what you perceive to be getting the addict initiative right. Anything out of that is worthwhile is great. Like that course is meant to be taken not brutally in 3 months. It's meant to be slowly taken over years.
That's
right.
kind of the thing that I was like, because I noticed I was like,
So right now I'm looking at it right now. I have a little whiteboard and it's got all the little things, little boxes every day. When I check it off, I feel real good. Good little serotonin, or I don't remember which one is the immediate serotonin or dopamine, but one of those things was like, oh, okay, we're going to do our adept today. And like, God, you'd be spending like a week or like a month on just one of those lessons. I was trying to do one a day. And that is foolhardy. That doesn't seem
well, it might also
very helpful.
And it might also be a way of distracting yourself from what you really need to do.
Oh my God, yeah, well, completely. And then you feel like you're doing the one thing that matters.
And I hate to break this to you, but it's actually in my terms and conditions on the website that you cannot use my courses to avoid what you really need to do.
No,
it's actually written
in
the terms.
Well, geez Louise, now that I know. Oh.
I think that you have one checkbox on your whiteboard, which is that you need to leave where you are. And I think that if you were called to LA, great. LA is a place where you can start.
My coming was foretold in the ancient prophecies. My earliest special fixation or interest was the film Cats Don't Dance, featuring Scott Bakula, and it's like about this little cat from Kokomo, Indiana, who comes out to Hollywood. But I've been dipping my toes in here and there, so it's not like just something. I've been gauging it. I like to analyze things properly, so it's like I have been, like I said, coming every 2 to 3 months, and I actually bugged out whenever all of the pandemic stuff started. I was like, they're gonna enact martial law, and I
me too.
Immediately, and like I was in well, not I say LA, but LA County, because I don't prefer being like super direct about it, but
it's
and I ended up
downtown.
staying over there for like 3 months, so I got a good acquainted idea with what being there feels like in a realistic, tangible, practical sense. And it's so funny you would say that, because you're just always just on the nose of the real issue here, because I have been finding myself being inadvertently self-destructive, in the sense of maybe it is that, again, the ego-bound subconscious fear of failure. Maybe it's like feeling like you don't deserve good things that you want. Because right now, literally all that I have to focus on doing is earning enough income as a self-employed person to show, 3 to 4 times the rent to a landlord or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And, what have I been doing? Drugs and playing Dungeons and Dragons. Okay.
Hey, I like both of those things. Don't knock it. But yeah.
Maybe I need to take a step back and reprioritize. And this has been like just the ultimate blessing.
Tell you what, I think I would like to suggest something. So first, this is what I will say. I think that you do not need to worry about doing any type of, at the moment, you do not need to worry about any type of introspection, self-processing, spiritual practice or any of this. I think that you have one priority, which is to leave where you are. And if you want to come to LA, then come to LA, but don't get out of the deep south for sure. And LA for all of its issues it's a city of like 14 million people where you can do literally anything and be anyone, and you can reinvent yourself into anything. So I think that you need to fully prioritize that, and then stay angry. Don't go into sadness, and because sadness is internalized anger, can be also. So stay in the state of action and take action to leave, and then give yourself a break and get yourself safe first, and then don't push yourself, because when you truly do feel safe, the rest will begin to emerge on its own. You don't need to force it. It will begin to emerge on its own when you truly are safe. Now, I would like to make a suggestion if you are open to it. And if you're not, that's okay.
May I make a statement that I'm amused by preemptively? My friends, often the ones who believe in good things and better for me and know what my values are, sometimes joke and they tell me, if I'm not making myself proud at the end of the day, they're like, live like Jason Wu is watching. And
you should see me when I'm not on these calls. Jesus Christ.
Be like, I'll have you know, Jason Luke told me that I do not need to be introspective right now, and I do not need to be doing
No, and you don't need naysaying
never-
friends either. Oh, well, I guess maybe they're positive. I don't know. It just depends on what day we're talking about. So I would like to thank you. I'm honored. Thank you. So I want to make a suggestion. So I see at the top of the call there are a couple women watching, right? And I don't think that's a mistake. So if you are open to it, and they are, I would like to maybe give 2 or 3 of you the chance to interact, and I don't even have to be here, or I'll be here for a bit, but I'm gonna go quiet again, and I think that might be quite healthy. If I see Christy and Meadow, if you're open to that and you think that might be helpful, then I think that might be a good idea.
Oh, I would absolutely love that. I am keeping my eye on the clock though, because I do have Dungeons and Dragons in an hour.
What were we saying about priorities?
Oh, I know. It feels like a commitment to other people. Just like being here feels like a commitment to other people.
What's your character? What's your character class?
So we're playing 5e, and it is like a homebrew, and it's my first campaign. Okay, but I'm playing like a druid type. It's like a modified druid, and I'm the healer of the group. So God, what would they do without me? Right? I mean, geez Louise.
Well, druids need to heal themselves first before they can be helpful to anyone else. What level is your druid?
Only level 4. We're just getting into it.
Well, in 5th edition, in level 5, that's when all your superpowers kick in. And to get to level 5...
I just thought, what is it, Circle of the Moon? Or
oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
To get to the level... to get to level 5, which is when you can really specialize, you have to fully heal yourself first, because otherwise you can't do it for anyone else. So tell you what, and I'm just saying this from personal experience, and I bet up a lot of people on this call could validate that, because there's a lot of D&D players on this call. I'm sure of it. I can feel it. Okay, so like I said, I don't want to pressure anyone, but if people on this call think that might be helpful, then I'm totally open to it.
I would love that. Yeah, overwhelmingly. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in if you let me, because I would love to. First of all, bless your heart for everything that you said. My initial reaction was she's lying, because
I feel that way sometimes too. People genuinely don't believe me, and I'm like, no, it's funny. You're supposed to laugh.
Well, yes. So what I've been doing for the last 6 months, 7 months, however long COVID is, I've been doing Zoom sessions of a support group for people suffering from long-term abuse symptoms. So from childhood and or from relationships that were abusive. So it's just weird to come into this group and then all of a sudden that's the topic. So I'm
she's not
I don't
lying.
want to talk at you. But there were so many things that you guys talked about that, the victim thing is just such a huge topic, because we talk about this in the group a lot. It's like you have to address the fact that you were victimized, because if we're all walking around with all this power to tie it into magic, if we're all walking around with this, someone hijacked your potential, your power, your will. And so that's a deep, deep violation, and it needs to be stated and addressed and grieved as whatever it is. But then you're already at this point where you're like, but I got to move on and I got to get shit done and I don't want to stay there and I don't want to feel that. And that's valid too. So they're it's an and world, right? When we can emotionally dip into the victimization and process that when it's the right time, that's really helpful. But then that spirit that you have is so yeah, you're gonna at least do a podcast.
I feel like 2 things. One, or I don't know how to process or accept 2 things. One is anybody ever being sorry for me. It was always I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm like, oh, that's all good. 2 is anybody saying nice things to me. I'm just very perturbed. Not perturbed, that's a bad word, but I don't know how to deal with them. I feel like a feral cat with emotional scabies.
Yeah.
So I apologize if I'm preemptively taken aback, because I do appreciate that, and it genuinely is meaningful, because I know that anybody who's on this Zoom call is capable of genuinely listening to a person and absolutely being present and perceiving what somebody's saying and digesting it properly. So I know what you're seeing and that you mean what you're saying. So I truly, truly appreciate that.
Yeah, and I suffer from that too, for sure. And I think a lot of us that were talking about art before suffer from that as well. And it's that another thing that popped up when you were talking, and Jason, when you were talking about anger, it's like, I love using anger. Anger is so useful. And the best way I've heard it described is if you can identify when you have hijacked parts of your own mental conversations, and it's like you'll identify a lot of the time that the things that are making you unhappy are your abuser's voice continuing to come through and tell you what your worth is, or who you are, or that you shouldn't take compliments because they're going to punish you, in a very real way. So that voice is still there, and using anger against that voice is like the absolute best use of like the momentum that comes with that anger towards someone that really deserves it. And it's just like, when we're talking about that inner child work, like you're defending your inner child, and you're going to defend her ferociously, because fuck that inner voice that wants to do you harm and keep you down,
It kind of does feel like a maternal instinct as well, like over your own personhood, in that kind of sense.
Yeah, but I definitely kind of look at it like it's not actually me. Like those were someone else's thoughts, someone else's beliefs, someone else's baggage that I was forced to absorb through abusive circumstances, which you didn't ask for. You don't want that. You don't want to carry that around with you. But yeah, that anger can be really good.
It's comforting to hear. Yeah, it's definitely comforting, because it is my most easily accessed space. And for some reason I have felt like that's something that maybe is irresponsible or unregulated or dangerous.
No, it's completely appropriate.
So
I think it's regulated. Sorry, I don't want to cut anybody off.
Go ahead.
But I think
please.
It's such a healthy emotion to feel anger around, these things that have happened, particularly in this moment. And the anger is what's going to keep moving you forward. And it feels like you have some momentum. And so I don't know. I agree, Jason. I would lean into the anger, and something that really has resonated throughout this whole conversation with me is the sort of like dangers of directing anger towards yourself. I don't know. I'm in awe of your ability to express yourself in the way that you have, and I feel really grateful and honored that you've decided to share this story with all of us. So your momentum, which I get the sense is fueled, whether or not you know it, by this sort of wrathful anger emotion, just keep barreling in that direction, because I have a real difficult time expressing myself, and I internalize a lot of anger. Like I can't even draw up the emotion of anger usually, even though it's there somewhere. So mine ends up sort of directed at myself, and that's something that I've been spending a lot of time in 2020 working on. So this may sound kind of weird, but you're really inspiring to me, and this level of energy that you sort of bring to this, and your ability to sort of keep moving yourself forward in that way is truly amazing. So
that's so funny, because I feel like I've been stumbling over my words, and usually when I go into something, I like to have like a little sketched up like workup in my mind, or like little index cards or post-it notes or like bullet points or something. And so I've just been like in this pool of like not sure of what I'm about to say. But I just wanted to kind of like pay it forward, because the first thing I mentioned was like I started Adept, and I noticed where the proceeds were going, and I didn't think that was any kind of like coincidence, at least for me. And obviously it's like the whole world doesn't revolve around you, but then in a way the whole world is kind of us, so that's cool. But I just felt like it was so profound, because it was at this exact time that I found this course, that I found this group of people, and this is exactly what I was experiencing. And to be completely honest, it probably has contributed to saving my life and keeping myself alive, and I just felt like that was worth mentioning. Coming off of Thanksgiving, I mean, why not be more direct about exactly what I am grateful for, and this group of people, this course, these things that I've been learning, the way that I'm able to shape my thoughts, or just like kind of sit with them and just see where they're coming from, and not necessarily letting one thought shape my entire reality. Just like it's like a train station, let that thought come in. This isn't your exit, buddy. Keep going. But that has been the most crucial thing for this year. And I just wanted to kind of like dip my toes in here and just be like, hey guys, it's definitely not all doom and gloom. I feel like this is a beautiful opportunity for people to get ready. For whatever. I mean, just getting ready, if that makes sense.
Well, I really appreciate that, but I have to thank you, because I'm just a guy who talks into the computer. You're the one that's done all of that work, and if I can provide, I guess like a what do they call that when you're writing, like a writing prompt, or like a prompt to do so, then I'm grateful for that. But if you've done that work, it's you, and so I'm very thankful, and I accept it. Thank you for saying that. But I thank you too, and it's very touching that you say that. So I think
you're a great imaginary friend, Jason. We all appreciate.
Well, I'm here. Well, everyone's a Zoom friend now. It's like everyone's caught up with me. Like I was the Zoom guy, now everyone's on Zoom. So I think I'm like looking through. There's actually many women on the call. So I think that, tell you what, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually gonna, if you're up for this, I actually may step aside for a bit. And I think that if any women on the call want to, or if you would prefer that I'm here, that's fine too. But I think that if there's actually a lot of women I see suddenly, so I think that if any other women would like to discuss or enter the conversation to offer their thoughts or encouragement, I think that would continue to be a healthy process. So ladies only, though. And I will either be here or not, but I will keep my mouth shut either way. So. But I think it might be fruitful if I actually step out and remove the dude energy. But if you would prefer that I'm here, that's okay too.
Oh, well, the presence as means of externalized validation just by you existing is cool. But also,
you have my externalized validation one way or the other. So what is it okay? Like I will step aside for a second, and then sure. I'm still in the, I'm around, So but I'm just gonna step out so that I'm not like dudifying the room.
Cool.
Sound good?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always a yes man, for the better or worse. So.
You're slipping into your male persona to protect yourself. That's interesting.
Oh yeah.
But
well, I'm just a guy.
Also.
People ask me what I do for a living. I'm like, I'm just a guy.
Yeah, it is more psychologically safe to come from the male perspective. Right, regardless of
I feel like gender. The male perspective too is also what is constantly sourcing validation. But I don't know. I digress.
Well, both sides do, right, in different ways. But one of the reasons why I'm suggesting that the women on the call speak without any dudification is that we've been interacting at essentially the male level, right? And I think that there are many sides to this, including the vulnerable female level, or not the vulnerable, not just the vulnerable, the wrathful, the strong, and powerful female level. That that there is something that is brought out in a group of women that, when no men are present, that is completely separate from if the room is dudified. So I will cease to dudify the room, but and I think that might be quite healthy and then I'll come back at some point. But I'm around just in case everything goes AWOL or so. Sound good?
Well, respectful, admirable, etc. We share a shoe.
We share a shoe? Is that a druid spell?
Is it? I mean,
did you say we share a shoe?
We cherish you.
Oh, thank you.
Expressing that your perspective is admirable, and
I appreciate that. Yeah. I thought we share a shoe. We share a shoe sounds like an old timey thing they said in the 1920s or something. It's like you'd be like, "Ah, man, the weather sucks today," and someone would be like, or like it's like the weather's terrible today, and someone would be like, "Yeah, we share a shoe." It's like, I don't know. It sounds like that.
Yeah, no, I might have been possessed momentarily by a past life or something. Who knows?
Maybe. All right, I'm gonna step out for a second, and I know it might be a little bit intimidating, a little scary, a little bit. It seems on a certain level, but it'll be fine. I'm around, and no dudes get on the call. Okay, I'll be back.
I just put some stuff in the chat if anyone's interested in resources.
Yeah, I think that'd be extremely helpful.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
what
do you have a support system in your real life right now through friends or people that you can go talk to or go to?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
More or less, like I said, with my family structures, like I'm here right now because I thought I would be making up for lost time with them, but it does reinforce those, like my parents were like 16, 17 when they had me, and also addicts, so it's like my whole life I've kind of been parenting my parents, so when I'm around them it's not necessarily like a support system, it's more like me leading them, guiding them, serving as their therapist or their friend or whatever. And then a lot of my friends do use, a lot of my friends, like I have one or two solid people who are consistent, like on a good path, and I trust them to steer me in the right direction or work as a good like sounding board. But ultimately it is like kind of a struggle to find people who can actually, like I said, genuinely listen to a person and actually perceive what they're saying and digest it properly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, hopefully, I don't know if you need more support, but hopefully you can find that either here.
I would love that. I have a great therapist too. I do trauma work like twice a week. Of course, I have been avoiding going to therapy for some reason, but yeah, no, I mean, it's solid. Although I can't tell if I'm getting to the point of like really good therapy with my therapist or if there's something really like Hannibal type situation going on, because he asked me the other day, he was like, "Are you suspicious of me?" And I was very jarred by that statement. And then I was like trying to piece it together. I was like, well, even if I were, I wouldn't like, I was like, what do you mean? And he's telling me like, are you waiting for the other shoe to drop, like in our dynamic, for me to become predatory towards you? And I was like, I guess even if I did feel that way, like I would probably be playful or flirtatious, or it's like I wouldn't answer that directly. And I just said, I was like, God, should I be? And then he was just expressing that like he was understanding that I was developing a sort of like avoidance to that kind of situation. Like, yeah, I'm kind of babbling at this point, but
you're fine.
Hanging in there.
We're not babbling.
Oh,
you can
good
give
Lord.
as much space as you want, or don't.
Oh well, yeah, I appreciate the full spectrum of that too, because oftentimes I do overcompensate and feel like I have this like definite compulsive need to entertain or make sure that everybody is like accommodated for what they. It's probably the southern
You don't have
hospitality.
to. You don't have to accommodate me. That's for sure.
So I appreciate the straightforwardness of like being able to minimize whenever necessary, because sometimes that's like a scary space, and that's actually like the most comforting one that I could imagine, probably. I guess, like I said, I fantasize about like disappearing like all the time, not in like a I'm gonna kill myself kind of way, although sometimes it's like that, but usually it's like to be on the coast of France with a couple of like sheep or something. I don't it's just a good fantasy to consider. Yeah, completely just dropping off outside of the box. But yeah, so I do appreciate that, and I thank both of you for having opened up preemptively during this call, because I was like not sure where to jump in at, and I just feel like it unfurled very appropriately. So thank you guys for being inspiring.
I just wanted to chime in. Thank you just so much for sharing. I know that had to be hard to like bring all this up, but I really just enjoyed like sharing space with you. And if you ever have someone that you want to, or don't have someone to reach out to, like I'm always available on social media. I know many other people on this call feel that way, and would love to just hear more of your thoughts. Or personally, I'd love to hear what you're excited for. Now that this is like you're on the other side or out of this. I love that you're playing D&D. I think that's so great. Like just doing small daily things for yourself. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's with my brother and his friends. So they invited me to their campaign. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm in the Discord server under the same name, like moniker. That's so cool. I don't know if you guys are also in the Discord server, but I'd probably like just poke my head in. I've actually never written anything in the Discord server, so yeah, I might start doing that more frequently. Like I said, I always miss office hours. I always miss these little like group session experiences. So this has been really, really rejuvenating. Like
this is the first one I've been on too. It's really it's really emotional to hear everyone's like where they're coming from this year and how different everyone's situation is. So this is the first time I've ever joined either, but I found it really valuable just to hear where everyone's coming from. So thank you for sharing. Like really.
Oh yeah, like I said, it is a pleasure and an honor. I do get in the space where I'm like, I start talking and I feel like, oh, I'm actually listening to what I'm saying. Am I making any sense? Like, people are actually listening to me. I'm in a space where people can literally hear what I am articulating right now. So maybe I should be more cognizant of what's coming out of my mouth. But we'll just go with the raw, literal vulnerability instead of marketed vulnerability.
I think it's awesome. I have problems using my voice, so I'm like, yes, let it out.
I mean, I guess there's like a very, very low risk to immensely high reward here in doing that. Like at the ultimately at the end of this call, like we're all going to go our separate ways, and there's the investment is just maybe being a little more confident than I might have anticipated today, and sticking my neck out and not being afraid of doing that. And it's a valuable resource for sure. So yeah, I feel like we're just going to keep thanking each other. I'm like, I thank you for thanking me. I thank you for thanking.
What happens when you put a
you.
bunch of women in a group together?
I know.
I'm so honored to be in your presence.
That's literally how I talk to
How does it? Can I ask a question? Is that okay?
Ask away. Yeah, that's actually better for me because then I don't have to like generate.
How
things.
does it feel to be talking with a group of supportive women? I don't know. Is that an experience that you've had in your life?
No, literally, I'm tempted to say literally never, and it's not because like well, I think like I couldn't really keep up with the text chat that was going on, but I was seeing a lot of people talking about like even the women in my life don't necessarily identify with being a biological woman. They're more like non-binary types. They're like, yeah, no, I don't really commit to the binary. But like, no, I've never had the experience of just talking to a group of like women who are invested or have a similar perspective or a set of values or experiences. Like, I just don't, that's not a resource that's available to me. And I've always aligned myself more with men, and have just found myself in groups, but like, I'm about to go play Dungeons and Dragons with a bunch of dudes. But I really like it because I've spent most of my life terrified of talking to women. I don't know. I feel like I always joke that dicks are all the same. They're pretty easy, but pussy's like a Rubik's Cube. And I mean, I guess it's like there's probably like a different algorithm, but I haven't figured it out. So I could just spend hours, days, weeks like trying to figure out how to get it all together in any kind of coherently processed fashion. But very, very good is the answer to your question. Is how it feels. And no, I've never experienced it before, and I am only mildly terrified, but it's more of like a high frequency excitement. So they're like, a standard deviation away from each other.
I would be like doing stand up immediately.
When you were like, I want to do stand up, I was like, yes, you'll kill it. Do the podcast, do the stand up, move to LA. What's the plan for moving to LA?
So I've been sort of working on that this whole year. Like I told my grandfather, who's a minister, he's like my favorite person in the world, and like the only like really solid focus of like good foundational support that I have. But he asked me, it's funny, I had showed him the film Once Upon a Time in Hollywood by Quentin Tarantino. I'm sure everybody's seen it. I didn't get the chance to watch it until my first trip out there, and I got to see it at the New Beverly Cinema, and that was like really, really exhilarating. But he was telling me like, so you have to have a plan. What is it? And I just started articulating out loud. I was like, 6 to 8 months here. I'm gonna focus inwards and try to get my routines down in a space where I'm not just operating on like purely chaotic energy, even though I used to say that was like how I would thrive. Like it's almost like your brain kind of when you're used to chaos almost wants to create chaos so that you can function, because I function best in 6 states of emergency. So it's something to be mindful of. But yeah, no, 6 to 8 months here, and I'm right on schedule. I still I can make it happen. It requires doing. So, I've been taking the visits out to go see, I have a long distance boyfriend. We're not moving in together. I'm very anti-codependency. I was like, even if we get married someday, we can just be neighbors, whatever. But, so I'm anticipating just working really hard, making as much money as I can before the end of the year. I'm going to be taking out another trip next month, towards the end of the month, closer to Christmas. which may be a complete disaster, but I'm not going to project that onto the situation. But really, I'm just going to solidly define exactly where I'm going to be, because like I know where these apartment complexes are and whatnot that I've been looking at because I've been there myself, but I haven't like spoken to the people who are running the place and all that. So I'm looking to be out there by at the latest the end of February. That's like a realistic, tangible outcome. I'd like to be out there by the end of January, but I'm not going to confine myself to that necessary expectation. But yeah, so after that happens, just sort of getting stabilized in a good nest. So the space that I'm in right now is only a 6-month lease. So by the time that I got settled in, it's kind of already time to go. So I think I'm really looking forward to like a more long-term kind of stabilizing force out there. And I for some reason I put up this wall where it's like I can't focus on creating a podcast, even though it takes nothing to do, until I'm out there. It's like I have this it's just a wall where it's like you got to get over this first and then you can do that, because it's like I don't want to necessarily divide my attention, like kind of like whenever Alchemy of Chaos came out, I was like, oh man, like I got to do this course, got to do it, and I was like not even halfway through with Adept, and I was like, why am I going to do that? Like, don't sell yourself. I actually think in the start of Adept he mentioned like don't take any other courses while you're doing this one, and so I was trying kind of to apply that like to the rest of my life. Somehow still didn't necessarily execute that properly, but always room for improvement. I don't know if that answered your question at all, but the next 6 months of my life are going to be supremely like intensive and just goal oriented. So yeah, thank you for asking, thank you for caring.
Of course. No, absolutely. I mean, it sounds like through this whole conversation with Jason and between the two of you that's something that's really coming through strongly, like in your intuition is sort of pulling you out of your current environment towards LA.
For sure. And I think that the reason that I stayed here is for other people, like my family. Like I feel sadness, that they, and it's a thin line, right? So I at first I was like, I felt sad that they didn't get to experience my younger adulthood, or that we didn't get to have these moments together for the last half decade. And so now I'm going to try to spend time with them, and I'm going to, really try to just mend those bonds and but now it's at the point where it's starting to become another people pleasing type situation, and that's not necessarily what I would like to be doing. And I'm still like stuck to my boundaries where I gave myself a time limit, but the time is definitely coming where it's no longer helpful for me to be here, and it's no longer restorative and like giving back to me. If anything, it's becoming quite a challenge in terms of honestly mostly navigating like drug abuse. And because it's very easy, I mean, anybody who's still around here in my hometown is here for a reason, and it's usually not because they actively made the decision. It's like circumstantial.
Totally. I'm
so yeah,
small town, and what you were saying is like drugs or have a kid, or like what you do if you stay. I mean, a lot of people leave.
Yeah, so I'm definitely getting out of here. There's no way I'm going to be here past March. I mean, but all it requires, like I said, being self-employed, it's like I guess I get a little overwhelmed and intimidated, because it's like there's nobody who's going to come rescue me. There's nobody who's going to come save me. There's nobody who's going to do any of this shit for me. I'm the oldest person in my family to go without like having children. I just turned 24. I'll be the first person in my family to have a college education. Like it's kind of a lot, but I know that I'm capable. I guess it's just like hard separating from the conditioning and the things that you were hearing like on a constant basis for so long that were literally imprisoning. So yeah, I don't know. I lost my train of thought, but I feel very responsible.
I have a question. Yeah. I get a sense from you that you're still able to like find goodness and like loveness in the world, which I find really astonishing and good that you've done that and kept and preserved that. I work with other women that I work for all women's company, so I mostly consult people that have like trauma and tell them like different options they have instead of medication. That's usually like the nature of my clients, but many of them have lost that ability to like feel love or like just goodness, notice any type of goodness. Do you have any advice for people in that space?
Thank you for asking a question that is helpful to other people.
This is all helpful to other people.
I would say that personally, I know that it's a survival mechanism, right? So that's my defense, is being optimistic. I feel like there would be no viable way for me to continue being alive if I weren't. And sometimes it gets the best of me, right? Like that it would be helpful for me to have a more visceral or a negative skew of things, because I find myself being kind of like almost naive or like hyper trusting of people. And that sometimes gets me in situations that are not ideal. But in my mind, like I was saying earlier, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, right? So that's apparently one of the laws of the universe. I don't know. I don't believe in stuff that's rigid, but it works out in my favor, because all of that suffering, all of that anguish, I mentioned earlier, there's just as much bliss and beauty on the other side. Like by definition, by law of physics, like if you have suffered, I don't necessarily know that reward is the right word for it, but it's like, also like I said earlier, like projections or reflections of opposite truth. So if somebody is dwelling in not necessarily regressive mind states, but like just caught up in like I call them like self-destructive prophecies or like negative feedback loops, I find that it's helpful to like, I almost get a little smile on my face when I'm really, really unhappy, because I know that what I'm going through is going to pay off, and that the pendulum will shift in the exact opposite direction. It has to, apparently.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So I don't know if that's helpful, but it definitely is a good way of how I like to look at things.
Yeah, and I know you're familiar with the phrase or saying, like, where focus goes, energy flows, and that's exactly where you have to go. Where
for
it's
sure.
Like, well, today I know I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons with some really nice people, and I'll focus on that for now. So that's a great place to start. I love that, and I hope more people have the faith to do what you've done, like notice the good things in life. That's really hard to do this year. So thank you.
Yeah, and I don't ever want it to feel like insulting. Like people are suffering, people are dying, like, and I'm laughing while I'm saying that, but it's like I get so skewed, and I almost am hesitant to articulate like the just sheer power, the power of positivity, but it's real, it's valid, it's definitely something that contributes to, what is it, I think it might have been Jason who was just talking about like the universe is good and loving, and like it wants to give you what you want, and so many people don't realize that what they want is to suffer, and like if that's what you want, like the universe is going to let that fucking happen to you, and like you just gotta understand how powerful your mind is, and genuinely, like it seems so silly, but if you do think about good things, and if you do like actively process positive information, like that's what you're going to receive. If you spend all day watching, I don't know, because I've been here before, you would spend all day watching like Ken Burns documentaries on like the Civil War or something, and like just listening to really depressing music, and like only being around people who are extremely negative, and like it is environmental and it is circumstantial, and I feel like I've been spoiled actually by being able to be alone, because I was literally, like I said, I was not allowed to use the bathroom. So like for 5 years, I was not allowed to be alone at any point in time. And now whenever I feel, like I said, I feel spoiled by my own space and my own time and my own energy, because I don't let myself ingest things that are bad. Of course, objectivity, whatever you want to say about it. But and when I'm around other people, like when I'm around my family members or stuff, I start to get itchy almost. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, oh God, I'm physically feeling the weight of all of this like a negative energy, and I feel like such a somebody used the word woo earlier. I was like, I feel like that's so silly, but it's true. It's true. And those like I'm sure that there's some kind of like literally scientific explanation for it, but yeah, no, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and projections tend to be reflections of opposite truths. So if somebody is projecting agony, horrible things that are going to happen to them, they're stuck in that space. It's like, maybe consider the opposite. Like literally just consider the exact opposite. Just flip it completely around. I hope that's helpful.
That's really helpful. I find it helpful. Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you for asking.
Do you have any courses that you're excited to try, like going forward, or have you done the two? I've only done one, so I feel like I'm like the lowest of this call. I'm not very much delved into this.
Oh, on magic.me? I'm super excited to do Alchemy of Chaos. My best friend is actually doing Alchemy of Chaos right now while I'm doing Adept Initiative, and then like after I'm done, if she's done, then I'm gonna take Alchemy of Chaos if she's gonna do Adept Initiative. And so it's like fun to just talk about like our like respective little journeys that we're taking with each other. So I'm really looking forward to that, because I feel like from what she's experienced, it seems like really like practical on the ground kind of stuff, whereas what I'm kind of focusing on is more like getting connected with, you know, who I am, the true self, like my will and what that means. And like, so it's a little more abstracted, even though of course there are like the practices to implement, which, like I said, I started back over in the course. I made it to the halfway point. I was like, I'm definitely cheating myself out of what I'm supposed to be experiencing here. So that seems really foolish. You know, I invested in this. I should invest in myself and not try to skip ahead. So I'm super excited about Alchemy of Chaos, 100%.
Yeah, I've done Alchemy of Chaos. I really, really enjoyed it. It is definitely more, I don't know what the word is, of the material world. Like it deals with the world and less a sort of like spiritual realm. Although that's not really true. But I think on the surface it deals more with the physical reality and
I need that.
yeah, no, and the reason that go ahead. The things that were really helpful for me in it was there's this whole section on boundaries that I'm still working with, but there's a whole section on sort of like how to structure and identify your boundaries, which is just something that I've struggled with for a long time. I've never known how to do. I've never been. I often feel overwhelmed and get the sense that like there's a lot of information coming in that's not what I want. So I love that you've really crafted. It seems like you've really worked hard and have been successful in crafting boundaries and what information you are taking in and where.
I mean, easier said than done for sure.
Oh,
because
sure,
at the end of the
for
like
sure.
I do straddle both sides of the fence of like I said, I've been in addiction treatment since I was 16, so it's like I kind of do, and that
You know
kind
a
of
lot of-
actually though I say that, but it's like in a way because of my familiarity with it, I can pull the wool over my own eyes if I want to and be like, no, I already know. But it's like I do straddle both sides of the fence of having a very addictive personality and being an enabler, and of course the culminating forces in my family structures are enabling and I mean, you can't have one without the other. I happen to indulge in both, but I do find at the end of the day it's like I still barely know how to say no to people. Like it's such a hard time. Actually, something I have learned, especially recently, and my best friend who's doing the Alchemy of Chaos did point this out to me, is that she's noticed that I actually don't really ever get stern with people. When I am putting up a boundary, I deflect with humor or politeness. Usually I try to be silly about it. But that I would probably really benefit from being way more straightforward and direct, and nobody's going to judge me or punish me or blame me for just being like, no, absolutely not, instead of, dancing around whatever the circumstances are. I feel like that's something that a lot of people probably experience for sure.
Oh,
but big people pleaser hours. It's terrible. I don't know if you guys are into natal charts, but my Venus sign is in Virgo, so it's really rough out here.
That's funny.
Man. Yeah, my goodness.
Cool.
Yeah, I know. I'm like observing both the time and my phone's battery, and also like feeling mildly uncomfortable isn't the word, but just like confused about being in this setting, and then like also not knowing what level of authoritarianism to implement, or like how much to talk about or what to talk about, or also then knowing that we're streaming and like not necessarily wanting to convey things that probably would get somebody the count banned or something.
Very inspiring. Oh, sorry. Oh no, excuse me. Sorry. That's what you get with Zoom. You never know you're gonna. I was just gonna say that you're very inspiring, and I love your energy. There's a magnetism about you that's really, I don't know. It's. I think you're doing great. I just want you to know that. And,
well, thank you so much. I know sometimes those are easier things to say to other people, but based on what you were talking about, I really identified when you were opening up earlier with what you were saying, especially about like he was talking about the artist's way, and you're like, I've got 2 copies, and I was like, oh yeah, I feel that in the deepest pit of my being. Like, yeah, I totally understand. So yeah, thank you. And I know a lot of times, it is easier to I love being nice to people, but sometimes I'm not always the nicest to myself. So I appreciate that in you doing so, and also understand where it could be coming from, because I could compliment you ladies all day. I'll compliment the fuck out of you women.
It's quickly, because I know that Alexis wants to talk, but I will say that since doing being involved in Jason's courses and stuff, and how my conscious, I would say that I've just constantly evolving as a person. I'm night and day than what I was when I was in my late teens, 20s. I was very narcissistic, very, a bunch of different things, and I feel like things are ever changing for me. And what I have noticed a lot is that I feel like I'm more able to take control of myself and be more direct. You were just talking about wanting to please people and be, and not be a straight talker. Well, I've noticed about myself, I never used to be like that. I used to want to make people happy. I never wanted to, I'm always honest with people, but I didn't want to make myself look bad or anything like that. I'm articulating this right. And so I've noticed that just, I guess, through accumulation of various things, that I'm not afraid any longer to just say, okay, well, I'm happier. I'm actually starting to understand myself more. This whole true will thing is really interesting for me as well, because I always felt like, I don't like labels or being stuck in, institutionalized stuff, like groups and movements and stuff. I always felt like I want to just do my own thing. And I love when people do their own thing. I think that everyone should find what it is that's right for them. But I've noticed just, this particular year, I've been less afraid to just, straight talk, if you like. And I think that it's okay. I think that as long as you're conscious about the people around you, I think that you can basically be comfortable enough with yourself to say what you want. I don't know if this is making sense. I have a habit of just
absolutely. No, it definitely makes sense for sure.
Yeah. So I know Alexis wants to talk. So go ahead.
I was just happy to hear you talk about your chart, and I was just wondering if you have delved into that and if it's helpful for you in putting.
Oh my god, yeah, it's so helpful, and I get so embarrassed about it because I know that it's not even Vedic astrology, but it's like I get so very, very excited, and I like to talk about charts with people and stuff. And yeah, no, I have like I said, the whole Virgo Venus thing feels like I call it the only bitch made placement in my chart. And then I have a Mars and Leo, ironically, and they're both in the 8th house. So that's fun. I actually feel like that's the most Scorpio thing about me, even though I am a Scorpio sun, but that's my only placement there. So I have.
Are Venus are they in a conjunction?
I'm not totally certain. I'm not necessarily the best in terms of finding the conjunctions and the.
Well, either way, in the 8th house, that's really intense and amazing and really cool. And do you know? So wait, so what was your rising sign?
Capricorn. So Scorpio sun, Aries moon, Capricorn rising. Fun stuff. The Capricorn placements hold it all together with a Libra Mercury.
Cool. Well, so that's a lot of cardinal signs. This would be a particularly intensely transformational time for you, as it is for everyone.
Oh yeah, my goodness.
But I'm so glad that you're on this path. I've never participated. Nice to meet everybody. I don't know how well you all know each other or.
Likewise, I've never spoken at one of these things ever.
Yeah, me either. I've never even talked in the Discord server, not even one time. So yeah, new beginnings.
Yeah, hopefully I'll run into some of you there in the future. But yeah, I think you're really, really smart, and I'm just, as long as you're doing it, I would hope that you get away from wherever you are. I just understand, because I have an ex-boyfriend from about 15 years ago.
Oh, I think it cut out a little bit. I heard 15 years ago. I'm not sure if that's my service or.
She froze. She just froze a little. Maybe she'll come back.
I'm so stoked somebody brought up freaking natal charts. I don't have to feel like the big dork in the room. Like I said, I'm a hit at parties.
I wish I knew more about it. I'm working on building a natal chart from the Adept Initiative course, but this sidereal zodiac has like really thrown me. I'm trying to sort that out.
Yeah, totally understand. I barely know what I'm talking about.
well, I've always known myself as a Sagittarius, but according to the sidereal astrology, I'm actually a Scorpio, and that is interesting.
I think that's why I struggle to delve into the other ones because as a Western Scorpio sun, we're always like, first of all, we love to brood and we love talking about being a Scorpio. Like we're all kind of the same. And it's like, oh man, I would hate to wander into some other kind of ideology where I'm not a Scorpio.
I know. I'm like, I need to really figure out this identity stuff because like I don't need to be identifying as a Sagittarius, but same page. But a lot of my closest friends are Scorpios, so I'm into the brooding energy.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm personally very entranced and almost addicted to addicted to Sagittarian energy. So could be, you know, the fiery psychic. Yeah.
Alexis, are you back? Oh, I thought she came back first.
No, she froze.
Yeah,
she really froze.
Yeah.
I also wanted to hear what she wanted to say about the
Yeah, me too. I was like, no, oh my God.
She's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank God.
I've struggled with a lot of the same things that you have, and especially just need to get this off my chest. Part of my struggle with addiction is feeling like I have a lack of meaningful communication in my life, or people who I can really talk to the things that I'm interested in. And also, I just want to say about Venus and Virgo, like you are just naturally good at making people feel better, and that's and being a healer, and that's a huge gift. And I think it's important to have healthy like I'm an Aries, so navigating feminine things has been challenging for me, and having other women in my life who are really good at boundaries because people will judge you. People will judge you for speaking up for yourself and for using your voice. And it's not the end of the world, but it can be hard to navigate.
I feel like I'm in a little fireside sandwich here. Man, I love it. It's so intoxicating and comforting. You were mentioning though that you said that you had an ex, possibly abuser, from 15 years ago, and then it kind of cut out after that. But I was very curious as to what you had on your mind.
Not many people like. Yeah, it's been. I don't have any answers for how to deal with stalking or. And I haven't. Law enforcement was horrible. A restraining order, it's
I feel like that'd be worse. It'd be worse to deal with law enforcement and then be like completely let down by them than to just like move on with my life and be like, well, if somebody shoots me in the head, they shoot me in the head, and I can't do anything about that. But I'll take like jujitsu maybe and just keep myself ready. Yeah,
definitely do martial arts. And I also just feel like that's a really 8th house theme of always feeling like it's really important to feel calm and relaxed. But I do feel like there is something to the expansion of consciousness that you spoke about in regards to that kind of fear and like a level of awareness that not everybody will experience.
And calm people, or so I hear.
Calm people, right.
Yeah. Well, if your nervous system is calm, you can kind of help co-regulate someone else's nervous system. Like a baby, like a mother does with the baby, or like with a dog who's freaking out. People can calm other people. For sure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, Alexis, too.
Yeah, seriously. Because I
It's hard
mentioned,
Thank you, Alexis.
yeah.
Thank you. It's weird to navigate, but if you ever want to geek out on astrology or like anytime, like I would love to do that.
Oh heck yeah! Oh my god! Yeah, I'm in the Facebook group with my like actually just real life Facebook page, and then I'm in the Discord server under this like name. So
I'm not on
around
Facebook or any social media, but I'm gonna join Discord. And
cool. Man, I'm so excited about this. I'm also like frustrated because my phone is like rapidly dying. I have a good 10% battery. Well, I've been on the call the whole time. So it's been like 4 hours now. So I'm like a digital hoarder, so my phone just dies existing because it's so full of everything that I've thought about. Yeah. So my goodness gracious.
It's like time stops. There's no world outside. It's just this Zoom call. That's what it felt like for me. This whole time. I mean, it's been wonderful for me. I love listening to other people, and so much has come up. You know, listening to yourself and to other people, things that come up that I needed to hear that are, you know, interesting to me as well. But it's just like there's nothing else going on outside. It's just like what's going on.
Yeah, same here. And I kept like muting and unmuting my mic because I kept wanting to like jump in because everything that you guys were talking about was so directly pertinent to what I've been experiencing either this year or in the totality of like my existence. And I keep feeling like, oh my god, I can contribute to this. Wow, this is exactly parallel to my own experiences. And I know it's like no coincidence that we're all here at the exact same time and we're all, you know, speaking and feeling charged by one another's presences. And I'm really excited. I'm so thankful that, you know, I didn't dismiss my email, and I thought that there would probably be some merit to me hopping on today instead of, you know, fucking off. Like I said, I do have Dungeons and Dragons to get to, but that can wait.
Whatever you want.
As soon as you mentioned a druid, that's when I became really. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons, but the whole thing seems, intriguing to me. But as soon as you mentioned druid, I'm like, heck yes, druids.
Yeah.
You know, anything to do with, because I'm you know, from that way.
Yeah.
I was like, you know, druid. Yeah, maybe I should get involved in having a go.
We should start I don't even know how to do this. We should start a women's magic, or not anybody, of whoever wants to, but a Magic Me Dungeons and Dragons.
Wow.
I've never played either, and I don't know how I escaped it. I feel like I was made to play Dungeons.
I always wanted to. I could never convince anybody to do it with me. So this is like my first time. I'm just learning. Yeah, because my brother and his friends have been playing, and I got so upset last time. I was like, I want to play. And they're like, okay, well, next campaign, get ready. And actually, my brother scolds me gently because I don't take it seriously enough, that I don't spend all my spare time, you know, reading up, and because he's fully immersed. But yeah, oh my God. Or even just a group, because I really enjoy this dialogue that we're having. And like you mentioned, like, how does it feel to just be surrounded by like supportive, thoughtful women? I'm like, I can't think of a time where I've ever had an experience like this. So yeah, that would probably be very helpful.
Something actually you said earlier about someone will give you a compliment. They'll say something to you that is nice or whatever. I don't know what it is about myself, but you know, it doesn't matter how good a job I do. Someone gives me an acknowledgement or compliment, I'm just like,
Well, you know, and I think I can see the positive in that because it means that you're always going to be getting better. And if nothing's ever like good enough for you, right, then your standards are always going to be sliding upwards, and you're always going to be improving no matter what. So I don't think that that's necessarily a hindrance. I think that it's really, really quite powerful, and it's going to propel you into the directions that maybe you didn't even consider possible.
That's a very good point, because that is how I think, because especially with my job, I'm always thinking, what can I do? So this is probably not good enough, and that sort of ties into self-esteem thing, but it also, on the flip side of it, it pushes me to do more, and it pushes me to delve in more and see, okay, well, what is it I need to do for this person? How can I help them? Because that's a big thing for, I really, there's aspects of my job that I enjoy seeing people successful.
Yeah.
And being successful in what that they're hungry for and what they love artistically. And so, so that does, there's definitely a flip side of the coin there, where it does put, like you said, it will, make you excel a bit more. And I guess, like the whole black and white mirror thing is good as well, because you can transmute.
If you can imagine, if you can guess, that's where I started to dial out my focus.
Oh yeah.
Although I was gonna say, you can tell me if this is not true in any way, shape, or form, but I was thinking about when you were talking about how you kept sort of moving away from Adept Initiative, and the white mirror, black mirror exercise is a lot and really leads you into sort of like the depths of who you are and your experiences. And I think, first of all, it's totally normal that you would get there and be like, maybe I'm not going to do this right now. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say, like, maybe that's not, I don't know. I would really tap in and listen to yourself to the extent that it's possible, because maybe that's not the thing right now. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe just the half hour of asana and pranayama would be better. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe you don't need to be like ripping your soul apart right now and being like, what are all of my like black and white mirror qualities, and then assigning elements to them. Maybe it is, but maybe you just go play Dungeons and Dragons and move to LA and call it a day.
Yeah, I guess I honestly, hearing it directly from Jason was immensely validating is the correct word, because it's like, oh God, yeah, no, I do think every single day, like, and I was struggling to sleep for a little while too, because it's like, I feel like you can always be doing more and you can always be doing something. And so I would just be up for days at a time, like, because you can just.
Oh. I think her phone's going.
Your phone might be dying, which is understandable.
Yeah. I think she's really inspiring. I think she's really great.
If you can hear us, we're talking about you and we think you're amazing.
Yeah. It's been an absolute joy.
And that you should give yourself a break. Cut yourself some slack. That's what I think.
Well, if she has gone, if she can hear us, I hope, I'm sure she'll be around again.
Yeah, please come back. I'm not sure how many of us are on the Discord, but
I've never used it, actually.
I figured out how to use Discord to join this Discord server.
I just got an email.
Not that long ago, like a couple months ago.
I got this email saying World Summit. I was like, yes, World Summit? That sounds great.
I know, it does sound great, doesn't it? Jesus Christ, I just tripped over the fucking lighting fixture. God damn it. I don't know what to do with myself. Oh, thank you. Hi, how are you?
Any of us know what to do with ourselves? I don't. Half the time.
It's Thanksgiving weekend, Well, are you in Ireland?
No, I'm in the United States, but I'm from that way.
Oh, okay. I was thinking about moving to Ireland from the United States.
How could you possibly work that one out?
I'm psychic.
Well, that's very possible, but could be the accent.
Maybe. I don't know. It's the drapes,
The drapes, yeah.
I was thinking about moving to Ireland from the U.S.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's nice. The U.S. is crazy right now. I don't know where you are. Well, I'm in LA. No, LA is crazy.
No, this country's not crazy. That's...
Okay, tell me, what's your perspective on the U.S. coming from... What part of Ireland are you from?
The north.
Okay.
So
from Belfast or somewhere else?
I'm sorry, what did you say? You were cutting out.
From Belfast or somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm from about 20 minutes from there. I say Belfast because no one's heard of where I'm from. So it's just easier to say Belfast.
Okay.
You'd mentioned whenever you were doing the Adapt initiative, Civil War came up and saying that we should think very clearly about what we're doing because we don't want to devolve into that situation. Well, I grew up in that country, so it's night and day now. There's kind of things under the surface, but I grew up at a time where my mother especially, she was a nurse during the conflict, so she was actually there when
Wow.
bombs were going off and people are killing each other, and it's just crazy. And so I think it's a different kind of civil war here, but certainly it's just.
Do you feel like it's a civil war here?
What's that?
You feel like it's a civil war here? You said it's a different kind of civil war here, like the U.S. You mean?
Yeah, I think I think there is a great divide. I think that's very apparent to a lot of people, but I think there's also an informational civil war, perhaps. It's different. It's kind of it's obviously it's not a people on the streets. Or people bombing things or doing a bunch of stuff. Setting off car bombs or whatever, but I think there's definitely such a divide where it is in some respects a kind of civil war.
Do you think it might turn into like what you grew up with, or more in that direction? No.
I hope not.
Yeah, me neither.
I hope not. That would be to go from one place to. Well, I mean, look, Northern Ireland isn't like that anymore. It's a very multicultural. Most people just want to get on with their lives. There's all the tensions. It's really confined to the political realms. Infighting amongst political parties and stuff. But I don't want to say whether this country is headed in this direction. I think that's a big conversation.
It's a big summit this weekend. I'm literally curious. I mean, it's like something people talk about a lot. And since I'm in LA. We had the riots here in 1992. The whole city burned, and there was a bit of that this year, and there was a bit of that all over the world this year, and certainly a lot of places in the U.S. And in the U.S. this year alone, I forget what it is, but they've sold something like 20 or 30 million new guns to people. There's no guns anywhere. There's no ammo anywhere. You can't find ammo anywhere because everyone's bought it up, and just like the most random, literally everyone, like school teachers. Doctors, divorcees, living by the like literally everyone, and it's crazy. It's not like the image people have of gun owners in America is like, good old boys or whatever. It's like literally everyone is armed to the teeth now. It's like probably the stereotype that most Europeans have about Americans. They were all like running around holding Big Macs and just like shooting off into the air. Is probably like literally true now. And so, and of course. There's the divide that you're talking about, and now nobody's been working all year, and the economy could teeter. And I feel like, I don't know, like since Biden won, I know I was convinced if Trump won, like things would just blow up overnight. But now things seem kind of calm, but who knows? And so I'm just asking out of curiosity because I started thinking about this like a year ago, or actually no, like 2 years ago, and I'm like, because I could kind of just smell it coming, and I'm like. Well, if that actually happens, what's that actually going to look like? It's not going to look like some apocalyptic end of the world, like the Civil War, like American Civil War. It would probably look like the Troubles. It would probably look like things are quiet for a long time, and then just like then there's a sniper or somebody's, the bomb just goes off, but it's like here and there. It's not nonstop.
Usually there's one, I mean, and certainly in terms of the history of the Troubles, you can see there's certain incidents which set off, if you like, a domino effect for other things. And I think, it could just be one or two things that could perhaps set off that. I mean, for example, there's instances of, the British Army doing certain things in certain areas of Belfast, not setting off mass violence. And then that kind of just evolving from there. But it's I mean, Northern Ireland's more complicated than what some people think. I mean, on the surface, yes, it's two sides warring with one another, and there's a nationalist versus the unionist side, which is essentially British government. But at the same time, there's a lot more. There's a lot of things under the surface, and a lot of complications involved in that as well. And things tend to simmer. Things did simmer a lot, and so perhaps because things have been bubbling under the surface, at some stage it'll erupt like a huge pimple that explodes. Sorry for that analogy.
Well, that's kind of what April was like, or whenever the George Floyd thing happened, and then all of a sudden it was just like,
things tend, I mean, in my experience at least, things tend to be under the surface, kind of like, you know, simple analogy like, you know, volcano erupting or something like that. You know, things tend to just simmer under the surface. Like, you know, for example, in you know, if you have violence perpetuated against you by soldiers on the streets for a long period of time, you see your family members dragged off or whatever, then things are going to bubble up. Tensions are going to eventually arise to the surface. And obviously it's not quite the same example, but it's still the same kind of way that, you know, things eventually just erupt. People just had enough, you know, and eventually they want to break out from whatever they think is controlling them, or just the two sides just can't merge together and come to some kind of, and then you've got, you know, there's all sorts of other complications, like, you know, individuals being, you know, people being people, you know, human nature. And, you know, I'm probably being vague here, but, you know, I to answer your question, I don't, you know, I hope not, but, you know.
Do you think that there's parallels, or it's a totally different situation and shouldn't be compared?
Yeah, I think you can always find parallels. I think that's a long conversation. Well, I mean, you could have a simplified conversation about it and say that, you know, well, it's not quite the same though, because, you know, people aren't really being subjected to, you know, the same kind of, I mean, there's reasons why there's reasons why people have, you know, fought back in the context of Northern Ireland. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not of the opinion that, you know, violence begets, you know, that's a solution or anything like that, but I can understand due to events that have happened over a course of, I mean, this is hundreds of years. It's not just, you know, it's something that has emerged, you know, for a long, long time and eventually come to the surface in this way. But, you know, it's kind of, you know, there's always going to be parallels that you can find in the surface, but, you know, I don't know. I probably need to eat something because
Okay.
mine went off in a tangent or something.
No, it's because I'm super interested. I talk about this for like 3 hours. I'm fascinated. But by the way, this is just, I apologize. This is what I meant. I'm just demonstrating also. This is what I meant when I said that I was dudifying the room and you didn't want me involved in this conversation, because like I just pop back up and immediately it's like the IRA. Imagine living with me.
No, you
Jesus.
get into like the trouble. It's like, where did he come from? I mean, but really, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's. I think it's actually interesting to me. A lot of Americans don't. I've spoken to quite a few Americans. Have no idea what happened in Northern Ireland. They have an image presented by the media, and actually, when I was traveling as a kid, even to Italy, the media would just have, you know, an image of, oh, the IRA blew up, you know, such and such, but nobody actually understands the extreme complexities involved in history on both sides.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a simple situation by any means, and it's something you have to go back, like any historical argument, you have to go right back, you know, to the rebellion. You have to look at the whole massive context of Ireland as a whole as well, you know, where things came. And so it's interesting how many people just have no idea. They do, I've had Americans recently say to me, I didn't realize it was a divided country. It's like, how do you not know that?
Well, hey, I mean, I hate to talk down my own country people, but yeah, Americans barely know what's happened in America. I mean, they don't even know they only know what happened on TV at this point. You know?
Americans, myself.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that where I am, and I apologize for like disappearing. My phone did die finally, so I just had to stop. My God, I am literally surrounded by good old boys. I'm from the deep rural Floridian South, and even my pastor's wife of a grandmother, you know, salt of the earth woman, whatever, is calling for violence, you know, brutality, the rise of the new resistance, as she calls it, completely off the deep end, fully unhinged. I mean, I like to joke that if you want to understand the kind of people I'm dealing with, you literally can't watch a movie at their house because Fox News is burned into the lower half of their TV. They actually have stopped watching Fox News because it's too liberal.
It's the same here. It's literally the same here. It's just MSNBC is burned into the TV or CNN. It's the same. It's the same.
Yeah, of course. No, I totally understand that. But when they say, I hear them like every day calling to arms, you know, radicalizing their friends and family. And, you know, yeah, this pastor's wife is completely strapped to the teeth. You know, you can't go over there without stumbling into a couple of ARs. At least, you know.
Sounds like my house, but.
And I'm from the South. Like I am comfortable with it. I understand, but to see these people every single day, truly excited about the prospect of being able to, like, you know, kill a black person or something like the good old days. Like I don't even know, like all it takes. Like it truly blows my mind. I just can't even comprehend it. I can't fathom it. And even these people who literally, like I said, pastor's wife ideology, her entire life has been the pinnacle of sincerity and compassion and love. It's like I'm seeing it eat away at these people, and they have no conceptualization of what that looks like, of what outside the dimensions of this small little county in Florida, you know, what they're actually asking for. And it's very, very disorienting to consider.
So I'm sorry. I can actually see some. Jason asked about parallels. What you'll find in Northern Ireland is a very colloquial, let's get the word out, kind of mentality, or even. So, you know, certain groups would have certain conditioned mentalities. And I always find it insane that people would just hate for no reason, because, I mean, a lot of it is just, you know, their external environment telling them a certain way, family conditioning. You know, if you grow up in a certain family, they say, oh, well, Catholics are bad. It's not even about religion, really. It's not. I mean, that whole argument seemed ridiculous to me. But it's just, you know, if your family members are telling you, you know, it's very very tribal, for want of a word, and so I can see some similarities there where people are just kind of like, you know, oh, those filthy, you know, they call people all sorts of names, and you know, I never was subscribed to any of that kind of, thankfully, any of that mentality, even though I grew up in an area that was, you know, strongly a certain way. You know, it's the same kind of, you know, just blind kind of, almost like tribal, colloquial kind of mentality that just, you know, it's like, I don't know, it's just, you know, I saw people like, for no, you say, well, why don't you like this person? Oh, well, they, you know, they're a filthy nationalist or something like that. I'm like, that doesn't even, I mean, why? So, you know, it's kind of, it's so perhaps, yeah, it sounds all very troubling, you know. That's
no pun intended.
No, not at all. I didn't even actually mean for that one, but okay.
That was good.
A lot of things I say, I kind of, you were talking about, you felt like you were rambling, which you weren't at all, but I feel like that constantly. Sometimes it's like the stream of like stuff just comes out and I'm not coherent, and so.
No, you're totally coherent. That's what I love about this form. It's like I love about podcasting, but I feel like all day Zoom with like bunches of people. That's like great. It's like that's like the only way we're gonna get any type of real human connection anymore. You know. So I think we've stumbled on something cool here as a group.
And I like to listen to everybody. You know, I'm not particular. I don't subscribe to anything particular or whatever. And so I like to be open-minded, conscious of other people's viewpoints and stuff. But it's just hard sometimes to have a conversation with somebody because they'll either shut you down or they don't want to hear. It's not even like, I don't believe in necessarily, you know, saying, oh, well, I'll express how I feel. But I like to stimulate things to see what will come up through conversation. I think this is ideal because it allows everyone to input, and then we can see what evolves from that. You know?
Yeah, I really like it. I mean, I like podcasting too, but to be completely honest with everyone, I've kind of gotten frustrated with podcasts. As you're probably aware, I haven't been doing as many recently. I've done a few more, but I've gotten a little frustrated with podcasting like a year and a half ago, because I just felt like every podcast you listen to, it's like repeating the same conversations. It's like whoa, there's an entity, a spirit has arrived.
I know that was kind of very ominous, weird, and sort of like alien.
Yeah, what was going on there? These Enochian entities are arriving. But it's just like with podcasting, it's like when it's two people, it's like one person is the host and the other person is trying to promote whatever they're promoting, and it's usually themselves in one way or the other. So and it's just like I feel like every podcast is like, although I love Duncan's podcast, I still like a lot of Joe Rogan's podcast. Although a lot of it is just about like stuff that I'm not interested in, like sports and stuff. But when he has like interesting people on, like Elon or whatever, like that's great. But it began to feel like every podcast is like, have you ever done DMT, bro? It's like I've heard that conversation so many times. Like, well, if you ask Carl Jung about what he would say about DMT, it's like, I don't care what Carl Jung would say about DMT. I've heard that podcast 18,000 times. So, anyways, I digress. I think that it's also just a little the thing that is unnatural about podcasting is objectively way better than blogging, because it's actually a conversation and people will listen to it, and it's better than TV, I think, because it's actually human connection. But you have one person like trying to sound like a big deal, and it's really irritating eventually. And so I think, and it's not natural for human conversation. It's like, so I think that this is cool because it's like actually like a bunch of people talking, and you can't really like front. I think when there's a bunch of people talking, you can't really be like I'm Russell Brand, like.
I feel like it's kind of like they say in church, where two or more gather, there I shall be also.
Yeah, and they're talking about Mark Zuckerberg waiting to ban everyone.
Or therapy being just saying things out loud that you've never articulated before. So I genuinely appreciate this. I mean, I personally am going to have to like get going sooner than later, but
how did everything go? I started rambling about my shit. I'm sorry. So how'd all that go? I was actually not listening.
I feel like that was any kind of diminished. We were all feeling really invigorated by the experience of actually talking to a group of women who are supportive and invested. And I had the realization that I've never experienced that in the totality of my lifetime. I've never just spoken to a collective of femme-oriented individuals, and like I said, anybody who's on this call is genuinely capable of actively listening and perceiving and comprehending and digesting the things that we're articulating. And so often it doesn't feel necessarily like I have a like you were talking about podcasting. I mean, one of my friends will joke to me like, play track 48, because they notice when I go out and about, I'm like working on material basically, in the sense that I'll say a lot of the same things and just kind of see how it falls on different ears. And in this case, it's not like that. This is totally dynamic, and I used the word primordial earlier. I can't help from using it again, but it's like, these are not things that I've expressed before, certainly not in these kinds of ways. And I feel like that's terrifying, but also empowering. So I thank each and every one of you for being here right now, because I know, as I stated earlier, that it's no small feat, and it's not a coincidence either that we're all in the same space at the same time, engaging with one another. And I think that that's really, really exhilarating. So thank you guys. I'm very grateful for each and every one of you.
Yeah,
that's
thank
great.
you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, and it's I haven't been saying that much, so it's a testament to all of you, and I think this is great. It's like, wow, human interaction with groups. Who would have thought? And this is great. So and it's you guys. It's like, as they said, I have the best students, the best. Ask anybody. They're the best ever, the greatest ever of all time, possibly all universal history. Let me ask this though. I think this was this part where we did the all women's circle. I think sounds like it went well. And I think that's. I mean, I'm very honored if you hadn't had that experience before. Then that's a huge compliment you could pay me.
Actually, and I apologize to interrupt. We actually had mentioned maybe even the idea of us kind of forming a little group of little, the women of magic.me or something, and us kind of talking to one another and keeping up, because
I actually, it's funny, we noticed also a similar pattern is that none of us have participated in any of these kinds of sessions before, nor I've been in the Discord server for like a year now, and I've never said a single peep.
Okay.
So we were all kind of talking about how this is like the first time for all of us opening up in this kind of way, and maybe we'll unify outside of this little Zoom session because it's very, very powerful.
Then we're gonna keep doing it. Then that's thank you for that's great, perfect feedback. Okay, so let me ask this then. This is really important. In Topi, I'm guessing most of you guys know most of you know what Topi was? Hopefully some may not. So Topi was the Temple of Psychic Youth. It was Genesis Peorage's magical group, which was primarily, it was in the 80s, it was primarily around Brighton in the UK, in England, but then was in the US, but it was all over the world. There was like 10,000 people in it at one point. And Jen did something, magic since time, none of you need me to tell you, magic since time immemorial has been plagued with, shall we say, a pernicious imbalance to the dude side of the force, to put it as lightly as humanly possible, and which is a wasted opportunity because men, by and large, know very little about the magical side of things compared to women. As a general stereotypical blanket statement, it's obviously not always true, but and in addition to that, it's a topic that is approached very differently by men and women, as speaking in broad categories. Not to completely generalize, but so for instance, like I can go from here to hopping on an all dude, magic call, and we can just be talking about like Enochian for like 3 hours, and it will sound like freaking engineers talking, and it'll be like, oh god, fucking. Well, if you look at this sub-angle of this quadrant of this watchtower, then actually, if you look at the 17th century version of how John did this, it's like, oh Jesus fucking Christ. So, anyways, but I love that too. Obviously, like I'm one of those dudes. But here's what I will say. So Jen in Topi made a intentional point of, I think they called it the. So in Topi, everyone was given a Topi name, and the men were given the name Eden, and the women were given the name Kali, and then they were given numbers, right? And as an exercise in, identity and things like that. So, and then so they had a thing called the Kali Circle, where it was specifically the women's only section, and men were not allowed. They were not allowed to listen, and they were not allowed to participate. And it was basically like, and the women, the female part of Topi would, I think it was like, I don't know if it was once monthly. It may, like, I mean, it's in the Psychic Bible. There's information about it, but the main thing was that it was a women's only circle, and men were just not allowed, period. And Jen said that was a really one of the most powerful things that Topi ever did, because it allowed it allowed women to fully express themselves, and things came out that never would have otherwise. One of which was stories of childhood abuse, which obviously are shared by both genders, but more so women, unfortunately. And I have certainly just witnessed in my personal life, as I mentioned before I ducked out of the room, it's like, if you de-dudify the room, like, magic happens, right? Conversely, like I've been involved in Freemasonry. When it's only men in the room, the dynamic also completely changes, and it's in a really interesting way, where if it's all men in the room and what they're talking about is like some type of ritual engineering type structure, what happens is you get all of the sexual competition drops out of the room completely, and men completely lose the status and hierarchy games, which is really interesting. So if you're a biological woman, right, or you've probably never experienced that, because by nature it's like this quantum thing where you can't witness it, similar to men cannot truly witness what a female only space is like. And it's really interesting, because then essentially what you get is like a room of like 20 men who suddenly drop all their posturing and all the shit they do to impress women, and then you just get like 20 guys like geeking out about like some totally pointless thing, like making lists about things and stuff. It's really interesting to watch. Anyways, So that's a ramble, but what I was going to point out is I think it might be it occurred to me when I was out of the room, it was like, well, I stepped out, but in a sense it wasn't truly a female-only space because we're on a group call. Right, so looking at Zoom, and Zoom allows you to do breakout rooms. I've never done it before, but if we have enough people on the call, one thing to experiment with maybe, if you think it's a good idea, would be to have female-only. I don't know how organized we want it to be, but like female-only breakout rooms where it's all women and there's no male observers even. And that could be if we make this a regular thing, which I think we should. Maybe that would be a good way to do it. Is that? What do you think?
First of all, I totally appreciate your willingness to branch out like that. My first thought would be, I know some people get very uncomfortable thinking about things in binary realms, and there's the whole ordeal of people being like biological females and stuff. But aside from that, I think it's a phenomenal idea. And I was going to muse that as soon as you left, all of us just started thanking each other. Everybody was like, well, thank you for thanking me. And I thank you for thanking me for thanking you. And it was just really, really quite beautiful because we all just started like complimenting each other and being really, really giving and just opening up that kind of well. But yeah, I definitely, like I said, I'm in the Facebook group and I'm on the Discord server, so I would love to interact with you guys outside of this little unanticipated space. And yeah, that would make me immensely happy. This is my first time opening up Zoom, period. I've never used it before, so I don't know how the breakout rooms work, but it sounds like a mighty fine idea indeed.
I think it would basically, I haven't done it before, but I think it basically works kind of like, it kind of works like it would just be like sub areas. So like, for instance, on Discord, there's different topics. So like we could have like particularly if we ended up with like a bunch of, like there's a bunch of people right here now. There's a bunch of people on YouTube. Wait, how many people are here? Like a lot. I don't know. Oh, 34. Okay, that's a fair group. I think it was like 50 or 60 before. I think that it basically would be like, I can make like 2 breakout rooms. Then we could have one that would be like what we discussed. We could have one for just discussing a specific topic, like, I don't know, Enochian or something, whatever, And but there could just be like themed Zoom rooms. And then basically, I think it's just like you would be in that, and it would just be like this, except only the people in that room would be in it. So it would just be exactly like this, just it would be like a sub area of this, and then I think you can come back into the main room. And I think that it's used on Zoom for like, for instance, like another way that we can do it is like on Zoom, I can say if I'm teaching something, I can say like, okay, like I'm sure you've all been in workshops where they're like, okay, everybody's split into groups of like 3 or 4 people, and then work on this thing and then come back to the main area, like whatever that exercise is. So that's another way we could use it. But we could do that. So we could do, that might be one way to do it, at least in this context. But I think that in general, having women's only spaces would be quite important. So any thoughts from anyone else?
I really like women's spaces and I like to talk all that stuff, but I also like men to be able to hear us every once in a while too, because without sharing that insider information, otherwise well-meaning men might be kind of lost.
I agree. And P.S. For that reason, like any dudes on this call who tuned out that conversation and were not paying attention missed a really good opportunity.
Yeah, I would love to articulate, because I'm just now getting back into the sense of being around people. So I was held hostage for a little while, and I realize I don't like to be alone with people just on the off chance. My risk to reward is am I going to die in this scenario? And when I was talking to a man, he didn't even process that. He was like, wow, your risk to reward ratio is way different than mine. And I was like, what do you yeah, I mean, I can get raped, right? I can handle that. That's fine. It was like, am I going to be decapitated? I'd rather not, that's cool. But I also had this realization myself walking with this person and saying you don't have to fuck people. You can just go places, and that's not an expectation or an obligation for you to survive. What is that about? I hope you just really embrace being who you are, being born into this body and understanding that that's not how the rest of us live. And he just really stepped back and was perceptive enough to understand, like, thank you for expressing all this, because even just observing the way that I interact with the outside world is like completely separate from what he had experienced just living as a man.
Yeah, like men have very little to no understanding of a women's reality, and in an amazing way, less than we understand about Irish reality. I think that, and I think that for you specifically for that reason, that's another reason why I wanted to allow for a women's only space, because I think that for you cultivating female friendships is really important.
I was so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt her.
No, go ahead.
I was thinking, because I took a dog walk and I was thinking about all of this, and I was thinking about the Rubik's Cube that you were talking about. And it's like, well, it kind of makes sense if women are hard to understand, because if we don't like have it sounds like you haven't had a lot of time to like reflect on your own inner state as a woman, being that you've been through a lot of shit since a very early age. So like just femininity itself becomes a riddle.
And also transactionalized.
Yeah, certainly. And thank you for that. I was going to apologize because I didn't know if that was too vulgar. And as I was saying that, I was like, oh, God, I forgot we're live streaming. And a lot of the things that I would maybe candidly express, I just don't want to get somebody like banned from whatever services that they're on. But yeah, no, I had said that, essentially it's like dicks are all pretty much easy and the same, but pussy's like a Rubik's Cube. And it's like, maybe there's an algorithm there, but I sure as shit haven't figured it out yet. And I could probably spend days, weeks, months, or even years trying to figure out how to talk to women. They terrify me. But I mean,
I noticed.
I feel soothed, and there's like an admiration that's there, and I've always sort of been more aligned with male perspectives, and like I said, I'm about to go play Dungeons and Dragons with a group of dudes, and like I'm just used to being around men and navigating those spaces, and I'm very excited to have been given the opportunity, because I don't think I would have been necessarily courageous enough to ask, because I do see that there's a lot of women here, and that's very exciting. And yeah, you are right. It is usually a bunch of dudes talking about Enochian or whatever in groups, and it's like, oh,
my people.
I mean, I enjoy it. But then there's a whole other space that we started talking about, like growing older and feeling more like I had mentioned that. My best friend is taking Alchemy of Chaos right now. I'm taking Adept. And so once we're done with those, it's like we're going to take the other ones. And, she had noticed and pointed out to me that I don't know how to say no to people, and that I never get stern when I'm expressing my boundaries. I always deflect with humor or politeness. And it was really empowering and invigorating to hear a lot of other women speaking about how they've struggled with that, but that they've overcome it, and that as they've gotten older, that they lean less into those people-pleasing tendencies and actually have the ability to speak clearly for themselves. And sure, people will probably condemn you and judge you for that, but at the end of the day, it's like harm reduction, and that was really, really impactful for me to hear. So yeah, I appreciate you for opening up the portal that way.
That's wonderful. I'm really happy to hear that. That's very common. I mean, I'm so happy that sounds like that conversation went great.
I'd like to throw into this if I can.
Well, hold on. Let me wrap this up. We'll get back to the last in like 5 minutes. I promise. But let me. I swear. I'm sorry. I've left you guys hanging for so long. we can talk about Enochian and whether the Golden Dawn is better than Thelema or not in 2 seconds. But just let me wrap this up. Well, actually, the pronunciation of Gabura is, if you look at it in the original Hebrew. Anyways, fuck, now I lost my train of thought. Okay. And of course, again, I'm generalizing and making broad stereotypes that don't actually fit people perfectly in the real world, right? But we're talking about the general like archetypal principles of things. So, because the reality is that most people are a mixture of both, right? Depending on depending on the situation and depending on a lot of other stuff. So, for instance, many of you, particularly women, probably caught that when I mentioned to Neurotica that Neurotica Live is her full name, that I wanted to do the all women's group. She felt a little bit out of her depth and immediately she immediately started using male pronouns for herself. and reverted to a male perspective. And she said, I'm just a guy, right? And I immediately was like, well, yeah, you're going back into your male persona, and there's multiple reasons for that. But one is that it's safer for a lot of reasons, many reasons. So all of us, male and female, have that capacity to go to either polarity depending on the situation. But the situation. That's why, for instance, when like we're this is just like the good old days. This is great. This is just like we're doing circle practice. This is like what this is the good old days for me. Like way before Magic.me, we just sit around in magical circles and allow things to emerge. We're doing it with a ton of people. This is excellent. So when you're doing circle practice, tantric circle practice, meaning you're allowing consciousness to emerge in groups. It has nothing to do with it does have to do with gender, but it doesn't have anything to do with actual physical sexuality. But it's more of just Tantra just means essentially like it's more than one person. It's co-creation of reality among many people instead of just one person doing the male magician, like, this is what I want to have happen. Tantra is you get a group of people together and allow a new reality to spontaneously emerge from them. It's a co-creation of reality. And it's managed in circle practice. So in circle practice, the gender balance is really critical. If you have an all-female group, a very different energy emerges. And if you have an all-male group, a very different energy emerges. Then if you have a mixed group, a very different energy emerges also. And also, depending on the active participants, the ratio of the mixed group of male to female will change very dramatically the energy. And what you want to avoid at all costs is fewer women than men, because it creates an unpleasant scenario for everybody. It depends. Anyways. I'm not going to go down that tangent, but so it sounds like so in general there's maybe a use for all of these, and I think that I think the point where it's like, okay, well, if it's just essentially like a segregated women only area, then men can't benefit from hearing it. But is that what do people think? Is there a space for? Is there a time and place for that? Is there should we do multiple ways of doing this, multiple approaches? I'm interested in hearing from the women in the group what they think would be optimal. Or we can just play it by ear as the situation, whatever emerges at the time. I don't know.
Hey, I love the idea. I really enjoyed talking with all the women or women identified people who were chatting with us. It was awesome. I would love to do a women space, also, I really, really enjoy the larger group conversations, and I mostly have listened. I mean, this is the first time I've said hello, but I really enjoy them, and I feel like I get a lot out of them. So I wouldn't want it to be at the expense of like a larger group conversation. One way you could do it is if you have like the larger conversation, or they don't even have to be at the same time, but then you could break out men only and women only, so that people don't feel like they're missing. I think it would be kind of weird if it was like an optional women's breakout space while other people were still having whatever conversation was emerging in another space. That feels a little strange to me.
Okay.
But all that is to say is I love the idea of a women's space.
Do you think that it's important that it, in whatever way it's done, do you think that it is important that it is private from outside observers, or is that actually not important?
Hard to say, because I like the point that somebody made about people being able to learn from what we're articulating.
Yeah.
In a compassionate, empathetic sense. And, we don't want to miss out, like you're right, we don't want to miss out on all the good Enochian talk, so.
That warms my heart, okay.
Data points, bring them on.
Okay. Okay, well, that's a really, that's very, thank you for that. That's very brave. I think if people are willing to communicate in that way, I think everyone would learn a lot. I can, I'm happy to be the, I'll keep I'll keep the rules. So strict.
Yeah. Speaking for myself, I felt okay with, like, obviously we knew that people were listening. I felt okay with it, but I do think, just as like a psychological trick, it was critical that people had their cameras turned off, because it made it feel like a more private space, even though I think everybody knew that it wasn't. Yeah, it made it feel private, and so I think that was important.
Okay. Does anybody feel like it would be? So this is interesting. This is really interesting feedback, because that's not what I would have assumed that would not be the answer. But this is actually really interesting, and I think people could stand a lot to learn from. And we could all, and also from a male only. I mean, it's like, oh well, I don't know. We have enough of that, but it depends. I mean, let's just talk about this for now. I think. Does anybody feel like it would be more productive to, at least at times, have a private and not viewable circle?
I think it might be good now and then. I know I just said the other thing, but now and then it might be great to just hang out with women. But
Okay.
that doesn't mean that we can't also have a space where people listen. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, like, so basically, I think that it makes total sense. Maybe then, I'm wondering if, hopefully, Zoom. I think Zoom may allow. There may be a setting to allow Zoom to allow people to create breakout rooms. But I just don't want everything to get too fragmented. So tell you what, like, I'm just gonna think about this, and I think that it's kind of like, I feel like it should definitely be a what do people feel like at the time type situation. And then that gives us the flexibility to do whatever. Was that?
That
Same
definitely, I think, sounds like the right path, because I think the fluidity and the flexibility is super crucial. Because we're all constantly evolving, and I would hate to feel like pressured by some kind of like rigidity or box in sort of structure. So yeah, I appreciate you guys for brainstorming on this kind of thing, because it is imperative, I feel, and this is an experience like I've never. I definitely should have left like half an hour ago, but I'm a little enraptured. I think that they can probably just farm sheep in the local town.
D&D can probably wait. I'm very touched that I didn't. Yeah, I'm glad that you enjoyed this. So let's do that, and then we'll just keep it open. I mean, and I'll look to what people want at the time. But I think that if we have that as an option, or maybe at the time it doesn't even have to be a breakout room. We can just do it like we did today. So, but maybe we can all think about that. And I think that this was very powerful, and we should definitely. I think that this whole experiment so far has been like really interesting, and there's a lot here. So. Tell you what, I actually don't have my glasses, so I can't even see, so I need to go get them and get water. But Neurotica, are you clear on your next steps?
Yes, other than the night that I'm planning this evening, which is going to be full of escapism and not focusing on my proper prioritization. But yeah, I'm feeling invigorated in the sense of knowing that I don't necessarily need to pull myself back with guilt or thinking about oh, well, my attention is a current, and whatever I focus on is going to empower that. And so maybe if I'm thinking about these things, I should think about other things. No, I'm just going to focus on getting out of the space that I'm in and putting the momentum forward in making that happen tangibly, instead of compartmentalizing my brain in 1,000 different directions, and maybe not necessarily putting all of my attention and energy into any of those spaces. So getting out of here, goal number one.
And are you set on LA?
I mean, LA County, yeah, and that's where I feel. I know
place.
exactly where I'm going, but not LA specifically.
Okay. Yeah, you don't need to say. Yeah, you certainly don't need to say. And great. So I will say one final thing, which is that because you have an ongoing situation, this is streaming to YouTube. And I, of course, had planned to leave it up, at least parts of it up as a video on YouTube, either or behind a paywall. If you think that having this information up in public will cause complications for you or trouble where you are now, I am certainly happy to not leave it up in public.
Oh, well, I do appreciate that, although I think it's actually a good little nudge in the right direction instead of being completely indecisive about rebranding versus disappearing or whatever. So I came in here not with any kind of legally, not binding, but incriminating information or anything. I'm here with my brand name or whatever and all that nonsense, that good old stuff. So
okay.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I appreciate your. I'm not
sure what word to use, but like consideration with that. Anything that I've said here, I've said while broadcasting live before anyway.
Okay.
So I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm more
Okay.
like perceptive in terms of like the things that I'm putting out there than necessarily.
Okay, so so I'll just be clear that if you change your mind about this later at any time, you are welcome to email me or support, and we will remove whatever we have up in public from the public. If you end up with problems or people harassing you, or the people from your past causing issues or anything like that.
Well, all I can really say, I mean, the long and short of it is just thank you. That's not necessarily an extenuating step that anybody else would present. You know, I have a lot of things online that I wish weren't online, but it's like, you know, just terms and conditions. You can't really do anything about it. So all you can do is confront and maybe laugh about it or make the most of it. So I definitely, that is a gift, and I cherish knowing that I have that possible opportunity if necessary.
Yeah, you can write us at any time. I've made this offer to people before who have shared similar things, and we've honored it. We've removed things. So, and it's not contingent upon anything else. It's not contingent on being a member or, you know, like I've had people who have decided they hated my guts, and then they emailed in and said, "Can you remove this?" And I said, "Sure," because I made the offer. It's like it's not an ego thing. So it's not contingent on anything. So at any point, if you decide that, I'm happy to take it down. So, and that won't change. So.
Well, I am immensely touched by that, and like I said, I think it's kind of funny that all of us young ladies who are speaking have, for the most part, never spoken up in any of these sessions before. I don't know if that's coincidental, but it feels like kind of very, like almost like stepping off of a cliff, except maybe we're capable of flying instead of plummeting to our deaths. So that's cool.
It's mostly educational for me to get my shit together in terms of how I organize these things. It's a good lesson for me. I think that, and I'm really happy that we've done this. So, so remember, you have a whiteboard with one check mark on it, right?
Well, maybe. Right now there's like 15 things on the whiteboard.
Oh, we got complicated again. Oh, Lord.
But at least presently, it hasn't been erased. It hasn't been erased.
You have one priority, which is to leave and to go, whether it's to LA or somewhere else that is outside of that, because that is your safety is contingent upon that, and your future safety and your future, you know, your continued extrication of yourself from the situation. In my mind, and it sounds like this was agreed to by the other people on the call, is contingent upon that. And any escapism or spiritual anything is secondary to that by far. That is your spiritual task right now, is to move.
Actually, funny, and I apologize for interrupting again. I can tell when I'm deflecting in therapy because I want to start talking about magic. Or whatever I've been exploring that week, or whatever, you know, like rituals I've been looking into, or whatever I've been reading about. And then I catch myself like about 7 to 8 minutes in, and I'm like, oh God.
Remember, it's in my terms and conditions. You can't do that with my classes. That I'm quite strict about as well. So
very good. Very good to know.
You need to take you need to take action on that, and everything else is. And this has been your encouragement and validation in that direction.
Yeah, this is a wake-up call, because I am still within technically my plan of attack that I had set at the beginning of this year. I'm still on course. I'm in the right time frame and all of that. But at this point, my being here is no longer a restorative endeavor that's giving back to me. It is in its own way people-pleasing and regressive. So I'm very excited, and like I said, there's like, of course, that high frequency emotion is like one standard deviation away from anxious, but that's okay.
So you're leaving town, right?
When? Soon? Yes. But I have another trip coming up. I believe it was Christy who asked me what my direct plan was. And my idea was that I was going to be, I mean, I don't know what all the rules and regulations over yonder are right now. I was keeping up with all the mandate shit.
It's fine. You just have to sign a waiver that you're going to quarantine for 2 weeks, and they don't check it. You can fly here. Spirit Airlines, I recommend. I mean, you can't bring anything, but you can get over here for like $200.
What, Spirit? Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's the next spirit you need to summon.
real good about that. Yeah, no, and I was planning on going next month to solidify exactly where I would be calling home, because I'm familiar with these apartment complexes and these neighborhoods and stuff, and I've been going and taking these trips and kind of doing R&D, if you will, on exactly what my tangible plan is going to become. Maybe I'll push that up a little bit sooner than later.
Yeah, just the way to do it is just to fly and find a place.
Yeah.
It's LA. There's stuff, you know.
That's right. Right now, my main concern is just earning enough as a self-employed person to be able to substantialize, moving into a nicer place. Perhaps.
Well, then you don't have to start there, though.
Yeah, that's true.
And you're not going to start there. So.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. There's that whole perfectionism meets paralysis meets procrastination.
Yeah, perfect is the enemy not only of the good, but of doing fucking anything.
Yeah. So this is oh my God, you're just touching my heart. I could truly just weep.
Hey, yeah, I don't care if I'm touching your heart or not. I just think you need to get a plane ticket. That's how you can be thankful.
So I think, I know I've seen the way that these kinds of things go down before, and you're like, no, just do it now. And I'm tempted to be like, I'm gonna go play D&D. And then
I was gonna do that. I'm ready to pull out the go tonight and do not go to D&D, but I'm going easy on you.
Oh.
But I will.
So yeah, no, I know, and I was like, I'm aware of that to the point that I was going to express. It's like, look, I know that I should just do it and probably not put it off even for a second longer.
No, you shouldn't. A lot can happen in a month, and a lot can happen in a week.
Yeah,
you can people can show up with drama and make you think it's real important and drag you right back into the same bullshit real quick.
And I like to think that I'm a fast learner, and I like to think that I take action. Like people call me impulsive. I'm just resolute. But in this instance, part of me is like, oh well, I did make this commitment to this whole group of people, and I would like to go play Dungeons and Dragons. And I'm
look, take it from a Dungeons and Dragons nerd. Fuck Dungeons and Dragons, okay? It's awesome. It is not your life.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
And this is coming from somebody who plays PlayStation way too fucking much, to say the very least. So I would know all about these dodges and strategies. And yes, and escapism is nice, and particularly when you're stressed. But and look, I mean, it's I'm talking to myself in part as well, because there's all kinds of stuff that I have to do that's similar, that I'm avoiding, just like probably everyone on the call. Right, so this is not like a high and mighty place. It's this is just a human thing that we all do. But you've manifested this right now in this context, so I get to harass you about it.
I'm actually overjoyed about it, because I'm constantly, like I said, I feel like I'm more afraid of myself than anything, because I know that I can pull the wool over my own eyes and I can convince myself of everything that I want, or whatever is convenient. We were talking about my having been in addiction treatment for so long, it's sometimes that comes as more of a hindrance than anything, because even though I'm aware of these patterns and all this, I feel like it's I know that stuff. I got it. I know. What
you can do all that later. Like becoming aware of your patterns and your internal world and magic and any of this, you can do that later. You already know what you need to do, which is leave the situation that you're in.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. And I above all, I mean, I definitely trust your opinion. So, I mean, I'm sure you would probably deflect my saying that.
Well, let me be clear though, because what I'm actually doing is all that I've done is listen to what you tell me what you need to do, and then listen to you come up with 1,000 reasons why you shouldn't do it. But I'm not telling you what to do. You've told yourself what you need to do, and you're manifesting all your internal thought patterns around why you shouldn't do it around me. And there's a lot of shit that I'm not good at. I got my cars duct taped together, for instance. There's all kinds of shit that I'm just terrible at. One thing I'm not terrible at is calling people on their bullshit.
It's desperately needed. And I don't think that I'm around people who, if anything, it's better for them that I'm around. And so, even my mom just scheduled, a surgery in January, because she knows that I have been on track to move in January. And she's like, well, maybe now you can just wait another month.
Oh, yeah, I know all about that, too.
I'm like, excuse me, I can't commit to that. In fact, I refuse to commit to that. But,
it will always be something.
Right. And I tell her that all the time, because she's in this locked up marriage that she doesn't want to be in. And I'm like, look, at the end of the day, it's you. You're responsible for yourself, and you are why you are suffering.
Hey, you want to hear a joke?
I love jokes.
Okay.
Big fan of humor.
Here's a great joke. Who? Well, it's not really a joke. It's a one-liner. It's just a straight to the point comment. Hell is full of people in hell trying to save other people.
Funny. In which I mean not at all, but immensely profound.
No, not at all. But also true.
Yeah, sincerely.
Hell is volitional. Hell is intentional. Nobody in hell needs to be in hell. The reason they're in hell is because they're choosing to be in hell. And the reason they choose to be in hell is because they see other people in hell, think that those people are there not of their own free will and that they must be rescued. And therefore they enter hell to try and rescue other people, like their friends or their parents or whoever it happens to be. Go into any addict house and that's all you will see. Like a tweaker house or a shooting gallery or a crack house or whatever. That's exactly what you will see. Hell is full of people in hell trying to save other people. It's a big daisy chain of people stuck in a boiling cauldron because they're all trying to get each other out and therefore no one can leave.
And now speaking hypothetically, if you were to operate in what you said you were holding back and being easy, if you were to be not easy, what would that sound like? Curiosity wants to know.
How many physical belongings do you have?
Not too terribly many. I would just want to take my art and stuff.
You fit it in one suitcase?
Perhaps, possibly. I mean, I have hoarding in my circuitry, but I've been working on that.
Okay. So
yeah, but I haven't spent any more than $300 on any piece of furniture that I have because I
oh,
knew
great.
I would
That makes it easy.
just reject all of it and.
So it's very simple. Here's what I would do. I would go on kayak.com where you can get cheap flight tickets, and I would buy the next ticket to LA on Spirit Airlines for two reasons. I was going to say Greyhound in the middle of the night, but that's too much even for me.
I love trains.
Or train, if you want to get train, great, right? But what I would do is, it's from Florida, it's a long fucking drive. I would say get on Kayak, buy a ticket, the next ticket available on Spirit Airlines, which is very cheap, and is also non-refundable.
Trust me, I'm well aware. I do that thing where like I said, I thought they were going to enact martial law, and I wound up in California for 3 months, and then everybody was like, you should come home. And I was like,
Yeah, that
okay.
sounds familiar. So that's what I would do, and simply for this reason, if you wait for excuses or other signs, you will find them. And then if you do that, then you will be somewhere where you will be surrounded with an environment which will be reinforcing all of the same things which have led to the situation that you've been in, and the people who potentially pose a physical danger to you.
Even though, I have this idea of myself as this person who's like, when I want to do something, I just do it and I make it happen.
Well, you better prove it then.
I didn't even consider that it was just a possibility to just relinquish myself from the expectation that I had projected at the beginning of this year that, I was going to wait for even this lease to expire next month.
Oh, next month? Well, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. It's just a storage unit at that point for the next month, I guess. But yeah, I didn't even put those pieces together that I was just like sitting here like, oh, well, I want to make sure that it's nicer when I get over there and I make enough money. And,
yeah, it's 2020. That's not going to happen in terms of any certainty whatsoever. I mean, so that is what you should do. And that is my free free office hours. I think that is it frightening? Sure. If you don't do it, are you going to lose your will to do it? Maybe. And then,
to be completely honest, as to why I feel like I'm being resistant, and I can just express that in a sense of if this were, say, a meeting, is that it would require turning down going to Dungeons and Dragons and getting completely obliterated and fucked up today, because they are constantly doing psychedelics and always using and doing.
Okay,
you know,
I take it back. You're more of a dude than most of the dudes on this call.
So if I have to be completely honest,
No one has ever, no dude has ever used D&D as a dodge with me before. You would expect they would. I mean, this is a fucking call about magic, for God's sake.
So
You're the first person to do it.
I'm thinking about like, man. Well, I guess that would mean that I wouldn't get to like completely abscond from this dimension tonight, but maybe it would be a bit
Yeah,
better.
you can pretend you're not in your not where you can pretend you're not where you are tonight, or you cannot be where you are tonight.
Wow.
You decide. That's your decision, but it's not mine to make. It's yours tonight.
Because I'm not like I don't think I'm breathing properly, and I'm like holding my breath while this is happening because it's very surreal. But I would be very proud of myself if I did that.
Well, then you know what to do then.
And it's like frustrating that I know myself well enough that I'm like not wanting to commit to it right away, and I want to go, you know, get high and play D&D instead of.
Well, my dear, Spirit Airlines.
Yeah.
And,
No, trust me, I'm well acquainted with Spirit Airlines.
Okay. Well, I think you know what you need to do. And tell you what, here's what you should do. I am dying of thirst. Like, I am so fucking thirsty, it is
I had
unbelievable.
1 cup of coffee today. This call started, and I've been doing this all day.
Well, oh, thank you. That deprives me of my psychological leverage. Okay.
We don't know about it. We don't ever know about it.
Here's what you must do. Like I think that we're okay. This has been. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you for being on this call, and thank you for providing us with the opportunity to have the all women's circle. Your story is incredible, and I think that you have a very great future ahead of you, should you choose to take action. So here's what you should do before you get off the call. I'm not going to make you buy a ticket, but I am going to make you call and cancel your D&D game.
Okay. That's so much.
Is it?
It's not. It's not at all, honestly. And they'll have fun without me. It's my brother and his friends, so it's not even really like I'm a central figure.
Okay.
In that.
So why don't you go ahead and text them and tell them that something has come up, and you don't have to say what, and that you can't come.
Okay. I have gotten that. Hey man, where you at? Are you okay? What's going on? So they already know that I'm in my.
Okay. Well, it's easy then.
Invested.
I have always found that there is always an appealing event to go to, but it's always available. So those people that want to hang out and have fun, they're always there. If you can't make it to one, there's another one.
Yeah, and usually they're there doing the same thing 20 years later also.
Yeah, you blink your eyes, 10 years go by, you're addicted to one more thing.
I'm just fascinated that Dungeons and Dragons is still a thing. Seriously, like in the 90s, no, it's really fascinating to me because in the 90s, like I had a board game that was Dungeons and Dragons. I'm like, people are, it's still here.
Oh yeah, it's bigger than ever now because people figured out how to play it on the internet. Kind of like they're playing it like on Zoom, like we're doing now. So, by the way, that's another reason why you can go to LA, because you can still play D&D with your friends online on Roll20.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, if it were really about that. No, like even like last weekend.
That's a really funny comment.
Enjoyed an altered state of consciousness, and we were playing Dungeons and Dragons while this is happening, and I'm like, fucking like scrying aethers or some bullshit, like while I'm trying to, and they're like coming across a floor boss, and then in my mind the floor boss is like a metaphor for drug addiction, and it's like I will have a body, and I'm like sitting here thinking like one of us is gonna die at the table, like while we're actually in this.
This is so funny because you weren't even alive in the 80s. It's like, imagine like seeing this like from the 80s. It's like in the 80s all they ever used to tell kids was like, Dungeons and Dragons will lead to drugs and the occult.
I mean, maybe they were onto something.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but they were.
You should be your own druid. There you go.
The real shit is starting to sink in. No, I'm actually, I feel more of a euphoria and like I said, my hands are kind of tingling because I feel like I'm really on the pulse. And
Hey,
like
you
I
know what
said,
tingling hands is really good for? No, that came out wrong. What tingling hands is really good for is, I'm sorry, what
Don't
tingling
talk to
hands
me
is
like
really
that.
good for is texting people to tell them that you're not coming in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, no,
That was-
I feel like I am. I got on this call and I've invested all this time into this.
Just fucking text them.
No, I am. I have the text mostly right now.
So send it.
Oh, geez, Louise. I'll even keep my. Oh no, I'll turn my mic off because I feel like you guys can probably hear yourselves talking and it'll probably echo back because I'm on my laptop. So.
Nobody talk until she sends it. Just be there like.
Okay, all right. You didn't hear it, but the little whoop. Okay.
Can you
text just went through, and I didn't-
is it on the phone?
It is on the phone.
Can you
and I
can
didn't
you
even
show it on the
apologize.
camera?
Didn't even apologize.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Wait, did you just say you're flying to California on it? I saw that.
Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be capable of making it this evening. I just might be going to.
Oh, well done. Well done. That is extra credit. You win.
You know, I wanted to say that I was really sorry, but I thought that would probably be counterproductive. Okay, I did not apologize.
People don't need a reason. They don't need an explanation, and they don't need an apology.
And I actually knew probably preemptively, like my future self understood that this was going to be happening because I was supposed to ride with my brother. And usually I attribute not having driven to why I stick around. Because usually, you know, we'll stay the night, we'll stay a day or two, and, you know, whatever. And people are like, well, why did you do that? You know, because I'm so excited about my routines and my rituals and keeping on track. And it's like, you know, this kind of backtracks me a little bit. But I always say, it's like, well, I didn't drive, you know, so I had no choice. I had to stick around. And earlier I was telling my brother, I was like, you know, maybe I'll drive myself, but that's okay. So I feel like this was doomed from the start.
All right. Well done. But you still have to buy the plane ticket.
That is correct. That much is correct.
So you should do that too before you get off the call.
Huh?
So you should do that too before you get off the call.
I would say so, but I also might want to coordinate with, maybe not.
With
Well,
who?
I was gonna say with my boyfriend, so I don't freak him out if I'm just like, hey, surprise, I'm here. But I guess
Oh, you didn't tell me about this part. Oh, so is he there? Is he going to hold you there?
no. Well, we're long distance.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You did tell me about that. Okay.
We're not moving in together or anything because I feel like
Oh, well, what does it matter then? You'll still be long distance. I don't know. How long distance is it?
Exactly. Yeah. And so I was just like, you know, even if we get married one day, we could be neighbors. That's fine. But like I love my space so much. So
Yeah.
no, I was just gonna.
Yeah. You need your own. You should not be cohabiting with anyone. You need your own. You
Seems
need
like a lot
your
of
own space.
boundary obstacle issues that are completely avoidable, like and a lot of energetic interference that is completely unnecessary.
Yeah. You need to get to know yourself for a
My only
while.
thing was like, I don't want to take an Uber from Burbank for like an hour and a half, so I probably would need to coordinate a ride. Or not.
Uber.
Or not.
Uber.
I could do it. There's always ways around it, you know. I
Yeah.
can just drive on my own 2 feet instead of creating even more imaginary obstacles for myself.
Okay, tell you what. I'm gonna try an experiment here. I'm gonna try another experiment. I am fucking dying of thirst. God damn it! And you're not gonna prevent me from getting water because I'm gonna die and I won't be able to talk to anyone else on the call. I say that lovingly. So I'm gonna go get water, and I also need to get my glasses. I will let the ladies on the call decide if they're gonna peer pressure you into buying a plane ticket or not. I give them that power. I'll support you. I'll support y'all either way.
All right, fantastic stuff.
Well, my first
Okay, I
thought
have
is
a
make
couple
sure you got
questions.
enough money to keep yourself safe.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah, exactly, Meadow. Do you have enough money? So let's just say hypothetically, imagining games. If you did buy a ticket and go tonight or tomorrow or whenever you can get one, would you have enough money to be safe?
Is that yeah?
Mhm.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
You would?
Yeah. Well, I'm also very good at generating income. So
Great.
like, I've been in situations before where when I was being like actively pimped out, that like those people, a lot of times it was like my big fans, and they were obsessed with me, and they would like try to like one of them tried to murder me. Like that was his sole intent, is that he wanted to stab me to death in my sleep. And after that, it was kind of sounds terrible, but I ran for my life and managed to survive on the streets of Las Vegas, like with literally no money because my pimp was taking all my money at that time. So it's like I know that I can do it. I know that I can sustain myself. And right now I've got a pretty soft little. It's not a lot of money, but I have enough where I could survive for the next couple of months, at least.
Right.
It's not necessarily what I had envisioned as this idea of like precisely like the exact number that I wanted to be at before I moved, and then how to take care of all this stuff. But that's not really
That's just your brain giving you
yeah,
apps.
that's just overthinking.
If you're 40, you've got more money than I do. You're more financially secure.
Exactly.
Go for it. Live your life.
That's the main thing. If you have money so that when you get there you can get a hotel or get whatever safe place that you need to feel safe and actually physically be safe, then that's great. And then as long as you can safely travel, so like you're not concerned about anybody following you or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, and that's always kind of in the back of my mind. But I've done it enough times. Like I think I've taken 4 trips out there this year, to where I'm pretty comfortable and like.
What's bringing you back each time? How do you end up back?
Like my family, honestly, like, and my grandparents who did raise me are like they're pretty sick, and so like my nana has lupus and like this degenerative bone disease. So it's like I kind of want to. I feel guilty because I was not allowed to see them other than maybe once or twice a year for the last 5 years. So I just keep kind of coming back where it's like I feel like I need to be there for them, or I feel like, I want to spend more time with them. But ultimately, like they know where my heart is, and they know what my intentions are, and they don't want to hold me back, and they don't want me to stay. So I think I'm feeling more and more empowered.
I'm trying to get at what's keeping you. So what are you getting? What are you gaining by staying where you are right now? How is it benefiting you?
I can't necessarily say ultimately that it is the most beneficial, because I'm tempted to articulate like, oh well, rent is a lot cheaper here than it is in California, and it gives me the opportunity to save a little bit more. But also there's a lot more distractions, obviously, that keep me off the path that I would like to be on. So it's as much as I might be saving monetarily being here, it's like maybe I'm also missing out on just as much actual work, not just financial, but spiritual and psychological, that I should or would be doing otherwise. Like I'm not going to be getting high and play Dungeons and Dragons if I go to California.
You can play Dungeons and Dragons virtually.
Actually not making money or saving, so that's completely,
you can make money in LA.
Yeah, exactly. And I have, and whenever I go out there, actually, I found that I have a much more productive mindset, because it's like really all that I can focus on is being productive. And it puts you, right now I feel like I'm actually in a sort of a weird kind of comfort zone financially, where I can just I don't have to be totally strict with myself all the time. But if I were put into a challenging scenario like that, it would require a lot more tenacity. I love that I'm like just convincing myself.
I'm like, go. Why are you staying? Just go.
Yeah. Because I would just be like, oh, well, I wanted to go do this thing tonight and go hang out with all these people. And
yeah. The check boxes for me are like, okay, does she have enough money? Can she be safe when you go there? When you get there, where would you go? But it sounds like you would figure it out, and you do have enough money. So.
Yeah, no, it would just require.
And your family is supportive. Did I hear you correctly that you said
my grandparents are? Yeah, my mom scheduled a surgery for January. Like I think like in a passive aggressive kind of manipulative way, in the sense that she knows I would be like her caretaker, and she is not necessarily prepared for me to leave. And she was supposed to be going out with me next month to kind of like help me like have a second opinion in terms of like what the legitimacy of these places might look like or what. But to be honest, I've been completely on my own for the entirety of my adult life, and I haven't necessarily needed that kind of input before. It was also another sort of obligation where I was feeling like, well, they didn't get these kinds of experiences with me in my younger years. I was just kind of like ripped out. Well, actually, I was kind of kicked out into the abuser's hands, more or less. But that I digress.
but like, you know, they didn't really get those kinds of experiences with me. And like, I had this romanticized, idealized vision where I was like, oh, well, we'll all be a part of this and you guys can contribute to this and we're all communicating and we're all on the same page and you can, you know, help me move in and we can do all this together for the first time in my life. But that can happen anyway. If I'm just like, well, I made this decision that you already knew was happening. It's just now. And you know what's so funny actually is because she just told me yesterday about the surgery and the way that she articulated, she's like, well, this just came up. You know, it just came up yesterday. So I haven't had the chance to tell you about it. And I told her, I was like, oh, well, when she suggested that I stay for an extra month, I was like, maybe we'll just have to expedite the process. So it's kind of funny that that was already articulated yesterday, and here we are now. So my goodness gracious.
Yeah. Have we convinced you? Did we do her?
I think I kind of convinced myself accidentally because you were asking
good.
really practical questions. You're like, they're asking like if I have enough money and if I'll be safe when I do it. And I'm like,
lovely.
yeah, fuck yeah. And like, what do you gain from sticking around? I'm like, oh well, shit. I guess nothing. Distractions, maybe, perhaps. So it was like I was arguing against them in favor of making this decision.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Without what? Convince myself to go?
No, argue with them.
No, they were being practical and logical, and I was like, no, actually, I can just do
Look
it.
at look at Fiona's cat. It's like sharpening its claws right now.
So ominous.
I know. It's just.
Yeah, I have a menagerie of pets.
That's a cool cat.
You're the cool druid.
That's like a primo cat.
Oh, I've got a long, long way before I'm any kind of druid, I can assure you. But what I will say to you is that I co-started a business on a snap decision of we had been part of something and we didn't agree with the ethics of it, and so we decided, we didn't even think about it, we just kind of said enough is enough, we have to clear out and start our own business. It's not obviously quite the same situation as you, but I think my point is that sometimes you just gotta decide that it's now or never, you know, do or die, if you like, kind of thing. And so, you know, if we'd stuck around and listened to, oh, but you know, it's a safe job, you know, it's a safety net, you know, what if this happens, and then not left and started a business, then, you know, I wouldn't be in the position I am now.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So, and really great things come of it, because I can, you know, do my own thing, and you know, it feels great to kind of know that you can, you know, essentially be in charge of yourself. And I think I've spent a long time, you know, not being conscious of just, it's amazing, like when you suddenly see things from a different perspective, that you've just been kind of blind for so long, if you like, that, you know, I spent so much of my life not taking notice of anything, you know, and I spent much of my life saying, oh, well, I have to go to university because everyone in my family goes to university. It's like one of those things, you know, they're all professionals, you know, you just do it. But it's not, you know, I had no idea what I was doing. And so like now I'm much more aware of like things. And so, you know, I can feel myself going off on a tangent again.
No, it's not a tangent at all.
I think that your perspective is a gift, and I'm very, very grateful to receive it.
But I think, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to reiterate like the things that I had said to Christy. Like, just one, it's funny that my mom had only literally yesterday brought up this whole surgery ordeal because it just came up coincidentally, and she said that maybe I could wait an extra month to leave, and I said, or we could expedite the process. So it's kind of funny that was kind of already like a seed that was planted.
Well, funny you should say, not to cut you off, because now's the time when I get to take the floor again. Oh, all right. So ladies on the call, what was the decision? What was the consensus? Did you decide that she should fly or not?
100%.
All right, buy the ticket.
Right, I definitely will. I mean, it's I at this point just determining when I want to get into town. I usually like to take the first flights and then come in.
Yeah, buy that.
And then just stay up all night packing frantically.
Yeah, so do that. That's great. You're writing the script. You're writing my lines for me.
Yeah, so that is my.
I'm serious.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, and they were asking me about like money and stuff, but I was telling them like I have this, I was telling them about this experience that I had like when I was being pimped out. Like I would often be forced to meet with my fans and stuff, and a lot of them had the intention solely of murdering me. Like that was what they wanted. Like the guy told me, he's like, I'm going to stab you to death in your sleep. You're never going to wake up and see anybody that you love or know again. And I that sounds terrible, but it was a great learning experience for me because I then survived with no money at all, $0, because my pimp had been taking all my money.
Oh yeah, I don't have any concerns about you at all. You're a survivor.
So I can survive on like literally on the streets if I have to. And like
yeah, you don't want to do that.
I'm way more prepared than that because I have a nice little safety net of savings that I've been building up. It's just not quite at the perfectionist paralysis procrastination point that I
buy the ticket.
Much money to move all my stuff and whatever. So I will stop chattering and perhaps look at what flights are available tomorrow morning.
You did a great job of convincing us exactly why you should go.
I know, right?
I'm just not really a skilled orator or whatever, and then I'm doing that thing where it's like I know what I want, so I'm just convincing myself of that, and all of you can also but I would hope that this many sounding boards it's not an echo chamber probably, and I can't hear it. I can't hear you.
But you know what I'm saying though.
Oh, okay. Good. All right. Well, I'm gonna dial out then, and I may even mute my mic so that you guys can.
Okay, so check this out.
Monopolized a lot of this conversation.
Check this out. So I'm gonna extend this World Conference for like 2 days. We're gonna go through Saturday, Sunday, whether people on the call want to come back or not.
Do you like to for me in a different space, in a different time zone?
Well, here's what we're gonna do. You should fly and then call in on Sunday when you're in LA.
Yeah.
So that we know for sure that you did.
You know what? Okay. What is it? By active will alone, huh? That's
exactly.
You know what? I will be in California by Sunday.
You were also expressing concerns that you were slacking on the Adept Initiative and not doing it perfectly. Well, a big fucking part of the Adept Initiative is making decisions like this. So there you go.
Yeah. So, man, this is exciting. I'm very, very delighted.
Oh, good.
And my goodness.
You see this? This is Shiva the Destroyer. Shiva will destroy one life and create another.
Jesus Christ.
This is from India. I brought it back from my backpack from Kathmandu when I was doing shamanic training. I bought it in a shop in Delhi.
Well, I am riveted and touched and tempted to say that.
I know, it's a great statue, right? You're just being nice. Did you buy the ticket yet?
I'm sorry? No, I should stop talking.
Oh, you can keep talking just as long as you're buying the ticket. That's fine.
I'm like one of those people who have a difficult time walking and chewing gum at the same time.
Oh, okay. Well, then I won't provoke you.
Kids out, for a brief moment, but yeah. Thank you guys so much. Like I know that this is all very meant to be, even if it's just what I wanted to happen today.
Yeah. P.S. As an aside, I cut 2 dudes off. I apologize. There were like 2 dudes who wanted to talk. Men. I'm sorry, men. There are 2 men who wanted to talk during this section. I apologize. I did not want to silence you. Let's check in and hold those thoughts. We will check in just 1 second. We will go back to talking about guns, whiskey, and a Nokian.
Right.
As soon
I'm
as
really interested in what people think is what everyone is thinking about 2021. I'm very interested in that conversation.
Oh, good. Well, we can pick up with that again real quick, because that's the point of the. Has anyone ever seen the Michael Caine movies from the 60s? Yeah. This is wrong. This is incorrect, but it's like vaguely in that direction. I'm working on that as my next magical persona, is like Harry Palmer from the whatever, the Ipcris files, but like all magic-y and shit. I'm like 10% there. I know I'm not convincing anyone. Yeah, everyone agrees. Okay, fine. All right, stop talking.
This is not an awkward silence at all.
I brought this on myself. I really did. I was like, oh, let's have the ladies circle. And then I was like, hey, let's talk about how great I am. I was like, no, I brought it on myself. I'll stop talking now.
I think Double Hero was saying something.
Hi. This isn't the all girls part of this chat, is it?
Not anymore.
You're not coming in at a bad time.
Not anymore. It's not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
Thank you. By the way, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. That was something special, and we will continue that. Thank you. All right, guns, whiskey, and Enochian. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is still going on. It's funny. I come back and this is pretty cool. Anyway.
What? Did you have a question?
I don't know. I was just checking to see if this was like still a thing, I guess.
This is still
I'm
a thing.
surprised that this is still going on right now.
It's still a thing. We're going to do it tomorrow, too, and Sunday.
It's a weekender. It's going to be like a bender, like a...
Interesting.
My original plan was... What?
Like a Zoom rave.
It's a Zoom rave, yeah. It's a socially distanced rave. It was my original plan to do it for the weekend. Yeah, I say there's the lights flashing. It's giving me flashbacks. So suddenly I'm in a field in 1994. My original plan was to do this for multiple days, but I wanted to test it out the first day to see if people actually showed up and if it worked out or not. But I think this has been very successful. So I cut two guys off. I apologize. Are you still on the call? I think Daniel and one other person.
Still here.
Still here? You still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am.
Sorry to cut you off. What were you going to say before?
You guys were talking about the women's group, and I didn't realize that it was still kind of a women's only thing. So sorry for interjecting.
Oh, sorry for cutting you off. Yeah, we were just...
No, that's totally cool. What I wanted to say, I guess, was that I started with the YouTube. I came in, I don't know, like an hour or two ago, and it was I haven't joined any of these. This is like my first time here, and it was kind of that the environment of the women only talking in the space that they were creating had, I don't know, it gave me permission to want to join in and feel like there was room for me as well to be a part of this. And so, yeah, I wanted to say thanks to all the ladies for that. And yeah, that's basically, it was just very interesting that was what brought me to the space, because I've always kind of wanted to come in, but felt pretty nervous about it, I guess. So thanks for, I guess, opening that space up for one more person.
You're welcome. So you haven't been to office hours before?
No, not yet.
Okay. Are you currently a student?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. Of which part are you a student of the site?
Doing the Alchemy of Chaos.
Cool. What do you think?
I love it. Yeah, it's super challenging. I definitely hit a wall at a particular point, just because life was getting very intense, and I had to handle some personal stuff with family, and just like living at home. COVID, it's 2020. We all come back home, and all our stuff comes back up. It's like one of the grand patterns. And I was thinking about it actually today, hopping back on. I got stuck at like the financial section essentially, and I had done like the Fortuna working, and it just felt like everything was at a standstill, and I needed to take space and kind of let the other things from the earlier units set in. And I feel like I'm kind of coming back around to start working on the next chakras, basically.
That's great. Yeah, it's at your own pace.
Yeah, I definitely, Neurotica Live kind of mentioned how, she was banging everything out and like wanting to do like one thing a day, and I did something pretty similar, and I'm like, I'm going to absorb it all and like pick up on it really fast. And
yeah, they're not meant to be done that way. No. I mean, they're released that way because people expect a lot of content real quick, and it'd be really lame. Totally. And it's like, here's a unit every month. People will be like, dude, fuck you. So I release them like very quickly, but there's so much material. I try to give as much material as possible in them, and you can take it really fast, but it will take a while to catch up with the actual exercises for sure.
For sure, yeah. Like I think one of the really one of the most impactful units for me was the boundaries unit, and I realized like how few boundaries I had set, and something had come up, and I, for like the first time in my life, this was like a month or two after the boundaries unit, I set boundaries and was able to really put that work into place. And it took time, it took months for it to actually come into action, but now I see the results, and there's been growth and more health, I guess, mentally in my life because of it. So it's pretty interesting the way we do this work, and then you forget about it, and then all of a sudden you're like thrust into the position, and then the work shows back up, and you're like, oh man, like that's why I did that, and now I know, and now I'm prepared to act in the way that I need to.
Yeah, and one thing I will say as a broad general comment so I guess I guess we're just back open now. The floor is now open for anyone who wishes to speak, regardless of who you are. Okay, and thank you very much for thank you very much to all the ladies who participated in the women's circle, and thank you to all of the men on the call for being very gracious and allowing the space for that, because I think that was like 4 hours. I don't know. That was a couple hours. It was a while. I've lost track of time. Obviously, it's like shit. We've been going for like over 7 hours now. So, so thank you to everyone on the call, and this was fascinating. And we'll maybe try more weird experiments. God knows, by Sunday we're just going to be like speaking in alien languages or something. It's going to be weird. You'll actually have been convinced that I look like Michael Caine in the 60s. That's how crazy it's going to get. I know, it's like, you're like, that dude, just stop with this. Just stop. But by Sunday, just wait. Okay. Fuck, I lost my train of thought again. 7 hours. Okay, so what were you saying? Sorry.
Boundaries.
Boundaries. I just kind of mentioned how the work kind of, you do it, and then it's not till later that you realize how to use it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, totally. And also, like when you take on a magical training system, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's one of mine or any of them. Golden Dawn, Crowley, anything. You take on any magical syllabus, and there will be periods where it seems to you like you've fallen off, and it seems like you're not making progress in kind of like what Neurotica was saying, where you're like gonna grit it out, and I'm gonna do these 7 rituals every day, and it's like it doesn't really work like that, because when you're doing magic, you're essentially planting seeds in your unconscious that must grow and ripen and then be dealt with in manifestation, and that includes dealing with prior karmas. So you'll be going. So there's two levels on which you end up doing magic, and by magic I mean obviously sorcery, but not just that. Primarily magic that you're undertaking to evolve spiritually. Most of all, it's done on 2 levels. One is the magic you think you're doing, which is like all the rituals and the sigils and the all the Dungeons and Dragons, right? So you're doing that on one level, but the other level is what the life you're going through, the life you're living, the life that is happening for you, right? So and that's your results. So people will be like, oh, I'm gonna summon. Hey, you guys want to see a magic trick, by the way? Speaking of which, remember the Fortuna working? Okay, yeah. So check this out. Let me show you something cool. Make sure I know where it is. So go to Shutterstock.com. Does anyone know what Shutterstock is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Shutterstock is a stock footage website that like everyone uses. It's still loading for some reason. Why is, goddamn, come on. Now it's not loading for me. All right, I'll tell you in a second when it loads. Wow, this is really weird. Of course Shutterstock's gonna go down, so I can't show everyone. Is Shutterstock not? Oh, here it is. Okay.
No, it's live for me.
Okay, so log out. Okay, so go to Shutterstock, and at the very top there should be an article that says "Peek into the Future with the 2021 Color Trends."
Yeah.
And then click "See the Color Trends" and just scroll down until when you see it, you will ship bricks. Neurotica, how's that plane ticket buying going?
I'm being met with discouraging forces.
No, you're not.
To be honest, the flights are cheap.
No, you're manifest. You're creating those. There's nothing discouraging there.
No, I just mean with, you know, the people that I've been texting or whatever. You know, the flights, I could just book this shit right now.
Why are you texting people?
I'm flying to LAX for $189.
Why are you texting people?
My brother messaged me back because I told him that I wasn't showing up tonight or this weekend because it's probably going to be a whole weekend affair. And he said, let me see. Well, first he was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "Oh yeah, actually, exceptionally." And of course, just said, you know, how much I do wish that I could be with everyone, but I think that I'm feeling pretty inspired to actually take charge of and change my life.
You don't owe anyone an explanation, and it's not a negotiation.
My brother said, I think Sam, that's a guy at the Kratom bar that we met recently, because I think Sam would be proud, and so am I, if that's what you feel.
Oh, they're positive about it. Well, that's good.
But I would urge you to make sure that inspiration doesn't turn to hate, and make sure you really think out all your decisions and have a solid plan before leaving. And then my boyfriend, who I was like, "Hey, what are you doing tomorrow?" You know, and he was like, you know, buying envelopes, sending out Patreon stuff. How about you? And I was just telling him, I was like, by which I mean to, you know, if I were to say, I don't know, not indulge further distractions and choose instead to book a flight and find a place to live tomorrow, could you pick me up from the airport? If so, earlier or later? And he was like, "What? I could, but what are the details?" And then I was just telling him, like, well, I'm on a call right now, but
just buy the ticket.
Yeah.
Let me make it clear once again. Hell is full of people in hell trying to save other people, and I am not trying to save you.
No.
Because that is not the realm within which I live. So let me make something very clear for you. I am not invested whatsoever in the outcome of this situation. Your life is your life. It's not mine, and it doesn't belong to anyone else on this call. From my perspective, you have two options. One is that you can leave your situation and liberate yourself. The other is that you can stay and repeat the same patterns, which could be quite dire for you, to say the least. But since I am not living your life, and you are a completely separate individual from me, with completely separate karmas, goals, backgrounds, and so on and so forth, it is actually none of my business what you decide to choose. So I'm not going to force you to choose one way or another, because it's not any of my business. The only reason why I'm in this situation with you is because I run a service in which people can call in and explain things to me, and then I do this type of shit. But it's only the only reason that that we're in this is because you've asked me to.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter to me which one you choose. If you would like to become another statistic and victim, if you would listen to me carefully, listen to me very carefully right now. I'm not being joking around. If you would like to become another statistic and victim, I am happy to contribute to your situation there by continuing to pay money to Polaris to deal with victims of human trafficking. And then I will leave it to them to figure out. Because it's not my responsibility what you choose to do. It's yours.
Yeah, completely. So I'm feeling very excited by how tangibly affordable it is. Like it's like I said, $189 to fly into LAX tomorrow if I wanted to. I'm just getting these way to options, jot down some tickets and places, we'll see what works best later on. You know, look into what Airbnbs are available on such a short notice. And I'm just like trying not to feel like I'm making some kind of irresponsible decision by means of just starting forward, which is my natural disposition and how I like to do things. You know, we were talking earlier when you were gone about how I feel like I used to say that I thrive best under emergencies in chaotic situations, and sometimes it feels like I have to watch out for my brain, so accustomed to being in hyper-death scenarios that I don't create chaos because that's what my brain is comfortable with experiencing. So I was just like, hoping that's not what I was doing right now, but I feel really good about this, and I feel really excited about it. So I think if I have a solid plan of attack and execution in the sense of like, well, this is where I'm going to stay, and this is the flight that I'm getting, like, there's nothing really to be said or done about that, and just kind of barreling forward.
LA is a huge place with nearly infinite resources, even in the middle of a lockdown. There is next to no chance whatsoever, assuming you do have funds in the bank, which you do, that you are going to be in a situation with no options. If you stay where you are, you will be in a situation with no options, eventually.
Certainly, sooner than later, yeah. So I just feel really invigorated about this. I was only texting to figure out if it'd be very convenient to have a ride from the airport.
Okay.
You know?
Just checking.
It's it's a pain in the ass to get over, over the mountains in a fucking Uber.
Not really.
No?
I do it all the time.
So, if there's a will, there's a way.
It's very easy. You don't actually have to drive over the mountain. You realize there's freeways that go through them, right?
Yeah,
That like have 18 lanes.
Talking about how the fuck you got places. Anytime I go somewhere in California, where it's like, how'd you get here? What freeways you take? I've never seen anything like that.
You can
in my life.
take buses and subways from Burbank to nearly anywhere in the entire greater Los Angeles
Yeah, there's a
area.
train. There's a train, Metrolink. I could just take the fucking Metrolink.
Yeah, so you're good.
It's 10 bucks.
Yeah, the
It's like
Metrolink,
10
you're
bucks.
good. You're good.
It's like $10 to get on any train, subway, or bus. I know this.
So you should buy the ticket.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, just checking.
I'm just debating between Burbank or LAX.
Oh, Burbank's much better. Definitely, if you have the option, do that.
So
LAX is awful. I mean, if you have to fly, that's fine. But just Burbank is a much better experience.
yeah, I found that to be my preferred as well. But yeah, thank you guys for being so invested.
You can thank us by buying the ticket and then showing us. It'll be everyone will clap for you. Okay, wait. What the fuck were we talking about?
Shutterstock.
Star Fox?
Shutterstock. We were on Shutterstock.
Oh, Shutterstock. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, that's pretty groovy. Do you think so? Do you think that's do you feel that cooking in the pot?
Do I feel cocaine in the pot? The cocaine in the pot.
Yeah, man. Do you feel cocaine in the pot? No, do you feel that color, that gold?
Do I feel it?
2021.
That stale champagne.
Like, do I feel it in my little toes?
In your cockles. In the cockles of your heart.
Look, when I said that men could talk, it was. I didn't mean take it that far. It's like awkward silence again. I didn't even say anything about Michael Caine.
I'm doing this thing where I'm trying to resist my natural inclination to
Fucking cut it out. We've been over this.
I have shit to do, I don't want to feel responsible for
Ladies,
the silence.
all right, you pushed me to it. Ladies, you have my permission to be blunt and fierce.
I prefer that actually. It's much more easy to make.
Well, there's a limit to that too. I mean, Jesus, fuck. It's like we
I'm happy to be blunt and fierce, but I walked away, so I don't know what I'm being blunt and fierce for.
Oh, she's just waffling on buying a ticket.
Oh. Well.
Oh, Jesus.
What are you waffling about?
No. Just tell her to buy the ticket.
I'm gonna buy it. Okay, look, I'm gonna get up. All right, I'm gonna go grab my wallet. I'm gonna.
You didn't have your wallet out? Jesus Christ.
Look at this. Spirit Airlines.
It doesn't actually have to be Spirit. It's well, it should be non-refundable, whatever you get.
Yeah, no, Spirit Airlines is gonna be the move. So I'm gonna go grab my wallet. All right.
Here we are. We're wizards invoking spirits.
Okay, as God intended.
Spirits of the air to carry you from hither to thither upon the terrestrial globe. A feat no Enochian governor could ever scarce
I
dream
think
at.
the test to see if we're going to give up on her.
What's that?
I said I think she's testing us to see if we are going to give up on her.
That's interesting. And
In part. Maybe not the whole story, but in part.
Okay.
Please repeat that because I coincidentally happened to walk away at the same time that it was being said.
We're talking about Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and how it would be awesome if I created a paladin character based on Michael Caine in the '60s, and would you believe it or not, that was met by awkward silence.
Yeah, maybe everybody was just so riveted by the statement, the power of that utterance. Fiona,
you're too kind.
Was it you?
Did you get your credit card?
Somebody said we should have a Magic.me D&D campaign, and
I did not say that.
Did you get your credit card?
I have it. I don't. It's in my hand.
Cool. We're gonna wait and watch and listen.
that's really intense and it's a lot of pressure, but you know what I needed to hear, okay?
Oh, the cockles of my heart, the core of my being. Okay, I do feel it in my cockles. Thank you.
I didn't mean to make an inadvertent genitalia reference. That was an accident.
You know what the 9th degree secret of the OTO is?
No.
No, I'll just leave it at that. I'm not even going to follow that up.
Cocaine, guns, and whiskey.
Guns, whiskey, and Dungeons and Dragons.
What are the 3 things that YouTube want to hear?
The what?
No, it's just the word. It's been cocaine, guns, whiskey. What does YouTube want to hear?
Oh yeah. Probably not those things. But they like to hear their cash registers sing.
It's agonizing.
I didn't even put
You're doing great.
I went to the spirit.com website. It literally says access denied. But I'm thinking that's because I have a VPN on, so I should probably turn it off.
Oh, that's cool. You have a VPN. That's a good thing to have. That's a good thing to have.
Yeah, that's good. I should turn it off.
Which one do you have, out of curiosity?
Which one?
Yeah.
Nord. But
Nord.
One of my friends had like a one of the sponsorships, so I was just trying to.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've looked at that. I can't tell which ones are honeypots and which ones aren't. Private internet access, which is the most famous one, turns out to be run by the Israeli government. Go figure.
Know. I mean, there's that
drop of knowledge.
What?
Is it a good place where it's like everybody? It's like even just buying a tomato tanks your points because of all the extreme travesties that have to take place in order for you to get like a piece of produce.
Oh yeah. You know what's really fair trade and ethical to buy?
I'm scratching my head here. I'm doing the best that I can. I wish that I could. I think I can share my screen. I'm not gonna do that, but
yeah, I think you can actually. I've never done it, but there's a.
I accidentally clicked.
Information.
I think you have to get permission, Jason.
Permit? Oh, I do. Oh, fuck! How do I do that?
I accidentally clicked it and it wouldn't let me. So which is
allow
good.
to multi-pin. What is multi-pin? I don't know. Let me lay something on everyone. Like 10 years ago, I had the idea for free trade cocaine. I feel like I could make a lot of money that way. It was like ethically sourced cocaine, and it was all like organically grown coca leaves.
I want all drugs
really
to be
wanted something here.
Great.
Awkward silence.
And you just got to go to Portugal. I think the CIA would be kind of pissed off at you for stepping on their territory.
Yeah. That's...
Definitely an awkward silence now.
Yeah, that's what YouTube doesn't want to hear. You're cutting the CIA out of cocaine deals.
Jason, I have a question.
Yes, finally. Yes, go, please.
Cool. This is about intuition and how that ties into, well, it kind of crosses over a little bit. Is the third eye, there's a lot of like third eye stuff out there, and a lot of it is like paintings or drawings of people with a third eye or whatever. And it's very like, what's the word? Not misconstrued, but like that's like a popular reference, I guess. And I've heard, I don't know anything about like the brain, I guess, which is retarded, but like the pineal gland is I've heard that the pineal gland is supposedly like the physical third eye, and I don't know, lizards have apparently evolved over time where they say that like they used to have a real third eye, and I was wondering if somewhere along the line I'm not asking if we had a literal third physical eyeball per se, but I was wondering if there is some real connection between the pineal gland, maybe because it, produces DMT apparently, and, awakening, sort of.
Yes.
It's not like, that's not even really a fully constructed question, but that's kind of that's the area that I'm going in. I'm trying to formulate it right. I had it written down, but I had it written down kind of weird.
Yeah, the third eye is an actual physical phenomenon. It's a cluster within the neurological system in the brain, and it is perceived in deep meditation. But it is visibly seen with closed eyes between the brow by advanced meditators. And on the Psychonaut Field Manual, there's a part in it where one of the pictures diagrams is to imagine there's a mouth or something, and you're breathing out of that's a comic book.
And there's an eye coming out of it.
I love that. That guy's great. That's I love that comic book, but it's a comic book. There's some information in it that is good, and some that is just incorrect information. But I'm not saying that to slight him, because he made a really cool thing. He's just a young guy, so he doesn't know. There's a lot of stuff that he just doesn't know, and that he filled in with things that he made up, and that's okay. I think that he made a very artistically awesome thing, and so I'm not knocking him. And I know him, and I publish his material, and he's a super cool guy, but he's not the end all be all authority, because he's like a super young early 20s dude. Without a whole lot of experience, and that's but he's very enthusiastic, and we all and he made a really cool thing, but that's not an authoritative subject on anything, and I don't think he would say that either.
Okay.
So
I was just curious.
Yeah, the third eye.
When if you focus on that spot on your head, between your eyes right here, if you focus on this point during meditation, does that bring about, maybe not bring about, but add to the...
Yes.
Is there an ultimate third eye awakening
yes,
point,
there is.
or is it just kind of the same thing as enlightenment, where there's always another door to enlightenment?
Well, yes. Yes to both questions, right? The third eye is a city, right? It is a neurological phenomenon that is perceived at a certain stage of deep meditation by advanced meditators, and it is a tangible and visibly perceivable phenomenon. It is perceived in your field of vision with closed eyes in darkness, and the extent to which it is perceived is the extent to which you are advanced and ripened in the practice of meditation, and the extent to which your kundalini is awakened, which is a process that very few people understand in the West, or perhaps no one understands in the West outside of authoritarian Eastern gurus, which unsurprisingly many people in the West have an issue with, because they have to get into authoritarian structures with people to even learn anything. And so that's a culture clash that's been going on for way too long, and it's unfortunate. However, and it's unfortunate mostly on both sides, but mostly on the side of Western people who want everything now and want everything their way, and it just ain't so, right? But we're all like that. I'm like that too, right? So the third eye is perceived at some stages of meditation, and it is perceived only at certain times, and it is perceived to the extent to which one has spiritually advanced. And by what I mean by that is how much they have refined their nervous system. It comes and goes inexplicably as a visual phenomenon, and whether it is seen or not is not necessarily as important as the fact that one is continuing to meditate. And whether the whole, people get very fixated on the whole idea of the third eye and the awakening. It's not a goal. It is simply something that is perceived along the path. It is simply the visible manifestation of the Ajna chakra, which is only one of 7 chakras, and is part of the internal nervous circuit of human beings as they evolve to the post-human state. And perhaps simply just the energy of the nervous system, if we want to be reductive about it. If it can be awakened by advanced yogas, such as Kriya Yoga, and the prescribed and effective way of awakening the quote-unquote kundalini and experiencing these phenomenons is Kriya Yoga, and there are many versions of Kriya Yoga taught by various people, but the proper versions are taught by people within the Paramhansa Yogananda lineage. And that includes Self-Realization Fellowship, but also includes many other branches. And that is a huge topic of discussion. You can certainly find information about it on, if you look. By the time Kriya is a practice usually for advanced meditators, and it is one that I am not directly licensed to teach, although I certainly could. I've considered doing that, but I'm largely, that would only come about at such a point where there was a dedicated enough group of people who are spiritually mature enough to handle that. And I'm not exactly sure that I want to take on that karma on myself, because that's heavy shit. It would basically be, it would involve me essentially dropping out of human society completely to become a dude in a fucking turban, and I don't really want to do that. Because I rather enjoy having my normal person karmas. I'm a householder and I'm cool with that, for now at least. So that's a bit of a convoluted answer to your question, but it's a very serious question with a very serious answer. And my general thoughts to you are, A, to validate that yes, it is a real thing. B, to point out that like 100% of the information that you find about it is sensationalized and not true. Neurotica's biting her lip. She's not sure about something. I'm just,
my God, that was
don't think I'm not paying attention. Don't think I'm not. I'm watching very carefully. You don't even think I'm looking. I'm looking.
That was me reading just the, first of all, I just booked the flight, okay.
Oh, congratulations.
I did. You would think that I would be overcome with relief and exhilaration, but instead I am just like,
That's why it's non-refundable. That's why they're not. That's why. Did you get on Spirit?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's why. No refunds.
Yeah.
It's like Bernie Sanders. Sorry.
I mean, it's
sorry.
Okay, and if not, it's just going to be a kind of a moderately pricey lesson to learn. But I don't think. No, I was biting my lip because I was thinking about quarantining, which is fine. I've done that before. And then I was also.
Oh, just wear a mask.
Yeah. And I was also thinking about, finding a place to live. So then I was just like, oh God, this is all happening right now.
Yeah.
So I was biting my lip because I was just sitting here thinking.
And it is happening. It is all happening right now, and it is happening for you.
I know.
It's happening
it's
for
very
you.
Exciting. But yes, you did happen to catch my involuntary facial tics. That's the part of the neurotic. I am both neurotic and alive.
Very well done. I'm very proud of you.
So hey, thanks. I appreciate that. That's not something I hear all the time.
Well, no, it's not. It's a huge thing you've just done.
Yeah.
Now you just got to get on the plane.
I have to get on the plane. I have to pack, and I have to look into.
We have there's clapping emojis. How do we do the clapping? You damn kids with your emojis.
Oh, hey, thank you so much.
How do I do that? You guys know all these.
It says if you look at the very bottom panel. I'm on a Mac.
Oh, reactions. Oh yeah, okay, there.
Yeah, reactions, record, share screen, chat.
Can I hack these to put all kinds of weird shit in them?
Probably. I don't know.
I'm gonna put Michael Caine's face in there.
I am whelmed.
Great work.
Underwhelmed. I'm just whelmed.
Great work. That's not a small thing. That's really huge. That's tremendous.
So
you should be very proud of
appreciate
yourself.
that. So now I just have to figure out Airbnb stuff, and then like maybe just how long I want to book something like that, because I don't know how long I'm going to be in town right off the bat. But I just booked a one-way ticket, like the good old days.
Wow, extra credit.
Yeah,
that's excellent. I didn't even think about that. That's
I'm thinking like this is something I'm going to be able to handle necessarily like immediately, and I'm sure that by the time that I get out there, I'm just going to want to stick around. And I'm actually kind of glad that this worked out how it did, because it gives me a month. So because I was kind of wondering like, oh well, thinking about the mom surgery thing, I was like, well, maybe I could talk to my landlord and see if I can extend my lease an extra month, so that way I know what to do with all my stuff. And now it's like,
you don't have any stuff.
I just get to do that now.
Yeah. You're lucky that you don't have a bunch of stuff. Like, I've got a ton of shit. It makes these decisions really awkward.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a thing about like fleeing as a sort of fugitive.
Yeah, it's romantic.
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. I've done it many times. There have been many times in my life where I literally had nothing except the clothes on my back. I had a trash bag with a Shiva trident, remember? And like a hard drive, and the hard drive broke.
Yeah.
I've been kicked out of countries. I have.
Wow.
Canada, fucking Canadians.
Oh, that's
God
right.
damn.
That's right.
They seem so nice. No.
I remember this. I was feeling invigorated and inspired when I heard that story.
Just imagine how I felt, not invigorated and inspired.
No, but look at you now. Look at you now. Inspiring people to make impulsive, reckless decisions on Zoom meetings. Oh, no. It's exactly what I needed to do. And this will actually give me the extra, how funny. We've been talking to a whole bunch of Sagittarians tonight. Like, the fire that I need to just like tell you, well, you can fuck off, and this is my decision making, and I'm going to be doing this, and I'm sorry if you would not like to participate in it, but cool, I'm excited. And I was saying while you were gone that I'm kind of in a bit of a comfort zone over here in terms of like it gives me where she's like, well, what do you gain from being here? And I was like, well, rent is a lot cheaper in the South than it is in LA County, obviously, but there's also a wealth of distractions available at my fingertips. So all that time that I could be spending working is usually spent, as we've referenced, getting high and playing Dungeons and Dragons. So when I put myself in a challenging set of circumstances, it propels me to work harder and have to realign the way that I'm looking at a situation. If I just throw myself into it, then it's like all those videos of people dunking their newborns in the deep ends of pools. It seems really brutal, but that kid's not going to drown. So cool.
Well done.
So thank you for noticing my nervous ticking, also because I was like wanting to be like, hey guys, I booked it, but then also I was just like feeling overwhelmed with existential dread as usual.
Oh, that's normal. Don't worry.
It comes with the territory.
Why don't we all the people that were? We should open it back up to the ladies to say what you would like to say to Neurotica.
Yay! You guys can call me Bingo if you want. That's the name I haven't committed to yet in my rebranding, but I think it fits.
That's pretty good.
What? Bingo? What is the name?
Bingo, exactly. B-I-N-G-O.
Like bingo, like the game, like in.
Bingo, got it. Just like that. Like anything. So I don't know. I just have kind of like tried to shed the former fake name, and now I'm moving on to a different one. So
Hey, chaos magic.
Love it.
Sounds good. Good for you. You did it.
So yeah, I just know
Very
it's kind
good.
of like a mouthful, but
Bingo is good. That's memorable. It's two syllables too, which is very good. Peter Carroll said at one point, it's like the only way to get a vantage point on reality is from a mountain of your dead selves, your former selves. Totally true.
It goes back into the whole Scorpio thing: death and transformation, death and transformation. We love
Yes,
that.
Thanateros.
As the kids say.
Sex and death are the only true forces in the world.
Yeah. No. What is it like? It's always like fear of death and like reproduction, which is also just a fear of death.
Yeah, and it's all the same thing. Yeah.
I actually feel like I'm more afraid of being alive, to be honest. Like, death feels like a very.
You quoting Charles
thing.
Manson to me?
Huh?
You quoting Charles Manson to me?
Am I?
Yeah, he said that. Charles Manson said, like, dying is easy. Sometimes I think I'm scared to live.
I say that all the time.
Well, there you go. You must be the reincarnation of Charlie Manson.
And the girl. Well, that's a compliment. I think. And
Yeah, it is. Hey, he has some good ideas.
Wilbur told me I have Charlie Manson eyes before, so I appreciate it.
You know why it is? It's because he booked a ticket to LA. Like, anyone into the occult that comes to LA is just like, they hand you like the like Charles Manson thing at the airport. I don't get it myself. It's just like everyone's like, dude, Charles Manson. It's like, fucking, that was like 50 fucking years ago. No, but he did have some good ideas. I'm actually serious about that. He Ottawa. I don't know if anyone knows about that. Ottawa. The chaos magic people were big into that in the 90s. Ottawa was Charles Manson's acronym for air, trees, water. The fuck was the other A? I don't know.
Animals.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you. somebody's a Manson family member. Air, trees, water, animals. But it also stood for all the way alive. And little known about Manson is that when he was later, towards the end of his life, he was like a hardcore, like, eco person, and like all that he and the other Manson family people talked about was like the importance of They basically were deep ecologists and the importance of the environment and how it's more important than people. And
I feel kind of solemn about this because as much as I am like, yeah, see, Alexis is talking about, I was going to say Charles Manson had a bunch of Scorpio
I didn't know what
placements
that
too,
means.
but my whole thing about this is like I'm very flattered actually by the comparison, but then I think back and sit like and realize that going to prison is like my deepest fear.
well, don't go to prison then.
What does Jason know?
Yeah, it's don't worry, it's all safe with me. Yeah, well, just don't go to prison then. It's easy, solved.
Only moving forward. Control the narrative.
Yeah. Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah. Well, I dodged it already. You know?
Good work.
Like I said, I should technically be sitting in prison for the next 25 years on account of where I was living and the things that were happening there.
Probably not would be my guess. I think that you may be overestimating that, but
No, but the charges were stacking up to 5 years apiece.
against you?
I was a co-defendant, yes, because
Oh, Jesus.
My ex-torturer would not sign any or whatever, but wouldn't sign any kind of paperwork like denying any kind of accountability. So because I also happened to be there, was thrust into the legal system. And,
Yeah, so if you can survive that, LA should be no problem.
yeah, it's no big deal. Honestly, I slept through my time in jail. I was just like, all right. And then I got to tell my torturer, I'd be like, they literally treated me better in jail than you do here. And that's like a fun thing to be able to look at a person and say.
Jeez.
So, my goodness. Yeah, so now my flight has been booked.
And that was Southern Jail. In LA, they just, I don't know, give you a PlayStation or something. That's actually not true. It's kind of rough here. It's true in Sweden, though. Does anyone remember Anders Breivik? This is a total tangent.
What?
Anders Breivik? Does anyone remember Anders Breivik?
It sounds vaguely familiar.
Anders Breivik was that mass shooter in Denmark or Norway, whatever, that like shot all these kids on an island.
You can't say I'm familiar then.
Yeah, he was a white supremacist terrorist. So they sent him to prison, and he sued Norway because for cruel and unusual punishment because they only gave him a PlayStation 2 and Spyro's Big Adventure, and he thought that those games were so antiquated that it was cruel and unusual punishment. And he won! He won!
Yeah, that's the kind of integrity and determination that I need to have and knowing what I deserve out of this life. I was just about to say, like, how I know that I was sliding into a dark space is that I had just literally, like, last week purchased an Xbox. And it's because my brother and his friends were all playing Elder Scrolls Online, and I felt like I couldn't just stand by and watch something like that happen. Like I had to get in on this good grinding time. But I haven't touched it once, so obviously, my hot.
Well, then you have more self-control than I. All right.
Yeah.
Tell you what.
Jason, how's the air quality?
Not great, but not as bad as it was. Tell you what, we are closing in on 7, and let's pick up again tomorrow at 11 a.m. But I left the guy who asked about the third eye hanging, I think. So let me make sure I wrap up that question. And then I guess we should wrap up for tonight. And then we can reconvene tomorrow. And maybe different people, everyone is welcome back tomorrow. And we'll see who shows up. So maybe be a different mix and different energy, and we'll see what emerges. So did I wrap up everything about the third eye, or was there something else?
Yeah.
Oh, I did? Okay, great.
Yes.
Then I don't have to volunteer any more esoteric secrets because you didn't press me on the issue. All right. Any last comments from anyone?
Yes, somebody just asked if I'll be streaming from LA tomorrow. So my flight comes in at like around noon. So, I should be able to hop on, like maybe even from the airport.
Great.
That would be a fun little experience.
Please do.
Yeah, that would be my true pleasure.
That would be excellent.
Yeah, so thank you guys. I don't think that I necessarily have the language skills to convey exactly like how profoundly this is. Just emotionally impacted me, let alone with the real world consequences. I say consequences that has seems like a negative connotation, but I mean it in a very positive and endearing sort of way. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Each and every one of you who are here today, and this perhaps profoundly changed my life. So I thank each and every one of you for taking the time out of your day to be here, because I know we could all be doing all those really important whiteboard things that we need to check off for the day. So this has been.
You don't need to. You don't. You're done. You checked them all off.
Man, got it.
How's that feel?
Thank you. I'm very touched. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your hard work and your strength.
And I just wanted to jump in and commend you, Neurotica Live, if that's how you say it.
She's bingo now. She's bingo. You should change your screen name. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't want you to spin out and thanking me back or anything. So just quiet, and take it in. But what you did tonight was very, very brave, and it was very, very big. And I know you've already done a bunch of brave, big stuff, but this is potentially, the beginning of a lot of really positive steps for your future. And I hope that this and everything else that you do moving forward is an act of self-love and an act of reclaiming yourself and figuring out kind of what you want to do and how you want to move through the world with autonomy and agency and sovereignty and empowerment. That's all I have to say. And thank you for being quiet.
Oh, me? You just say thank you for being quiet? Like,
No,
Jesus,
I
we've heard enough
we're
of you
not
fucking talking about
responding.
Michael Caine. Jesus,
Thank her for
can
thanking
it?
me right now, so I will silently nod like a gentleman, which is what I am after all.
I second. Beautifully said, Meadow.
Thank
And congratulations. I'm excited for you, Bingo.
I'm just excited to update you guys tomorrow and actually
please
be
do.
held accountable and maintain some follow through, which seems to be a common challenge theme in my life. So, yeah, here's looking at you, kids.
All right, well, we will see you in the airport then tomorrow. All right, well done. Okay. I am going to go lay down and finish watching the rest of Funeral in Berlin, a 1966 British spy film starring Michael Caine.
God bless you, sir.
And you too, sir.
Oh, yes, thanks. Received. I will not recoil.
No, of course not. Fear is the mind killer. Little death, you must not permit it, as they say in Dune. You must know that speech. You know that one? No? I'll read it. Here, I'll tell you what, I'll read that, and that'll be the last thing for tonight, and then I will get off, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 11. I'll send an email in the morning. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it is gone past, I will turn the inner eye. Ah, see? I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain.
I can't say, as familiar as that sounds, I can't say I've ever heard it before, so.
It's from Dune, the book and the movie. But that doesn't matter. You can do it as a mantra. Look it up. I think he does that in the movie. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it is gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. That's perfect. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain.
I feel thoroughly exalted.
Good.
Of course,
That's a different role-playing game. That is different rules. Okay, I'm testing your nerd knowledge. That's okay. That's way too obscure.
That's a very dude thing of you to do, and I'll have you know, it's quite a revolutionary act for me to admit when I'm unfamiliar with something. Because normally I'd like to say, like, yeah, I'm with it. I know what you're saying. I know I'm picking up what you're putting down. But I think it's much more, exciting to be like, no, actually, I'm not familiar. Please enlighten me.
Good.
So,
being okay with vulnerability is the first step towards being vulnerable enough to heal. But not until you are sufficiently safe and in your new situation.
I truly cannot believe that I am about to get off this call and pack up a suitcase to fly on Spirit Airlines at 6 o'clock in the morning. But I'm actually really looking forward to it. This is like how I enjoy operating. Like this kind of just fucking do it, So thanks. I feel like I've beaten around the bush enough there. You guys have heard enough from me today.
It's been lovely. Thank you for everything. All right, we will see you in the airport tomorrow. And with that, I must away. Good night, everyone. Thank you very sincerely to everyone from the bottom of my cockles, which is my heart. Thank you very sincerely. And we will reconvene tomorrow at 11. And yeah, this is really good. I think this can be an ongoing format. And enough said. So I will save my voice because I gotta go for like 2 more days, or we'll just go all week. Why not? Like the Velvet Underground. No, tomorrow. So tomorrow at 11, and throughout the day, if you would like to pop in and out. All right, everyone. Sleep well.
Thank you.
Happy Black Friday, the most sacred day of the year. Oh yeah, and I must. If you haven't got the Black Friday deal, it's still Black Friday. You still have time. Magic.me. You've heard everyone. I didn't even sell anything. You heard everyone else talking about the courses. I didn't even talk about them. The Adaptive Initiative, Alchemy of Chaos, Fortuna Working, all the ones that everyone's been talking about. If you haven't got that deal, the complete Magic.me intensives, it's everything for almost 42% off, which is almost half off. Come on, that's practically like 3 years worth of work.
Was the 42 intentional as like a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference, or is that?
No, it was actually 40. It's actually 41.5, but it says 30%, but close enough, right?
Also, I've heard that I'm not supposed to be focusing on magic.me right now, so I may have.
No, you're good. No, you passed for today. You passed your grade for today, and for a while, I would think. It's everyone else that needs to get back to work. All right, I will see you in the airport, and I will see everyone tomorrow, starting at 11.
Guys, all
Good
right.
night.
Bye. Thanks all.
Thank you.